Welcome to IndyFinity. We are live, we think, and this is a very ambitious project today. Hopefully all day until 5 p.m. here in the Mountain Time Zone. We are going to be honoring the 30-year history of the Colorado Springs Independent, sharing some remembrances, talking about why we love the Independent, and also giving everyone a preview of the exciting future after the metamorphosis. We're really making history this month and next month, and I'm honored to be a part of it. I'm Dave Gardner, and I've been a huge fan of the Independent for many, many years, and a big fan of the three people that are sitting at this table. And I'm the executive producer of podcasts here at 6035 Media. That's why I get to be here. But this segment's going to be easy for me because I don't really need to be doing any other talking. I'm in the presence of greatness here. I mean, you guys really, you guys did something. You put us on the map. So across from me, we have John Weiss, co-founder and longtime owner of the Colorado Springs Independent, Colorado Springs Business Journal, and a number of other publications. And Terry Homick, who was also on the launch team. You were the first staffer. And Richard Scorman, and by the way, Terry, you're still here.
Yes, I am.
They can't get rid of you, and I'm glad. I'm really glad. And then Richard Scorman, I don't think you've ever been on the staff here, but you
I was for just a little bit, but not
a little bit. Okay.
For more than a little bit. He was associate editor.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And a temporary film critic.
Yeah.
That would stand to reason.
Yeah.
But you were really involved in the very, very early stages of all this, and we're hoping to in the future months to share some more in-depth, more intimate conversations with each of you, where you can tell more of the story. We only have about 20 minutes here, so we can't do that much. But I want to just turn it over to you. And we have one more guest. That's great. The other co-founder, Catherine Eastburn. Catherine, hey.
Hi, y'all.
Can't hear you.
From Texas. Can you not hear me?
Oh, we got to have StreamYard up, too. Try us now, Catherine.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
All right.
Love it when the technology works.
Yeah, me too.
It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. So Catherine Eastburn, also, I am in awe because you and John were the people who did the hard work to get this thing going. So thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Many, many others doing the hard work as well.
Yeah, that's a really important point, I think, that, you guys are going to get a lot of credit, especially you and Catherine, you always do. But if you hadn't hired good people and then turned them loose, we wouldn't have what we have today, huh?
That's right. Exactly. And they did it at the right time. That's the part that I really want to talk about a little bit today is people don't realize that back in 93, it was right after Amendment 2, and Colorado Springs was just a crazy place. I used to say that we were in the culture wars. And there was no media source that would be pro-LGBTQ plus, none. And actually, Springs Magazine, but they were monthly, and everybody was supporting Amendment 2, the Gazette's editorial page, and lo and behold, John came, and he didn't leave. He hung out in my office for quite a bit, and I gave him free pizza, and he cooked this up with Catherine, and what an incredible time and gift that they gave to the city.
And if someone didn't know what Amendment 2 was, they probably had a good opportunity to be reminded recently, but maybe we can...
After Club Q, well, it was a law that was passed and put in the state constitution. It was a citizens initiative that didn't allow any government to protect people based on their sexual orientation. And so you could get fired, you could be told you couldn't live somewhere, and people were just so shocked, number one, that it passed, and number two, that it came from here. And we were the center of anti-gay activity for the whole country.
And Catherine, you were shocked, right?
Absolutely. And, I wanted to add to that, we were called Ground Zero widely, not just here, for anti-gay rights activity. And I remember taking my daughter to college to visit, and she went to Brown in Providence, Rhode Island. And I met people up there and in Massachusetts at the time who said to me, "Oh, you live at Ground Zero."
Yeah.
Seriously. So, I mean, it was a reputation that was widely spread, and it was very alarming.
And Colorado Springs, we had Focus on the Family move here, the largest radio ministry in the world, and this was their big purpose. And Colorado for Family Values started here, and all that. But you, Catherine and John, and all of us were committed. But boy, you took some chances, and probably got some death threats, and probably got banned from supermarkets because you had, men seeking men and women seeking women, personal ads, and all the craziness. Yeah.
Yeah, I can address that. I remember,
Yeah.
do you remember Mike McKee and Tom Pedigo and Whichever Girlfriend? And they created that fake religious organization and boycotted a lot of our clients and sent letters. They were faxing back in the day and mailing. And I remember being at Le Crêperie with Stephanie and Huguette and having lunch one day. And that either Tom or Mike called while I was there. And she used some choice words with him, might have dropped a few F-bombs, and said, "Don't ever call here again." But that happened a lot to our clients back in the day.
No, there was a boycott list. You were on the top of it. The Independent was, and but yeah, it took a lot of courage back then, and what a huge relief to finally have a media source. And then I can go through the whole list. I mean, I don't want to dominate this discussion, but I don't think Tops would have passed if it wasn't for the Independent. And you think about all these beautiful open spaces that people take for granted. We won by 5,000 votes. And John, was a key part of it. He was co-director of the campaign, but the Independent really was a huge part of reason we have Red Rock Canyon and Stratton Open Space and all these other places. And then even my political career, my 4 times on council. I barely won the first time. I talked John out of having 3 categories in the best of issue: best old hippie, best leftist radical, and best tree hugger. And so then I was able to run for council because I won all of those every time.
Man, you're doing a great job here, Richard. I think you're going to get best podcaster too.
Oh, hey, how about that?
We might have to give you the mic on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So Terry, you were the first salesperson, sales director, or is that what they called you when you?
Well, I had
came
many
on?
titles over the years, but yes.
Yes, you did. So what was it like going, knocking on doors in those early days?
It was really exciting and scary because we were the hate state, and it was crazy. My gay friends from Texas wouldn't even come visit me because of all that, and with Amendment 2. But I remember that one of the funniest things, you'd call and say, "Hey, this is Terry from the Independent." "Oh, that must be so much fun working at a record store." No. Remember that, Kathy? But that went on for, I'd say, a couple good years. And then finally people became to accept us, and we had clients like Dan from Mountain Chalet. We had so many clients like Dan who bought because we weren't the Gazette and that loved having another voice in town. And tons of clients like that. We got a lot of support from those people.
Yeah. And one more, if I can dominate a little bit more here, is there was no film critic in Colorado Springs. The Gazette bought the Colorado Springs Sun,
Yep.
put it out of business, and I was the film critic for the Colorado Springs Sun, so I was fired with everybody else. They only kept Chuck Acey, the crazy political cartoonist. But having said that, we had a movie theater for 10 years, 12 years with Kimball at Poor Richards, and then he moved it down to Kimball's, and nobody would review our movies. We get these odd, independent films and art films. And
The Crying Game.
Crying Game, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. And finally, there was a newspaper that would do that, and it would come out on Thursday, which is great for us because the movies started on Friday. But another gift for me, and I think for the community in many ways.
John, someone might, if they didn't know the history of the Independent and know the Independent today, just from this conversation, they might jump to the conclusion that the Independent is a gay weekly. And some
Actually-
people thought that at times, right?
Well, because the ad's in the back of the book.
we were challenging the status quo in Colorado Springs, and we were doing this as a social change newspaper. We were very upfront. Gay issue was important.
But that was just one.
For us, the idea of civil unions were beyond our wild imagination, the things that have changed. But we wanted to promote tolerance in all its forms.
Yeah.
We wanted to promote downtown, and downtown was dead in all its forms. Literally, Richards was about the only place. Phantom Canyon was being built with bikes. We wanted to promote the environment. We wanted to promote sustainability, and we wanted to be able to do two things: communicate with the 30 to 40% of the community that believed in us. They had no way to communicate, whether it was our listings before the internet. It's hard to believe, but the newspaper was the internet. We could communicate, here's a jazz club, here's a community club, here's an event happening. And then also to be forward, to be able to direct, to challenge the majority in this community about all sorts of issues. And for us, it was gays and lesbians. There was nothing else. We never talked about, that was beyond controversial, you know what I mean, and the whole change. And I believe in a lot of ways we were able to communicate and challenge, whether it was the Gazette or local media or everyone else. And it was lots of mini victories. It was not just every advertiser, every distribution place was a communication, was a dialogue. And it really helped us. We helped change this community. And it's evolved to where it is now, which is it's not believable to what it would be like 30 years ago.
And I guess that evolution would be visible to you, especially in that you've probably, Terry, seen how you were really considered rebels in 1993 and 1994. Today, maybe not quite so much?
No, not nearly, nothing like it used to be. We ran into so many weird little troubles. I remember that cover Conroe did.
Which one?
The summer cover with that girl on the beach ball cracking a whip. Mm-hmm. And we lost, I won't say who the client was. It was going to be a full-page 13-time contract. Mm-hmm. And I had to walk in that day to sign that ad agreement. And they looked at me and they said, they held up the paper, and they just shook their head. Right. But we don't have things like that happen very often anymore. But back in the day, it happened pretty often.
and a woman-run paper. Think about that back then. It was unusual. Kathy, you were a huge part of that. Strong and lots, probably more women employees. I was an honorary lesbian, but I wasn't a woman. But having said that, it's there's things you did that were different. And then the in-depth reporting is something that was so needed. The Gazette at the time, was doing just these sound bites and nothing in depth. And boy, it would just be such a relief to read, what the real behind the stories were.
And our goal was not to tell our side of the story. The goal was to tell all sides of the story.
Right.
And it's not two, it's multiple. And then weigh in when needed with more facts. But for us, so much things Catherine did, which was amazing, but domestic bliss was just looking at what's going on in somebody's life and writing about it, and the beauty of the content and the beauty of how it was written was just powerful. It was enjoyable.
Yeah.
And hopefully when you read our paper, it was part NPR and part New York Times and part Bart Simpson. You know what I mean? And the idea is to be able to enjoy life and to celebrate to try to create the community that we wanted to live in.
And we did.
And we did. And people don't understand, one of the most radical things we did was be a free paper. And it wasn't radical to me because I studied and looked at and Kathy and I believed in free papers in other communities, but that took a lot of getting used to. Because we were free, instead of having 3,000 readers, we had 30,000 readers, because people would pick it up, and if you pick it up, they'll read it. And we had literally, Ben Glidden, who was a stockbroker, he'd pick up another publication and put our publication in it, and because people didn't want to be associated with us, and we became a force to be reckoned with reasonably quickly. Our goal was to be the Pepsi, or we said now the Odwalla to the Gazette's Coke, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But the idea is that we were able to create a 2-newspaper town and create dialogue and get people to think. And lots of people in this room played a huge role in creating this communication vehicle. And I, for one, am excited because we're metamorphosizing. We're coming into something new, and I'm excited, very excited that this new people are doing it, and I think it's going to be the communication vehicles for the 21st century.
I wish we had a couple of hours, but and I'm not wrapping it up just yet. But I want to do two things. One is I want to acknowledge that in the peanut gallery over here, we've got Ralph Roughton, who's got a long history in the newspaper business, very long, and a long history with this organization too. And he'll be sitting at the table in the next segment, so we'll get to hear from him. And Catherine, just because you're not here, interrupt and chime in. She's down there in Texas with Terry's gay friends, I guess.
Yes.
I'm here with my 94-year-old mother.
Wow.
Yes. It was hard when you moved from Colorado Springs, Kathy.
Yeah.
You've been such a heart and soul, of this place, and I still think of you as being here.
Oh, I'll be back. Everybody always comes back to Colorado Springs.
Well, you were just here.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's true. But the challenges back then. What a gutsy thing for you to do to help. Be the publisher and buy this paper, co-buy it, back when there wasn't a model like this before. So I just always wanted to thank you.
Well, I have to say we did depend on our other Association of Alternative News Weekly models. We didn't reinvent the wheel. Ron and I both came into it loving those papers in places we'd lived before, where they served a major purpose. For me, it was the Nashville scene, and for John, it was Phoenix papers up in the Northeast. And we learned everything from other publishers and other editors and other ad sales directors, and they trained us.
Yeah, well, you did a good job. In some ways, I think better than a lot of those.
Oh yeah, I think so too. We were a lot more serious than.
Yeah.
We're down to our last minute, but go for it, Terry.
Yeah, and I just want to say, as we're ending this, there's a lot of people that the Indies whose backs was built on, and I'm going to go through them because they're all super important, and I want to make sure that they're acknowledged. And I'll go quickly. We have George, Donna, Malcolm, MB, Suzanne, Mark, Ellen, Susan, Sherry, Mike Z, John Hazel, Anthony, Andrea, Kat, Jen, Sally, Yvonne, Jack, Marcus, Melissa, Andy, Glenn, Heidi, David, Jeffrey, Matt, Tammy, Brandon, Kate, Jason, and my assistants, Tina, Louise, Olivia, PK, and Lori. And to the dear friends, Catherine, Kara, Carrie, Kathy Conroe, Shauna, Kathy Caton, Fran, and John. And 3 people who became my best friends to this day, Victoria, Dave, and Judith. And Jeff Moore, my husband, who I met here at the company. And a big shout out to all of our advertisers, some of whom have just been with us a few years and some the whole time. Without them, we never would have made it. And for my clients, Too Many to Mention, you know who you are and you know I love you. And to those who passed, Aurelius Seppenfeld, a.k.a. Z, Alan Carpenter, and my dear friend Scott Levander.
And Mark Hummels.
And Mark Hummels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mark, wow.
Yeah.
Well, now we do have to wrap up, and we're going to just leave the stream for a minute while we change people at the table, and then we'll be right back within a minute or two. Let me just finish by saying the Independent is a gift to this community. It was a gift in 1993. It's been a gift for almost 30 years, and now a new gift. John, you are donating.
Mm-hmm.
You are donating it to this community. So thank you very much.
Well, it's always been owned by this community. It's been owned by. I've been the caretaker.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll be right back. It was fun. Too short, but thanks, Terry, for that.
Thank you. I just thought that was really important.
Yeah, that could have been.
Easily. Yeah.
Good. That was fun.
Thank you, guys.
Now I get to put the name
I
on.
almost made it without.
Yeah, you too.
Almost.
That was nice. That
Never
was
age.
perfect.
Well, I would be sad if I was them and they didn't get recognized. So, and there's
Yeah,
no one
that's
else
good.
here who could do it.
Oh,
you know?
that's good. I'm glad you did that.
Really
Thank you for
appreciate
letting me do
that.
it.
Thanks. Appreciate you coming over.
Happy to.
See you later.
See you. See you.
Well,
phone, and it was the delay.
Oh, so that made
So-
it challenging.
So I couldn't really
All right, we're bringing it in, Dave, or am I bringing it in?
I'll start it. Are you going to do
Go
the
ahead,
work?
you're live.
I'm live. Here we go. We're back. And already we need a bigger table and a bigger studio. So I got kicked off the table because we have more important people that we wanted to feature. So I'll get right to introducing them and let them do most of the talking. If you're just joining us, you're listening and watching IndyFinity, a very ambitious all-day live stream celebration of 30 years of Indy history, almost 30 years of the Indy being published, and celebrating the metamorphosis that's taking place and turning it into 6035, same commitment, new packaging. In the studio with us today, we have Ralph Roughton, who was at the Gazette for 24 years. Shame on you. And then executive editor of the Indy in 2006, added the Colorado Springs Business Journal in 2012, added Pikes Peak Bulletin in 2014, and then finally, that made you tired, so you became executive editor emeritus in 2017. Do I have those dates about right, Ralph?
Very good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You might need to pull that microphone a little closer to you.
Okay. All right.
That thing will swing right over to you.
Very good.
And right next to Ralph, we've got Matthew Schnipper, who is still with the Independent. But Matthew, you were editor here at the Indy 2016 to 2019.
That's right.
But you've had various other Indy roles, actually since 2004.
Correct.
And now you're having lots of fun as the food, drink editor and critic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
And a podcaster extraordinaire, hosted State of Plate, which is a great 5-part series about the state of the food and drink business in
Yeah.
Colorado Springs today.
Which you produced, which is great. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that was fun. And then we've got this great dynamic duo. I like to think of you as, because I can remember coming to the executive suite and seeing both of you in the same meeting.
Or hearing.
Yeah,
That's more
that
like
too.
it. Everybody
Yeah.
heard us through the whole building.
Carrie Simison, you were Indy publisher 2015 to 2019, general manager, associate publisher 2005 to 2015. Wow. And production manager at the Indy 1998 to 2005. You grew up here.
I absolutely 100% grew up here.
Well, you
As
haven't
much
really
as
grown
grown up as I am.
And then Jen Berta, publisher of the Colorado Springs Business Journal 2012 to 2017. And you are now Director of Partnerships and Government Affairs at UCCS.
Yes.
Carrie, I should mention that you are now Director of Marketing and Communications for the Downtown Partnership. Right?
Yeah, it's a great gig.
So the community hasn't lost you, but
Nope.
even if we lost you from this building. So I'm going to shut up and let you guys carry most of the conversation and share what you think is important. What do you want to share with the people of this community about your time here, what you think is special about the Independent and its history, and what you hope for the future? This is going to go in the archives. We're documenting history, so make it count.
You go first, Ralph.
Yeah.
Why me? I think chronologically it has to be Carrie,
Oh, that's true.
because she goes back into the 90s.
I don't even remember those days.
No.
That's because you were 7. when
I
you
know,
started.
right? It was wild. We were over on Pikes Peak Avenue at that time in the Independence building. And when you talk about what you kind of always thought an alternative newspaper was, I mean, it was that. The carpet was pulling up everywhere. We had the IT closet that we called the Great Octopus in the Sky. Like, if you walked in and you needed to solve something, you basically just plugged in a new cord, because it was fly by the seat of our pants. It was scotch taping stuff together. And this was so pre-technology. I mean, the first years I was there, we were printing out pages, we were cutting Rubylith, we were driving it down to Pueblo, which is where we were printing at the time. And we really took it from then into the digital age. And we were one of the first clients, I think, at the Pueblo Chieftain that actually went direct, filed a plate, and filed a press. And we really kind of felt that cutting edge of technology. And then we started a website. I mean, this is, I predate websites at this newspaper, so it's a little bit wild.
What year did you start the website? Do you remember?
It was still when we were over in that building, but the original website doesn't exist anymore, except in, what's that thing on the Wayback Machine when you can grab those pages? It was this awful kind of pale beige peach. We had a great webmaster, which no one knew what it was. You kind of thought it was a made-up name at the time, but I started in 98 here, so a couple years after that, I would say. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Matthew would be next then, right?
Okay, I'll do this quick. I was waiting tables at Cincha when Catherine Eastburn, the paper's co-founder, kind of plucked me out of there, and I started freelancing for 2 years. Got here, made my first mistake, and got called into Kara DeGette's office for the lecture about 3 words: accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. I've lived by those words ever since. Started more in like the arts and entertainment realm as a section editor at some point, and started picking up food though in 2006 or 7, I think. So been doing that about 16 years.
It's because you needed someone to pay for your meals because we didn't pay much back
Right,
then.
right. I think I've known Carrie long enough for about 15 awesome haircuts and hair colors. Lots of great memories with Ralph, just a phenomenal editor. Ferda and I once robbed a bank during a lunch break. Do you remember that?
Yes, oh my gosh.
Great times.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. So that's sort of my quick arc of how I've been here and what I've been doing.
Well, I guess I actually started seeing the Independent from the other side, while spending a long time at the Gazette, and I do think it's worth mentioning because watching how the Indy progressed and how from the other side at the Gazette, or which was then the Gazette Telegraph, nobody took it seriously at first. They just said, well, they're trying something and it'll come and it'll go away. And then it kind of didn't go away, and the stories started getting to be really good. The investigative pieces, keeping up with city government, really poking at people. But I also remember with Cara DeGette having a weekly piece that was a column that was all about politics, and that all of a sudden within a couple of years, I can't remember exactly, but I do remember how the day that the Indy would come out each week, you would see copies of the Indy all around the newsroom, not necessarily for display, kind of hidden underneath other stuff, but people were reading it and thinking, this is pretty good, and people are talking about this, and you could see, some respect building there. At that point, my life was more about sports, so it was not really a competition thing with the Independent. But it really that just continued to build. Where, there were still people at the Gazette who didn't want to take it seriously, and probably still don't. But that was something to watch, and actually then I fast forward in the summer of 2006, and I had left the Gazette and was still with Freedom Newspapers, working at worked in Florida, worked in Texas for a little while, but back in Florida, and then I was here visiting, and came by to visit, and it was John said the editor just gave notice, so here, all of a sudden it was like, I said, I think I might be interested in coming back, and one thing led to another.
So Jen, you're next, but I want to mention first a nod to Nick Raven back in the booth there, who's directing the video. Thanks, Nick, for doing that. He'll get his turn out here hosting soon enough. And Ralph was startled when Nick held up a sign that said we only have 60 seconds left in this segment. But I know we started late because we had a little bit of a filibuster from Terry, which was really good at the end of the last segment. So we're gonna we'll run just a couple minutes long, and then the next segment we'll have a chance to catch up at some point. So Jennifer, were you at the Business Journal before it was acquired? Or?
No. So I'm the baby at the table, and in typical John fashion, when he kind of considered buying the Business Journal, I was at the Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce at the time, had been there for about 13 years, and John approached me and said, listen, I know everything there is about newspapers, but I don't know everything to know about the business community. Would you be interested? And kind of just like everybody else, it's like, let's have a conversation about it. And then actually, very fortuitously, kind of the same time I was having conversations with John, the Chamber and the EDC merged. And I was very unceremoniously kind of let go because the next guy that came in, I wasn't his girl. And John Weiss said, hey, we want you on our team. And so I was able to come over right as they were the Independent and John Weiss, and they were turning this into multiple papers, and purchased the Colorado Springs Business Journal.
And we did do a of working together, building relationship, rebuilding, you bringing your contacts and relationships from
Absolutely.
years into the company, and that I just remember. I have great memories of how those few years, things like business leaders trips and things like that. But the credibility that you brought really helped with the business journal. Is, and we had a good staff. That was not like building from
staff.
scratch,
No.
including Amy.
Amy, yep.
But-
Tom Greenwich, no, we have
yeah,
great people.
Yeah, on all sides of
Yep.
the building. So.
This is just so unfair that we have to, I'd like to have you back for an hour at some point. Please come back. Why don't we wrap up I would like to give each of you a chance to just really quickly say why you even bothered to come in today. There must be some reason that you were willing to make the trip.
I just love seeing these faces. We don't always get to catch up. And, Carrie said it once, I think at like a all-staff meeting way back, but we spend more time here working with each other than some of our own, we get with our family and friends back home. And the amount of time we spent in this building together, incredible. So we did really build that kind of work-family dynamic, and we had those, like The Simpsons had the golden years, where it was just those were the good, those were the best episodes. I feel like we had a really golden year period where the staff was just incredible, and they're doing great work still. I just mean, we were staffed up, and everyone was awesome, and maybe I was just like younger and naive, and everything was like really glowy and cute. But I had such a great time here, and then still am having a good time. But yeah, it was awesome then.
We had so much work to do, but we could see how far we had come too, and it was really awesome and life-changing to be a part of that with all you guys and the rest of the staff that was here, to be able to say, here's where we need to go, and then be able to watch ourselves get there on behalf of, or with everyone, working towards the same thing. So,
And we all shared in that kind of a little thrill every week when the new paper came out, and then there were things in it that were people didn't know what to expect, and we're looking forward to it, and it was a responsibility for us with the Indy, with the Business Journal, with
Military
all-
newspapers.
yeah, all around. So.
I know our next schedule has always been, so far, and I hope that they never leave. We've always been in downtown Colorado
Absolutely.
Springs. I think it's really important for us to stay here, and a big supporter of, a city has to have a pretty thriving, vital center to be a successful city. So with me today we have Susan Edmondson, who's all about downtown. You're the executive director of the Downtown Partnership, and we've got Jan Martin, Colorado Springs City Councilor from 2007 to 2015. Probably seemed like longer. Voted best local politician or runner-up. Right, 7 times. I hope that was in the best of the Indy.
It was in the Indy and the Gazette,
Oh,
actually,
both, okay.
back in the day.
All right.
Universally loved.
And I should mention, there's too many things that you do to really mention them all, but are you still president of the Garden of the Gods Foundation?
Yes, I am. That's
Yeah.
one of the things that keeps me busy these days.
And on the board of directors of Rocky Mountain PBS?
No, I got term limited there.
Okay.
too. So I still big supporter of theirs, though.
Good, but a little bit more time for golf, maybe,
Yes,
hopefully.
yes.
Okay. And then Juliet, who is with the League of Women Voters of the Pikes Peak region. I never can keep track of what job you really have with the league.
I've held various titles with the league, and right now I do the newsletter and the web. So it's communications mostly.
I think Yoda, though. I think it's Yoda is your position at the league.
Historian, yes.
So, I know we have a really brief amount of time, and I do want to talk about downtown and civic engagement, but because it's so short, let's just tie that to the Independent and share, if you could share what you think the Independent's contribution has been over the years to that. Is it a pretty important contribution, and what do you hope for going forward from 6035 Media?
Well, I'll start with, maybe a little bit different perspective because I'll go back to the beginning of the Indy, and folks may know I used to also work at the Gazette, and I was arts and entertainment editor.
That's right.
So I really appreciated when they came into being in the community that it's important to have different voices, and then at that time at the Gazette, it was important to have competition, right? So it was like a friendly rivalry in that we want good journalism out there, and frankly, there are things an independent weekly covers that aren't necessarily what the standard daily does. And so oftentimes we would say like, oh, I really hope the Indy does this, because it was the kind of thing where like, okay, yeah, this is a great story that's probably best served over here. So for me, I would always pick it up on, I know it sort of varied on the days, whether it was Wednesday, Thursday that it was coming out, but I would always pick it up that morning on the way into work and kind of pass it around the newsroom or whatever. So I really appreciated as an arts and entertainment editor that there was other robust arts and entertainment coverage in addition to many other things. But
yeah. And that's really been a real strong suit for the Indy over the years, and Nick will be leading another conversation later today about that in more depth. Okay, that's a good start.
As a local politician over the years, there hasn't been a politician in Colorado Springs in the last couple decades whose greatest fear isn't a voicemail or a message that says, please call Pam Zubek. Pam is just known for her in-depth stories, her research, which is impeccable, and she was able to spend time on stories that a daily newspaper just doesn't do that kind of reporting. And I always said I felt like I was on 60 Minutes when I was interviewed by Pam because of the direct questions, and she wouldn't settle for your first answer.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking she's the Mike Wallace of Colorado Springs.
Exactly.
From the league perspective, the Indy has always been there as a co-sponsor with other organizations to have candidate forums, and also hosted the Citizens Project candidate guide, questions, answers, and ballot issues, and the coverage for that has been excellent. And you mentioned the future for 6035. I think, well, we're looking forward to partnering. We know we will be, even in the next election in the spring. So great history there, great future.
Let's go back to you, Susan, because we kind of covered that interesting
Went into
perspective
the
from the other
past
paper.
for a bit, sure.
Yeah, so let's talk about civic engagement and especially downtown, keeping downtown
Well, certainly, as you pointed out, the Indy's always been physically located in downtown, which most media sources usually are, because that's where it's the heart of government, right? We have a great arts and cultural scene downtown as a certified creative district of the state. We always love to say, and we're proud that we have the largest concentration of independent restaurants in all of southern Colorado, and of course, the Indy does a lot of restaurant coverage. So I think while I appreciate that the Independent does and should cover the whole region, it only naturally is going to fall that much of that is, things occurring downtown, again, be it arts, be it governmental things, and hoping to see more of that in the future.
Yeah, I've interviewed a number of people, just intercepted them on the street when I was recording episodes of Soapbox, just put a mic in their face, and probably 80% of the people that I asked about, what they value about the Independent was, oh, that's where I go to find out what's going on. In fact, they wanted us to put a big electronic sign out front.
I know what the permitting process is involving that, and it is complicated. It is not easy.
Yeah, I hadn't even passed that along. I figured we had our hands pretty full. So, are there things that you think we can do better? You have some advice or requests for 6035 Media? Because the Indy isn't going away. It's just metamorphosing into something bigger and better, and more digital, more immediate, more media, kind of like we're doing. We've got, actually doing TV here from the basement of the Indy. Who thought we would ever do that? So it's really going to be bigger and better. So we should be able to do a better job in the future than we did in the past.
I like the combination of the Business Journal and the Indy, bringing those two together. I've always been a big reader of the Business Journal. As a matter of fact, that my first involvement in the city was I woke up one day and said, I think it's time that I start giving back to this community. And I opened up the Business Journal that day, and there was an ad for the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum Advisory Board. And I thought, well, that's as good a place as any to start. I'm as close to a pioneer as they've got around here. So that's when I first got involved in the community at all, was through the Business Journal. I've always been a reader of the Business Journal. And combining that with the Independent, I think has a lot of potential to really merge sort of the Indy philosophy along with the business community.
I kind of like the fact that I just have one place to go for both. I don't have to think, I think maybe I should go get the business news at this moment. It's just going to be there. I think I like that.
Yeah. And it's, to this point, it's all connected, so it's nice to find it all in one place. Your politics affects your economy, and your culture affects your economy. And for me, I hope, and for the League, I think we have a similar mission. League, it's empowering voters, defending democracy, and the Indy's been good at that, and hopefully 6035 would be as well.
Yeah. Now, all three of you, just coincidentally, have good nonprofit experience as well. Jan, you on several boards, and Julie, League of Women Voters. And I didn't mention that you're also on the school board, School District 11.
Colorado Springs District 11.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Not necessarily a typical nonprofit, but League of Women Voters is more like that. And Susan,
Well, our organization is actually two nonprofits, and then
Yeah.
I do serve on some other nonprofit boards as well.
and then you ran another nonprofit for
With B. Friedenberg Foundation, that's right. So
quite a
on the
while.
other side of nonprofit in terms of giving out money.
Yeah.
But yeah, lots of nonprofit involvement.
So, do you have any observations about? I've been attracted to the Indy and a fan because it has served well the nonprofit ventures that I've been involved in. I think it has kind of a, I don't know, it's got an affinity for the people that are working on good causes and that maybe wouldn't have as big a voice, as big of an amplifier without a little bit of help from the newspaper.
Well, John Weiss is a guy who has 100 ideas a minute, and it was always hard to sort of sort through which ideas were going to stick with John. I remember meeting him at Port Richards one day for a cup of coffee, and he shared this idea that became Indy Give. And I think Indy Give, in support of the local nonprofits, has just proved to be a remarkable program to help support local nonprofits.
What
Well,
else?
I was just going to say, I think kind of back to your earlier question, although it also ties to the nonprofit question of, what we want to see in the future, and a diversity of voices, which is already there. But I frankly love when I look at the paper, read stories, and see people I don't know. Right? Obviously you're going to recognize the name of an elected leader or something like that. But to me, it's like if I open it up and see people and I'm a pretty connected person, right?
Yeah.
If it's all people I already know, like that's not getting out, into the tentacles of the community. And, we know we're a sprawling city of 200 square miles. And so I'm looking forward to continuing to have new voices, younger voices in all pockets of the community. Yes, I'm a downtown champion, but I love my whole city, and I want to see all the rest of the community in there. I guess that other thing too is, we refer to a paper, and for years it's never been to me like what form something is in. So digital, great, more robust digital coverage, absolutely. I just want good journalism, and I don't care what form it takes. So.
Well said. Well said. Well, as we wrap up, why don't I let's go around the table, and I'll ask each of you to, if you have a message for John Weiss, any thanks or any gripes or any suggestions for John or for the organization that he's letting go of. Jan, let's start with you.
Yeah, well, my message for John is just a big thank you. And thank you for your years of service, your years of care for our community, and your willingness to give all that you have over the years to provide a new and different voice for Colorado Springs. And it just means the world. And keep those 100 ideas a minute coming, John.
That was exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, darn.
Keep those ideas coming. And that's true for John and for the new media project, essentially. And the collaboration and the focus on community and the inspiration. I have great appreciation for all that.
Thanks.
I would just add certainly the appreciation for all the years of coverage and community support. But I think, we're going through a lot of transition as a city right now, too, right? And we also know we have elections coming up where we're going to have a new mayor and several new council people. We've had a lot of new leadership in key organizations. And so I also think of this new entity as, really a spark Springs is becoming.
Yeah, you said it. Well, thank you, Susan Edmondson, Juliet, Jan Martin, very much. Thanks for joining us. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes with more.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks.
secure and remains firm. We will continue to hold the powerful accountable. We will continue to deliver truth. We will continue to provide a voice for the unseen and the unheard in the community. And really the goal is to build on the foundation that John and Catherine and Kara and Carrie and Terry Homick and a cast of thousands put their blood, sweat, and tears into the publication, and we want to honor that foundation, continue to build on it, and deliver more news, more arts and entertainment, business news, military news, real stories about the challenges and opportunities that veterans and military service members face. And do it in an efficient way, in a single package that is delivered to the community. So we are kind of creating something that will survive, will go on for the next 30 years and be just as amazing.
I want to cut in here real quick because I did not unmute you when I did my wonderful introductions. So Amy Gillentine, Lainey Adams, Brian Grossman, and Ariana Platten, thank you so much for joining me.
Hello, Nick.
We can't talk about the future if we're stuck in the past.
Exactly. We don't carry shame here. Ariana, why take the board role?
Well, there are two kinds of boards, Nick. There are prestige boards and there are working boards. Prestige boards usually are boards of established organizations. When having people who have power and clout in the community really can kind of extend your reach. And we're not at that point. We're at the point where we need a working board. We need a board that is hands-on, involved in the day-to-day processes, and also doing the work in the community. And I'm very committed. My time is very committed. I want to put my time into a place that's really making a difference in the community, and obviously we're making a difference around here.
Absolutely. Brian, what do you think about hang on, I have questions here. The roles our pubs play and have played in delivering truth, building community, and engaging citizens.
Yes. What do I think about that?
Can I get 748 more words?
748 more words. All right. Hey, I do word counts, not you. I mean, that could be a really long answer. The short answer, I would say, is any community that's a two-newspaper town is a better off community. I think you saw that with the Denver Post and the Rocky Mountain News back in the day, and when Rocky Mountain News went away, I think it really had an impact on news in Denver. And Colorado Springs has been a multiple newspaper town, depending on how you look at it, for years. But I think this move to 60/35 is going to give the Daily a run for its money. I'll say just in the past, 10 business days, we've broken at least 3 stories, I think even 4 stories. And people have realized that. And I think, moving into this sort of digital first daily mindset, we're already doing that sort of work now. So with the resources we're going to get, with additional sort of newsroom help, expanding the coverage that we're doing to include military stuff. Readers may know the Indy, readers may know the Business Journal, readers may have been reading the military newspapers, but the chances that they were reading all of those at the same time, I think, are pretty small. So I think a lot of the community is going to be really surprised and pleased with the amount of news that they're going to get, and how much it turns Colorado Springs into a legitimate two-newspaper town. So I think a lot of people are going to see that in the next few weeks. Absolutely. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Lanny, what does the new publication look like for you, and what does it mean for our community here?
I liked what John Weiss said earlier. He mentioned that he wanted to be a little bit New York Times, a little NPR, and a little Bart Simpson.
Yeah.
I kind of loved that, and I think we're still going to be where the business community meets, but you're going to be able to grab that in one place. That's exciting for readers, and it's exciting for potential advertisers. We're going to expand that audience. We're going to expand that reach, and many more exciting opportunities for people to come in and get in front of our loyal audience, whether it's in print, online, or now on air as we're doing now. So I think some exciting opportunities for not only readers, but for potential advertisers to be in front of our audience. I'm going to repeat, Brian, did I answer the question? Okay.
If it's 148 words, I think we'll get it. Amy, do you want to address the rumors?
Is it true you're going out with Tom Brady?
What rumors are you speaking of? Yes, I would. I really do want to take a minute to honor what the Indy has meant to this community. I think the Indy has changed Colorado Springs for the better. I cannot imagine what the community would look like without the Indy. So I fully understand people's concerns that it's the end of an era, and their kind of sorrow and nostalgia around the Indy. But I do want to emphasize we will still hold true to that mission, and we will honor that hard work and move forward to still, again, hold the powerful accountable, do great investigative work, cover the community while also building bridges and creating the next 30 years. So while it feels like an ending, it really is just a evolution into the 21st century and the things that we must do, because we must keep feisty, local, independent journalism alive in Colorado Springs. It's so important, and the voice of the Indy, the voice of the Business Journal, the voice of these newspapers are so important to their respective communities that combining them only creates a larger readership and a larger platform for the unheard and the unseen.
Excellent. Ariana, why do we need 6035?
Amy just answered that question for you. Really, I would say because if we don't inform the community about what politicians are doing, about what's happening in the business world, about what's happening in marginalized communities, we are without the power to make change. We need those people. We need the people in the community to understand what's happening, so that they can use their voices, their wallets, their everything to make a difference. And if they don't know what's happening, they can't do that. They lose their power. So this publication empowers the community to create the community that they want. And one of the things that I'm really excited about with it is the kind of cross-pollination that we're able to do in this one publication, because suddenly you can pick up one publication in town and find out what's happening on the southeast, what's happening in Manitou, what's happening on the north end of town, what's happening downtown, who's doing what. And that's there's a real emphasis on that with this new publication that I think is going to increase the impact that we've had in the past 30 years.
Absolutely. Thank you. Brian, I want to ask, why a digital focus?
Because news doesn't care about your news cycle. And while we're still going to have a print component, news happens every day. I think we're all too aware of that, even in this community over the past month or two. And just from a news telling standpoint, you can't be a news company and not be online and thinking digitally first now. So we are doing a bit of a 180 when it comes to planning how we tell the news. Usually we go over what the print edition is going to look like and plan around that. Now we're going to be putting everything up digitally as it happens, and then decide what the print edition is going to look like from there. But it also helps support, these other sorts of projects that we want to do. You can't do a podcast in print.
Wait. What?
Video
Video in print is pretty boring. Be lots of screenshots, I guess. So, you know, we do want to get into these other ways of telling stories, and podcasting is a piece of that. Video is a piece of that.
to sort of complement what we're already doing in print, which is great. And we're getting better at this sort of stuff, I think, every week. So at some point, I think it's all going to sort of blur, and it's just going to be, this is the news, and that's going to include video. It's going to include podcast interviews with prominent people in the community, or just us, and it's going to include the strong print news telling that we've been doing since I've been on board, and even before that. So you will get all this stuff in a more timely fashion now that we're focusing more on digital.
Awesome. And Lanny, I'll kind of give you the last big question of the shift here. Why nonprofit?
Well, I think it gives us an opportunity, and everyone here at the table said, to be in front of a different audience and a different opportunity for bringing in money for journalism, for our writers, for podcasts such as this. And it really gives us an opportunity to expand. And again, to be in front of a different audience.
Excellent. Did anyone have any last minute words before we depart for this break here?
Nick, can I add to what Lenny just said?
Yes.
The power of nonprofit is that it belongs to the community, that we're led by a community board, that board will change regularly, which means that we have more than one group leading this process. We have an advisory committee that we expect to expand to about 40 leaders in the community. It's really an opportunity, going nonprofit, to create long-term sustainability financially and in its purpose, to kind of allow this organization to be shaped and held by the community of Colorado Springs. And I really am, so grateful for John Weiss and what he built up to this point, and so grateful that we have had this immense opportunity to take this publication, which has, this new publication, which in all of its iterations has always been about Colorado Springs, and to really give people in the community more hands-on involvement.
Ariana, thank you. I want to thank all of you guys, Amy Gillentine, Brian Grossman, Ariana Platten, Lanny Adams. Thank you for joining me for this segment. We're about to head out. Thank you for joining us for Indy 15. We will be back.
That's not Indy 15.
IndyFinity.
IndyFinity, it's
Nick.
15 times infinity.
not just working automatically.
Hello, everybody. We are welcoming you back to IndyFinity. Hello, I am reporter Nick Raven here, your host for here in this thing that we're doing. In the studio, we have Dave Gardner, executive producer here. He does the podcast. Hello. And also Ralph Routon. How you doing? Welcome
All right.
back.
All good.
And then joining us remotely, Frank Sinkowski. I want to make sure I've got your audio up. Can you talk real quick? No, I can't hear you. What in the world is going on?
Fran, you're there somewhere.
Oh, you're muted. That's what's going on. You're still muted in StreamYards. Thank you for joining us, though. I appreciate you, Dave.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I've had better moments because I'm having to try to get these cameras back up and
isn't that
and running.
great?
If you see me over here messing around with the laptop, that's it. So I appreciate you sort of getting this segment started because
no worries.
I definitely don't want to shortchange Fran. He's got some good history with the organization, and Ralph too. And we were hoping that Kara DeGette, who was here from the beginning of the Independent. First as a senior reporter and eventually as editor. She was going to try to join us remotely, but I think she's having internet issues, so we may not hear from Kara. But
we can talk about her.
Yeah.
We get to Fran. I still can't hear you. What is? If you go into your web on the StreamYards itself, I think you've got an extra control there. Ralph, do you want to talk about the early years? I know you've been on here already, but any congratulations or thanks for John Weiss here. I know.
Well, he pulled it all together at the start, but then, continued to make key hires along the way. Probably the most significant of which is our, if we can get him on here, is Fran Zankowski, because that made such a difference on the business side of the paper as well, which, it's at some point you still have to pay the bills, and we can talk all we want about great stories and great staff and all the work that went into getting the paper out, but you also had to have advertising support to pull it off, and for a lot of years there in the kind of middle toward the back end of the Indy's history, it's been Fran behind the scenes who a lot of people didn't realize was having the impact he was because of the stability from the business side.
Absolutely. What did you inherit from Kara and the team?
Well, I was really lucky because the first year that I got here was the last year Kara was still on staff. She was living in Denver. I had been reading her column for years, and she was always so totally dialed in to the political scenes locally, regionally, state level, and she made it interesting, and she always had information and little tidbits and things in her columns that you didn't see anywhere else, and it made the Indy one of the go-to things that people knew they could pick up the paper every week for a lot of years, and they were going to get that, and that was right through toward all the way to the end of her time, with the paper, and she's still doing it with a neighborhood paper, Park Hill area of Denver, now as editor of that paper.
Absolutely. Fran, how you doing?
Still don't have his
Still
audio.
Oh.
Wow. What did you click it? No, still. I thought I had you for just a second.
Yeah, it sounded like we did have him.
On my end. Whoa. Say, no, still not.
I can be a surrogate for Kara because I had a good conversation with her a couple days ago.
Yeah, go ahead.
And she told something that really struck me was a story she told me was that in 1999 I think she was sitting in a Colorado Springs City Council meeting. So that was what 6 years or so after the launch of the Indy, and she looked up at the dais and realized that the mayor and every city council member had all been endorsed by the Indy in '99. And that to her that meant, wow, this place has changed.
Yeah, that's cool, and it happened again here just 5 years ago.
Yeah.
In the 17 election, it wasn't. I can't say it was every member of city council. It was every member who was on the ballot that year, and every race, and all the endorsements came through and won.
So Ralph, it made me wonder, because you were here in town, you definitely were observing, so you could probably have a good idea about this. If it wasn't that the Indy changed this town, but it was just that the Indy watered all the pretty flowers.
Well, and the Indy elevated a growing segment of the population that had no voice and had no media outlet that was communicating to that group, and that became the core loyal following for the Independent, and both readers on a personal level, but also businesses who supported us, and that really, it made a difference. You have to have something to start with. You can't just start at zero. And it amazed me when I got here full time working at the end of 2006, the level of loyalty of people you would run into who would say, I've been reading this paper for a lot of years, and you and I expect a lot. Those people expected a lot of the Indy, and if every once in a while you say, your cover stories aren't as good as they used to be, or something like that. You would take that seriously. It wasn't just, hey, you couldn't just say we've had an off month, or we had a couple of stories that we had planned and they fell through or got delayed. That wasn't good enough. The readers were really expecting a lot from the Indy. It wasn't just like, oh, good, here's my escape from the Gazette or the rest of the media. It was coming to the Indy expecting to be informed about issues and problems and people who were behind the scenes making a difference in the community.
So I don't know whether you mentioned, Nick, that Fran, in addition to all of his good credentials in journalism, is also a member of our board, of the 6035.
He is.
Board.
Oh yeah, I didn't get into that, but he was trying to join us from DC. I don't know if we'll get him in here. I'm trying with all of my powers, but unfortunately we're about out of time for the segment. Fran, can you hear me at all? I can see. Okay. Can you? Are you able to say anything though? No.
Do you know sign? Do you know sign language?
Yeah. Fran, I'm so
Shoot.
glad that you were able to stop in. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure what the audio issue is. We do have to toss it to break, unfortunately. Do you guys have any last minute words before we head out here?
I can think you can hear me now.
Oh! The floor is yours.
Yeah.
So sorry, guys. So sorry. Hey.
Go ahead,
Ralph,
Fran.
you said incredibly nice things about me, but the truth is the paper changed when Ralph Rowden came on board. He did an amazing job moving the Independent and bringing us an incredible number of readers and authority and respect to the community. I really love working with Ralph. I loved working with Kara too, and John. I've had a great time over there. For 10 years, I was doing the job. I just want to tell you one quick story. That's really, Ralph said about how I worked with the sales staff. My favorite story about them is we were doing a special issue, and we had a whiteboard in the office, and I put up all the goals for every sales rep. And I told them if they met those goals, they could shave my head. And we go there and do it. And they really got into it. And it was like the third day I realized they'd already made their goals. So I went over to the board after they left for the night and I changed all the goals. And I did this every day for 2 weeks until finally, one rep, Jason, came up to me and said, I think my goals have changed. And I was like, oh, maybe. Anyway, they beat those goals. We went over to a local salon and everyone took out the head clippers and cut off my hair. I was completely bald for about 2 months. But what was great about that was it inspired everyone to have fun. It wasn't just about working hard. It was also about having fun, whether it was a best of party or was laughing in the office or doing stupid things like shaving my head. It was a blast to be there for 10 years. And I'm so pleased to be the treasurer now of the board. It brings back, I have a lot of friends in Colorado Springs. I work up in Boulder now for the Boulder Weekly, and I really just love coming back down to Colorado Springs and see how great it is changing. Where I came from, I'm sorry I'm talking a lot, but I just want to tell you, where I came from was Connecticut, probably one of the more liberal pockets of the country. It was so great to come to a city where a paper was truly needed. It was great to come to a place where there was journalism being provided every single week and working with such a great team of journalists and sales reps and production people. It really was a thrill being in Colorado Springs. I miss it. I wish everyone really well, and I hope that whatever I can do on the board is worthwhile and helpful.
Franz, thank you so much. I'm glad we were able to solve your audio issue and you were able to get
and we're glad to
mess-
have you. So glad to have you.
Get your in there. I want to thank Frank Zankowski, Ralph Roughton, and Dave Gardner for being in this segment. I really appreciate you. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back. Refresh the staff. It's not the Indy 15, but it is IndyFinity. It's a much larger number. We'll be back. All right, everybody, welcome back. This is IndyFinity. This is our next segment here. We're going to talk about membership. Joining us in the studio, of course, Gamey Gillentine, publisher, 6035 Media, Tracy Woods, membership manager, and Jessica McMullen, marketing and events manager. Welcome, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's such a good system. I'm so glad for you. So let's talk about memberships and fundraising. Jessica, you're the newbie into this broadcast right now. You want to talk about what we're doing with memberships and stuff?
Well,
That's totally Tracy's
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Yes, Tracy, that's a great start.
Okay, so as everybody should be aware of by now, we are making a change in how we've been delivering the news, and how that's going to happen going forward is in part through memberships and through donations and through public support that goes beyond what we have had. And I cannot thank our readers enough across all publications, the Indy, the Business Journal, the Pikes Peak Bulletin, the Southeast Express, everywhere, the advertisers. And so what we're doing is we're bringing the membership component into play so that people have an opportunity to engage on a different level. And really, that's what we're going for with the membership, is to have people participate on a level that they have not been able to participate before. And right now, today, we're kicking off the charter membership, which is $10 a month. You can go to 6035, SIXTY 35, membership.org, and go ahead and get signed up to do that.
Hang on, I'm just typing that out. Absolutely.
Awesome.
I'm gonna put that up on the screen. Do you want to add on to that, Jessica?
Well, yeah. So it's really, really exciting. I know Tracy mentioned this, but this is an opportunity for readers, for people who've kind of passively been able to consume our news, to become members, to really engage with their news, with their business news, with their community news, with the folks who have been taking the time out of their day to go pick up the Indy and find it. Now have an option where they can be a member and they can subscribe and they can get the Indy mailed to them. And it's not the Indy, it's 6035, so it's even better. It's
Right.
more news. It's so exciting that we've got this membership component, because there's a lot of places that membership's going to play a role in, like events, which you'll hear about next.
Yeah, and one of the biggest perks to me is the fact that you're going to get it a day ahead of time, before it enters any newsstands, before it even hits your mailbox. So having that strong digital component that we're really excited about is going to be something that I think a lot of people are going to want to have, to get the information a day ahead in their inbox. So
Absolutely. It's 6035membership.org.
correct.
Excellent. I'm going to put that on the screen. Go there. Actually, there was a comment by Ryan Hannigan in here. When will the membership information be live on 6035membership.org? The print says to learn more about the levels, but only shows the $10 per month donation level right now.
I can answer that question.
Thank you,
We
Amy.
are, actually, I am previewing a brand new website, custom made website, thanks to our friends at Magnetti Marketing, 6035media.org. And the exciting thing is it will have membership. It will have an opportunity for people to engage. It will also, you choose the news. So you log in and you get to pick what you want to see. If you want arts and entertainment, if you want politics, and you want a little bit of Southeast or Manitou, you get to choose that. And that's what we will deliver to you. So it's a whole new way of looking at the news and of reading the news online. It'll also give us lots of multimedia opportunities for interactive things like that. So the details will be up in the next week, actually. But I think Tracy has. Do you have the list of
I've got a
that
list.
$10?
Yeah.
Why don't you share that?
It's a pretty good list. It's so good I had to print it out. So as I mentioned before, you're going to get the news early in your inbox. There are going to be members-only events that are exclusive to the people who have become members. There's going to be a quarterly membership newsletter. There will be an opportunity to get discount tickets on some of our 6035 events that we've got planned coming up for the year. Pretty exciting there. And the conversations and surveys that our publisher and our editor will put together will go out to our membership. And again, these are engagement opportunities. These are engagement components that we're really, really, really excited about, so that when we say this is becoming the community's newspaper, this is how this is manifested. It's bringing people in. It's taking our readers to the next level beyond the comment section in social media. So this is where we're going with the membership. Part of your membership dollars is going to support a scholarship that, and I think, Amy, this is one of the things that's big on your heart.
It is.
It's going to support a scholarship that goes to people of color, minorities, people who have not traditionally been in journalism, to tell the stories with their voices from where they are coming from and to cover their communities where they live. If you want to speak a little bit more to that.
So
then-
10%.
And I'll let you know real quick. We are going to transit, but
running
Amy,
out of time?
I'll give you the last word here, Amy.
So yes, 10% of the membership donations. There are also opportunities to meet with me and Brian and our editorial opinion team to share with us what your concerns are with the community in this membership plan. We're going to have member tickets. You're having an opportunity to get tickets to things like Meadowgrass and Switchbacks and things like that. But the big piece for me is 10% of those dollars goes to create a scholarship for journalists from underserved communities. Journalism has long had a diversity issue, and rebuilding trust with communities is one of the things we really, really want to focus on. So we are telling the stories and really building those bridges. So it's part that Tracy's right, I'm very, very excited about.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much for joining it. Amy Gillentine, Tracy Woods, Jessa McMullen. Two of you guys are staying in here for the next segment, but we're going to swap out Amy here. We're going to go to break, and we'll be right back on IndyFinity.
If you have ever picked up a paper copy, a physical copy of the Indy or the Bulletin or the Southeast Express or any of our other publications, we have our drivers to thank for that. And what they do is they're the last mile in the marathon, okay? They are the people who, it doesn't matter how good the pictures look. Our photographer's fantastic. It doesn't matter how great Pam Zubek's story is. If it doesn't make it into the hands of the readers, that's a tragedy. So I got to give a shout out to the drivers, and also just give some energy to Dan Bernheim, who has gone before us. He had been with us for about 12 years. He had newspaper in his blood. If you cut him, I'm sure he bled black newsprint ink. He had grown up with it. He had married into it. He was part of the CSBJ before John Weiss bought that. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the drivers. Love them all. They're great.
Excellent. I want to reintroduce everyone because I didn't hit the mute, or I didn't hit the unmute. This is, I'm going to get this down. I swear I will. But Tracy Woods, Membership Manager, Jessica McMullen, Marketing and Events Manager, and Deb Walker, you are the Director of Strategic Partnerships at the Independence Center, and you were the Executive Director at Citizens Project. Jessica, do you want to talk to us about events not real quick, just, I mean, we're always on time, but, you know.
Well, I'll try to be quick.
Yeah.
6035 is going to be carrying on some of the amazing events that have been going on for a very long time between the Business Journal and the Indy. Celebrations of young professionals, those folks under 40 who are really rising in their industries and rising in the community. That Rising Stars nominations are open now at www.csbj.com/nominations. But it's a chance to recognize 25 of the really amazing people in the community. We are doing things like our big best of party, when the readers of 6035 Media select which businesses they think are the best of Colorado Springs. We're still going to bring them together and party. We're going to do a big event where we bring live music to the community. We're going to do our Women of Influence, where we recognize the women who are really making a difference. We have a ton of other things. The Book of Lists, where, you know, people who need to know what's happening and what those top businesses are. That Book of Lists
it's invaluable.
Is an amazing resource.
It's invaluable.
And, you know, not only do we produce the book and have those print copies people can buy, but we have a big event where we give people that chance to get it before anyone else can. And with the events, we're going to be having those member opportunities. There'll be discounts for members to come attend events. There'll be opportunities for people to engage in new ways and attend events that they couldn't attend otherwise if they weren't members. Right. So the events are really exciting just because our goal when we look at whether we're going to do an event or not is, what are we giving to the community?
Right.
What are we bringing? And what's this going to leave behind for us? And more importantly, for everyone.
Absolutely. And speaking of giving to the community, Deb, do you get to participate in our events and down at the Independence Center?
Yeah, you know, it was fun just hearing you talk. It was like a little walk down memory lane. The Independence Center is always privileged to be part of the best of. Sometimes as best nonprofit, also best home health care agency. So we're pretty regularly acknowledged for that. And the party, I do have to say, might be one of the most fun of the year. But, you know, I also think of, like, I have utilized that Book of Lists for lots of years, and you know, and it's also interesting to think about some of the events that have come and gone. I was part of the committee that was for the Indy Inclusion Awards that, you know, existed for a few years, but it was an awesome, the Indy really stepped forward when the Pride Center closed and said, we need to make sure that we are honoring LGBT.
And that's become the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion
Yeah,
Awards,
so
where we continue to grow and change and adapt and continue to recognize those
That's
people.
exactly right. So it's just been fun to see it through the years, but it's always the best party in town, no matter which party it is.
January 19th, register online.
Yeah, Jessica. Absolutely. Jessica, are there any other events in January that we need to be putting on calendars?
We do. So January 19th is the big best of party. Come celebrate with us at City Auditorium. And we're going to have aerial silks performers. We're going to have derby. We're going to have flow artists. We're going to have a mechanical bull because our theme is Space Cowboy.
Oh my goodness.
It's so much fun. It's going to be so much fun.
And we're kicking off the COS CEO series where we do leadership lessons with folks who are, you know, really they're at a point in their careers where they've been on this journey. And we're going to hear from J.W. Roth of Live Notes, which is Boot Barn Hall and a ton of other things. So, and that's January 25th. So you'll be able to find those on our calendars. And
another great series that community members should pay attention to and participate in.
Yeah.
Absolutely. With our, I'm going to ask Tracy, why do events matter?
Well, if you look at our mission statement, we are in the business and have always been in the business. Let's be clear about that. To deliver the truth, to build community, and to engage citizens. And you heard me say opportunities before. That's what an event is. It is an opportunity for us to come together. There's so many reasons to be a part. We have come through a really trying time the last few years. These events are where you're going to meet people in your community that you may not come across otherwise. You may not have conversations with these people otherwise. So it's really, really important to come together and have some fun, maybe have a cocktail, maybe see a space cowboy. Who knows? It's just a chance to bring people together in a way that they may not ordinarily come together. And to support 6035 Media, of course, being the community's paper now, which it's always been, but in a different way. So.
Thank you, Tracy. And we're so much better than 6034 Media.
6035.
Yeah, I know, exactly. We're the next step up. Deb, since I know you're on a time crunch here and your availability is slim, and you're also new, so you get to speak in here as well, kind of cap us off. Do you have any congratulations or thanks to John Weiss or others here at the Indy?
Oh, John, I was just on the phone with John a few minutes ago. It's really amazing. Citizens Project, which is the organization that I used to be the executive director of, had a very similar origin story as the CS Indy. And we had the same founding year, born out of those early days of Amendment 2 and our really tumultuous history in Colorado Springs. So the Indy has been such an important partner to really give voice to those issues, to really make sure organizations that are doing the good work to provide the counter voice and be a voice for inclusion, are heard and seen. And, that is John's vision and John's doing. And, this community is a radically better place because of him and his investment in it and, decades of blood, sweat, and tears, frankly. So I am grateful for John, not only in what he's done for our wonderful community, but also as a good friend.
Oh, thank you. It was nice to have him in here earlier, and with the the first ones in here, and have him talk about the earliest days. Yeah. So absolutely, Jessica, do you want to give us the last word on events before we head out of this segment?
I do. Our events are something that are going to be building people together. We're going to build community. We're going to help the people who attend. There's something and a reason to be there for every event we host. And that's something that I hope everybody is paying attention to, and that you're signed up for our newsletter. If you go to 6035media.org today, it's going to tell you, did you know our website's not live yet? But it's going to give you an opportunity to sign up now for the newsletter. So I'll be giving people the opportunity to win gift cards who sign up now. Everybody who signs up, I'm doing a weekly drawing. And those newsletters I'm going to tell you about events. You're going to hear some great things from the different newsletters that you'll have the opportunity to sign up for. And within our newsletters, like the event newsletter that went out on Tuesday, we also give people the opportunity to learn how to donate.
Yes. Yeah.
Hang on. I've got, yes.
I've got it behind me. As of 10 a.m. today, we were at $5,000 in donations from the community, contributing to making sure that we continue to tell the truth, build community, and engage citizens. And we can't do it without help. And our events are also a part of making sure we continue doing all of these things.
And we need to thank our sponsors. I mean, we have had so many sponsors over the years that have helped make those events happen. It's a great sponsorship opportunity for anybody out there who may be looking for that.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. Jessa McMullen, Tracy Woods, Deb Walker, thank you for joining me in this segment of IndyFinity. Not Indy 15, IndyFinity. We're going to be right back. We're going to change out some people, and we'll go from there. Stay tuned.
Wait, we're not on camera yet.
No, but you are probably live.
Yes, we are live.
Yes,
we are
right.
so live right now.
There we are.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Welcome back to IndyFinity. This is the 8th block. How are we 8 blocks in? We're going to talk about business, community, and news. As reporter Nick Raven here, I'm going to hand this actually off to Brian Grossman, who is the editor-in-chief at 6035 Media, to talk about that.
Thanks, Nick. You're not going to introduce anybody else? You're going to leave that to me?
No, actually, I'll do that.
Okay.
Joining us. See, I'm kind of keeping track of who's been in the show so far. So we're going to introduce, obviously, you, Brian Grossman, editor-in-chief, but Helen Lewis, managing editor at 6035 Media, formerly at the Indy since 2021, CSBJ managing editor since 2016, and you were a reporter from 2017 to 2019.
Yeah, it kind of went that way. It was more like 2016. I was a reporter.
Yeah.
And those dates are a little, but yeah, I did join in 2016. And
Book of lists, though. You're a researcher to
I
start.
started at first as a researcher. I was not planning to go, I can say this, I was not planning to go back into journalism.
Yeah.
None
None of us ever do when we leave, but we don't know how to do anything
Well, I
else.
had been at a big daily in Australia and I had got a bit disillusioned and long story, but at the time that I started as a researcher, it was very part-time. I was a letterpress printer full-time. Once can we shut that door or not?
No.
No, we're not
We
allowed to.
can't.
No.
Okay, I'm
This
so
is a
sorry. I
public
keep hearing
access.
other things. Oh, that's the public access, so I just wrecked everything. Sorry, everybody. Okay.
We even have the window open.
Yeah, somebody
so-
might crawl through there.
Yeah.
Yay.
Special guest. a
Special
bird.
guest.
So it's noisy.
Squirrel.
Special
It's
terrifying
noisy
guest.
today.
Famous squirrels.
It's a news reporting squirrel at
Yeah.
6035 Media.
It'll be a squirrel with sunglasses.
And a trench coat.
No, that's a different kind of squirrel.
I knew that was going to degenerate sooner or later.
Also, Dave Gardner's in the house.
Eighth block is when it falls apart.
Yep,
Noted.
that's...
We hadn't introduced Dave yet.
I
I'm
just
sorry.
did.
Dave's been around, though. I
Okay.
think people know Dave by now,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
notorious.
Producer podcast, I know.
Dave led much more organized and important podcasts earlier.
Hey,
I'm not in charge of comedy like you are, Brian.
Speaking of comedy, business community and news.
Well, I wanted to hear more about because you had your own printing. You did it as your own business.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
okay.
did that. I did actually. I started in design in New Orleans, and that was where I first heard about letterpress and decided I was going to get one of those things. They're very hard to get. I did get one on the other side of the Cascades in Washington State, and for 10 years ish, I was in graphic design and letterpress printing. I ran my own business, and at the time that I joined the Business Journal, I didn't have any intention of giving that up, but little bit by little bit, once I was back in a newsroom, it sort of became difficult to resist. So,
Infects you like COVID.
Hot Takes and String Breaks is on Friday.
Oh,
okay. We record that.
And then, so researcher to reporter with the Business
then
Journal.
Then
digital editor.
Managing editor of the Business Journal, then managing editor for the Business Journal and Indy.
Yep.
And here we are.
So what are we going to do with business news now that the Business Journal? Yeah, and you've got you should hold that up
yes,
so everybody
actually,
can see that one.
because where's
I don't know what camera it is.
here?
You can
There
imagine.
I got it.
Yeah,
I've got
I'm
powers.
learning my cameras.
Yes.
Anyway, business news is going to get even bigger and better. We're going to do what we do so well and have always done, but we're going to be able to add a lot more digital component, get things up quickly. Also with podcasts, there'll be business coverage in the podcasts, but we've always focused in the Business Journal on really hyper-local business news. And I can really get on a soapbox about the importance of local news. I believe in it with all my heart. That's why I'm here. Nobody cares about your city or your business community like the people who live in it. And that's why I think what we do is so incredibly important. We really dig into issues in ways that you often can't do with other media. We have people who are really specialists in their areas and who can look at the issues and find out what's really going on, not just what people want you to think is going on. Something that I think we've also been really conscious of at the Business Journal is covering the city that we are, but also being really recognizing the city that we want to be and focusing on diversity and growth, and really on small businesses as well, not just the big players. So that coverage is going to keep powering on, and we're just going to be able to add to it and expand and be really responsive and engage with our readers more, which I think is one of the things that has really impressed me about the Business Journal, coming from other communities where I've never seen that relationship, and the way that the Business Journal helps to grow and cement relationships within the business community. So I think those are things that are all just going to keep on growing.
Just to jump on two things you said, you'd mentioned the future, what we would like the business community to look like, and I've heard, I think all from within the building, that we were the most progressive business journal in the country. So I don't know if that's an official recognition.
I've really heard that about us, and
Right.
I think I'm happy about that. I think I think that's a wonderful thing. I think there can be a sort of a reputation of business news and business communities as being, stuck in their ways or not. We talk about innovation in business a lot, but we want to talk about that in business news as well, and in the ways that we encourage growth and who we welcome into the business community, how we grow it. And I just think that we have a really important role in that.
But
go ahead,
if I don't mind me interrupting, I think a lot of people are really afraid that the Business Journal is going to lose its stuffy conservative image when it's actually part of 6035.
That
You can
stuffy
assure us.
conservative image that we're so known for.
No.
I have you know that
just-
when I walk through the Business Journal part of the office, there's like a sauna and like
Right,
there's like
candles and
exquisite tile imported from Italy,
Mhm.
like all, and then you go to Indy and there's like trash. And
Right. the famous squirrel running around eating
like,
people's lunches.
I'm turning my story, Mr. Grossman.
That was a spot-on squirrel, Nick.
It was.
I think one thing to point, well, and to Dave's point, people who are familiar with the Business Journal, they're going to see a lot of things that they're familiar with,
Yeah.
things that won't go away. They're going to see.
Absolutely.
One thing to note is the Business Journal has traditionally been a business-to-business publication, but as part of this transition, we'd like to incorporate more business-to-consumer news. So for people who have been subscribing to the Business Journal, you'll still get the B2B stuff, but you're also going to see some B2C stuff that might be interesting.
That's a big thing that I forgot to mention. But another thing that I really think is important, and I hope I didn't cut you off as you were about to say
No, that's
it.
all right. I'll dog ear it. I got more. Go ahead.
Is that I think that going forward with 6035, there are so many things that the business community, you'll have all of your business news, but there are so many other things that impact your decision making, what you do, that impact the business community that we may not file directly under business news,
Sure.
but they're important to know, and you get that as well. And I think that's really important. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. I was just going to say the event side too of the Business
Yeah.
Journal. The Business Journal,
That's big.
for people who aren't familiar with it, really does put on a ton of events in town. We have our COS CEO series, which is a monthly sort of roundtable with local leaders, CEOs, business owners. It also comes with a magazine. So Business Journal subscribers who are transitioning to 6035 will see some of those things. People who are new to Business Journal content would probably want to consider, picking up one of those magazines or heading to an event in 2023. Rising Stars would be another one.
Rising Stars, and nominations are open for Rising Stars,
Rising
at the
Stars.
moment. So people who are coming up, younger.
Under 40, if you know somebody in the business community you want to nominate. Yep.
I want to say something about COS CEO, by the way, because a lot of the leaders that we interview there are people that I've talked to before, I've interviewed before. I have never gone to one of those COS CEO leadership lessons without coming away going, wow, I learned so much. And even despite the fact of having done interviews with them before, they're
Right.
so useful. I just wanted to say that.
And they, for some reason, become more vulnerable up on a stage in front of other people.
It's
You
a
would think it would be the opposite.
You really
but
would. I mean, when I started doing those interviews, I would have expected that, that people would not open up so much, but
Yeah.
they really do.
And next year, we're going to start doing some podcast interviews with those CEOs, which will be an extra
That's
plus.
exciting. Yeah.
And then I think, I don't know if Women of Influence is another
Women of Influence is
biggie
a
for the
big
Business
one.
Journal.
Yeah.
And the city.
And I think that all of those, are again go to that thing of building community, but also building the city that we want to see. Really recognizing these people, and in some ways, younger people, women who traditionally haven't been recognized in the same way. So I think that's important.
Over the 6 years that you've been with the Business Journal, 6 years, right? That's right.
It is 6 years.
How have you seen the business community change? Or have you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I think I was struck when I first came here and first started working with the Business Journal about how the business community felt different and tighter than in other cities that I'd lived and worked in. And I've lived in 4 countries, and I can't count how many cities, so I have a list. So it was different, and I was really impressed with that. And I felt more collaboration between people than competition. I mean, of course there's competition, but I would have expected perhaps as the city's grown so quickly over these next, over the 6 years, for that to change for the worse. But I'm an optimist, and I really think it hasn't changed. We've kept in the business community that collaboration, that cooperation, that looking for ways to work together, and people I really think have the best interests of the city at heart. And we've seen such an explosion of growth, and this city's become more I don't want to say cosmopolitan or something like that, because that's
a stretch.
A stretch. But I don't think any of us want. I don't think anyone's
Paris,
like,
LA, Colorado Springs.
I want to move to Colorado Springs because it's so cosmopolitan. I think people move here for other things, right? But yeah, I really think even with all of that, there's been so much change, but the heart of it has stayed the same. Yeah.
And just to jump on that real quick, one of the things I remembered hearing about Colorado, and I've been along the Front Range since 1989 when I was in 6th grade and moved here and couldn't wait to get out of the city. But now that I'm back in the area, one of the things I hear and I think is true, and to your point, has not changed, is if you want to be involved, and this is business and outside of business, if you want to be involved in this city, in this community, all you have to do is ask. There are a million ways to get your foot in the door and overnight become a powerful person. It's not
change.
Exclusive about that kind of stuff. I think for the rap that the city gets, and I think it is easy if you want to make a difference to find people who are like-minded, and then you can actually start to make a difference. So what is that?
It's the squirrel.
You've heard of it? You're familiar with Murphy's Law?
If it can go wrong, it will.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so here we are on live broadcast all day today, and they're
fixing the boiler next door.
That's amazing. We've got
That's amazing.
That's incredible. Thank you, Brian. We've got about 30 seconds here. Did you want to wrap it up?
Not really.
Let me
Yeah.
waste that 30 seconds.
Dave will,
for you.
though. Yep.
I thought you were going to say if you really want to be involved in the city, all you have to do is read 6035 Media.
That was the next point I was going to
become a member.
And become a member. There are lots of points. So read 6035. Make it. It is a good way to make a difference. Being informed, no matter how you do it. You're never going to make a difference if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So
and you won't know what's going on if you don't. If you don't turn to 6035,
you won't.
Yeah.
No. Thank you.
That was good.
That was great.
Thanks, Dave.
Fantastic.
Are we
Dave,
at it?
We're about to. Thank you, guys. Join us. We're gonna switch out people here. Brian's gonna stay here.
I'm gonna stay.
Dave might stay here, but we're gonna talk to some other people. Stay tuned. IndyFinity will be back. That is a sound of progress right there. Everybody, welcome back to IndyFinity. This is reporter Nick Raven behind the camera. You can't see me at this moment.
I can see you.
Brian, stop ruining the magic. Joining us in this segment about news reporting, of course, bringing back Brian Grossman, editor-in-chief here at 6035 Media, bringing in Pam Zubek, senior reporter, Indy since 2009, and you're at the Gazette from 93 to 2009. And then also Greta Anderson-Johns, reporter at the Indy since 2021, reporter for Inside Higher Ed 2019-2021. Brian.
Yes.
What's up? You want to kick this off?
Oh, same old. Sure, yeah. Let's talk news. Pam, we've talked about sort of broad concepts, but you brought up a good point about how we produce news, and I thought maybe we could talk about that first. The fact that we're not pulling wires stuff and how hyper local we are. So
right.
Yeah, explain that.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to get into this because I think people probably don't have a clear understanding. And having spent 32 years in the daily world at major newspapers that had access to wire services, it works like this. There's a reporter that is working on a story and just can't quite nail it under the deadline, so editors say, okay, well, we'll just scrap that and we'll pull something from the wire. This could be Associated Press, it could be Reuters, it could be McClatchy Group, any number of these kinds of wire services, whereas we do not have access to wire services at the Independent. So when a reporter pitches a story for a certain issue, it's pretty much do or die deliver. And so, people who might have a concept that it's easy to work for a weekly haven't worked at a weekly.
No, they haven't.
And of course, our new model will not be so much a weekly as it will be a combination of daily onto the web and whatever. So I wanted to make that clear. And then also I wanted to bring up something that's been under discussion among certain staff members recently because of some things that have happened, and that is paying for documents that we rely on. So, a big operation that is funded by a billionaire probably wouldn't flinch.
Hypothetically speaking, right?
Correct, right. That's what I'm talking about, yeah. Like Jeff Bezos, right?
Yeah, sure.
Not to name any names.
Yeah. So, if they need access to a certain trove of documents and they're quoted a price of $1,000, they're probably going to say, oh, yeah, sure, go ahead. Whereas, we're in a situation to where we really do have to be discerning with what we take on.
Sure.
And then if we get a price quote like that, which we have at times in the past, we sometimes will say, well, no, we just can't afford that. Or we'll say, well, how can we narrow this request to a point where we can still have a meaningful story but not have to go overboard and get all this stuff. So, so these are the kinds of things that membership and donations will help us cover.
Sure.
Is recently we did a Colorado Open Records Act request that we have a price quote before us now for $340. So if there's a listener out there that wants to make sure that we do that story, that would be a good way for them to
that exact figure
help us out.
again was
right. Exactly. So
yeah, we're not spending the money on gold toilets yet.
No.
And it is true, getting news to people can be expensive for the newsrooms. And to your point about having to pivot quickly, we did that at least twice that I can think of, in the 3 times. What were the 3?
The ones that I'm familiar with were the
Roe v. Wade was one.
Roe v. Wade, but in 2020 it was the Black Lives Matter protests that erupted just crazy, and we did that. And then the Roe v. Wade, and then we did Club Q.
Yeah, the Club Q shooting. So a lot of those were sort of turned around in a day's time.
Yeah, and understand that in our operation, up until now, all the copy would have to be pretty much on the page by the previous Thursday, no later than Friday. And
to go to press on a Monday.
Right, and those stories that we just mentioned were all
weekend.
2 of them were Friday. On a Friday morning, we decided to scrap the coming cover story feature and replace it with something different. And then with Club Q, of course, it was even
on
less
a Sunday,
time.
right? Yeah, Sunday into Monday.
Yeah.
So. Greta, what are you working on?
Hey.
And what are you bringing with you to 6035? You got some stuff happening.
Oh boy, yeah, the school board environment is just getting more and more exciting lately.
That's one word.
Yeah. And as we are being put on beats in the new publication, and mine will be education and healthcare. I'm really excited to stick with the education reporting. And it was kind of, I don't really know if I ever explicitly said I wanted to do it. It kind of just naturally happened. Like we
The
needed
education
someone.
piece? Yeah.
Like we really needed someone to cover these school boards. And I do have a background in education reporting.
That's
at Inside
why.
Higher Ed. Yeah. But even that, I didn't, I just needed a job. So that's why I started there. But I've come to really love it and plan to continue doing what I'm doing with the new pub.
Tell us about your D11 experience, what you just did.
Well, for the listeners, there will be a story later today about this.
Yeah.
But at the board meeting on Wednesday, I had written a story the day prior about an email exchange between an LGBTQ activist and former candidate for the state school board and D11 school board, Joseph Shelton, and Al Loma, who is a board director on the D11 Board of Education. Loma has a habit of, he's a reverend at a local church and has a habit of quoting Bible verses, using his...
during board meetings.
During board meetings from the dais.
Yeah.
Using his church signature from official board emails. Otherwise, talking about religion, some would say pushing religion, using it to defend very offensive things he says against the LGBTQ community. Anyways, Shelton confronted him about that after Club Q. As we all know, much of the rhetoric after Club Q has been lots of the anti-LGBTQ comments, statements, transphobic memes posted by members of the school board, specifically in this town. People argue contributes to that general unsafe feeling that LGBTQ people have here, and some people even directly link it to the shooting.
I was going to say that it was sort of a matter of time kind of thing.
So anyways, Shelton confronted Loma about it after the shooting. Later, the board president, Parth Malpacum, was also looped into that conversation about a couple weeks later. So I did a story ahead of the board meeting because Joseph said he was planning to bring it up at the board meeting. So we did a story, and he did end up bringing it up. I called them as early as I possibly could, and they didn't want to talk to me on the phone, specifically Malpacum. Loma still doesn't have his cell phone set up in the district, so he's unreachable that way.
If you're listening, because I'm sure he is.
Set up your phone.
Set up your phone. I think it's the law.
And, then says that people are trying to silence him, but I've reached out to him for comment multiple times. And when I approached him before the board meeting, that was the way that Malpacum suggested I get in touch with Loma, was to approach him before the board meeting. So I did that, and he said, "We don't talk to you." So, I don't know. And then from the dais, he said we were fake news, said the story was coordinated to come out the day of the board meeting, although it came out the day before. I don't know what.
But what's his point?
Coordination. Yeah. I mean,
what's his point?
Deflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Look
I think.
Look over there.
Yeah. And I mean, just something that I asked Malpacum that he did not respond to via email was they will frequently talk about distractions from the mission of the school board, which is to help kids and produce good academic results and produce stellar graduates, etc.
Yeah.
We're not the ones causing distractions. We are
reporting,
calling out distractions that exist and that are being created by public officials and doing our jobs. So I'm not... They have my cell phone number. Yeah. Like, they can call me. They've had multiple days to call me. Yeah, and called us bullies, too. So which is really funny because...
There's some irony there, right?
Yeah, I think
he's been critical before of people having soft, not thick enough skin. So, anyways,
we gotta wrap this up. But
Yeah.
really quick, Pam, talk about, because you are going to be doing, and I know we touched on this a little during the Indy 15 podcast. Your first story for the 6035 magazine will be about.
Traffic danger in our community. I want, since we already discussed that in another
Okay.
podcast that people can
See
reference.
Indy 15.
Right. I wanted to mention something that we are going to get into just shortly after that,
Yeah.
and that is to lay the groundwork for this very important election.
Yep, that'll be the second issue.
That's coming in April, and so we hope to, give people a real grounding in what this election is going to about, what's at stake in
Right.
this election, and that sort of thing. So yeah.
Be on the lookout for that. Also, Greta, along with our very own Nick Raven, who nobody can see except for me, will be doing our third feature it'll be, I think, the last week of January, which is going to be, we don't have enough time to get too deep into that, but it's going to be super awesome about an artist who was incarcerated, recently let out of prison, and is now rehabbing through art, it sounds like. Yep.
Yep,
So,
absolutely.
Okay.
So,
Did we hit it, Nick?
we hit it. Thank
hit
you.
it.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much, guys. We're going to go to break. This is IndyFinity. Thanks for watching around with us. We're going to be right back. Brian's going to be with us. We're going to go from there.
All right.
Stay tuned.
Thanks.
That banging is the sound of progress, everybody.
you. Squish, squish. It's worth being.
Welcome to IndyFinity, serving the wider community. This is Block 10. Welcome. Joining us in the studio again, Brian Grossman, Editor-in-Chief. You've seen him a couple times today. You're going to see him for a little bit longer. Joining us also, Marcus Hill, writer, CSBJ since 2019, reporter, Southeast Express and Schriever Sentinel, sports reporter at the Pueblo Chieftain 2018 to 2019, and in some earlier years I have noted here. Don Bouchard, 2018-2022, associate producer, Pikes Peak Bulletin.
Publisher.
Published. I actually literally read that wrong. So, words are hard right now. 2020 to present, circulation assistant, 6035 Media. 2015 to 2018, general manager of the Pikes Peak Bulletin. 2014, 2015, production manager, graphic designer, Pikes Peak Bulletin. And then also in here, we've got Rhonda Van Pelt from the Pikes Peak Bulletin. If you want to actually outline your history, because I don't have it on here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm in the witness protection program, so.
Oh,
that's all. So yeah, I worked at the Gazette as a copy editor and writer for about 11 years, and have been the editor, sometime photographer, et cetera, at the Pikes Peak Bulletin since April 2015.
Excellent. Brian, do you want to kick us off? We're going to talk about the serving the wider community, and I know that's a really big part of our mission here at 6035 going forward, especially as a combined publication.
Right. Well, two of the publications that were under the Colorado Publishing House, which is now 6035 Media arm, were the Pikes Peak Bulletin, which is the Manitou Springs newspaper that Rhonda just alluded to. And then the Southeast Express, which was a nonprofit started, maybe 3 years ago? Are we that old?
2017, 2018, somewhere in that time frame.
Yeah, wow. Okay. So at least, four maybe years old. And with 6035 Media, we are pulling those publications in under that umbrella, and we'll be reporting on sort of community news as well as all the other news, business, A&E, so on and so forth that we're going to be covering, and it'll be part of 6035 Village. But I thought maybe Rhonda could talk about the news in Manitou and how you see it being part of this larger publication.
Well, I've been thinking about this, and what stands out to me is how passionate people in Manitou are about their community and their causes, and I've kind of gotten sucked into that. I'm very passionate about Manitou. It's a great place to be. It's full of just amazing people, really from all over the world, who choose to live in Manitou. They didn't get stuck there. I've talked to several people who were on their way to California from New England, and their van broke down in Manitou, and they decided to stay there. And 30, 40 years have passed.
The van is still there.
Yeah, it's still broken down in the front yard. So I see our mission as supporting the community and all that means, which we're there for the good times. I try very hard to find out, turn over some rocks, basically, and find out what's going on. It's not a perfect community, but it's a tremendous place to visit, to work in, to live in. It's just got its own personality. And anybody who goes to the coffin races or carnival is coming up in February. Yay. People love to be there. And we have parking, we have parking problems, but, the city is really diligently working on that. And they've come up with some good solutions, and it's going to get better.
What are some other big issues in Manitou that you see carrying over into this new publication?
Well, we need to keep an eye on the infrastructure problems. Manitou just celebrated its 150th anniversary, and there's hardly a week that goes by that I don't get press release from the city saying, well, we've got to turn off the water on this street for repairs. And since Colorado Springs turned down recreational marijuana, we can still get the tax proceeds from the 2 marijuana shops. And, I know that business has been dropping for whatever reason, but it's still a really good source of funding that is desperately needed.
Sure.
The library upgrade, people are still working on raising funds for that. Everywhere you look is history, and people are passionate, again, about preserving the city's history and making a good life for themselves and their families.
Yeah. Marcus, sort of same question. You've been with Southeast since the beginning, right? Close.
I would say I've been there all but 9 months, so
Yeah.
full pregnancy.
Okay. And yet you've birthed many papers since then.
Yes.
Yeah, talk about the Southeast Express for those who aren't familiar, what you do, where you do it, and then how you see the Southeast being absorbed into this village.
So let me see if I can memorize all those in order. So
Yeah,
what we
right.
do, pretty much anything going on in the Southeast, 80916, 80910, zip code, I always get area and zip code confused. Anything that's going on there, I try to get it covered, whether it's pictures, a story, just talking to people sending me emails, letting me know what's going on. We try to get it covered as best as possible. There are a lot of different nuanced and complex issues. Some are easier than others not so much, and they take a long time to kind of get across what's happening, such as housing in the Southeast, the food issues that are going on in the Southeast.
Kind of a food desert, fresh food desert.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's
healthcare desert.
Yeah, plenty of food out there, and not the good kind. Obviously,
Right.
like passing by, just Mitchell this morning, I always just reminisce about how many fast food places are out there. There's KFC, McDonald's, Captain D's, Wendy's. I think there's 2 within like a 2-mile stretch. So
You're making me hungry, Marcus.
Oh God, I forgot it's lunchtime. My bad. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's that. I think there's one health clinic near there in the area. It might be up to 2 right now, but I mean, there is not adequate health care in the area. So yeah, there are a lot of things that need to be addressed that it seems people are interested in taking on, but being interested in actually getting the wheels turning on that are 2 completely different things.
Don, tell me about your responsibilities and what's going to happen going into 2023.
Well, I've sort of again been given the task of taking over the United States Postal Service functions, and so like for the Southeast Express, I handle all of the mailings that we do there. People in 80910 and in 80916, they receive a monthly issue of the Southeast Express, and we do that through the EDDM nonprofit permit, and that's a great thing because it's cheap. It's only about 9 cents a copy, and so we've got it's very economically feasible to reach several households in those 2 areas. And we're going to build upon that model, and we're focusing on about 22 different zip codes in the greater El Paso County area. I mean, there are 44 of them, but we've really, we're going to use the EDDM mailing rates, and we're going to be hitting different zip codes each week. I'm building a sort of rotating delivery option that's going to repeat every quarter. So we're going to try to reach as many people as we can.
So people who aren't super familiar with this new model, can you sort of explain that, how it's going to rotate and who's going to be getting the paper?
So obviously, with Colorado Springs is just huge, and Greater El Paso County is just
huger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Incredibly massive, and so to reach everybody is an incredibly daunting task, and that's what we've really had to do. I've been working with Tracy Woods, and we're really trying to nail down and focus on areas that are news deserts. Sort of like the Southeast Express area, 80910, 80916. But we've got plans to mail to carrier routes in Manitou Springs. We're looking at Fountain. We're looking at a lot of the new developments up north and up east, and so it's going to rotate each week, each quarter, and then of course we're also going to have a periodicals nonprofit permit so that our subscribers will continue to get it every single week.
So essentially, certain zip codes will get 6035 magazine. probably once a month, unless they become a member, and then they can get it every single week. Is that right?
Right, that's correct. And the idea is just to get it out there, let people know it exists, and point them to the website, point them to the the YouTube channels, so that they know. I mean, it's been difficult because the Gazette has done they've been a fixture here in Colorado Springs, and they're a little bit more well known than the Indy and the Business Journal and some of our other papers, and so just using this model, we're trying to reach out to all of the citizens and build a readership and let them know that there's an option.
And just to tack on to what Don was saying, I believe we're looking at hitting about half the city each month. Is that right?
Well,
or is it even more frequent than that?
It's difficult to say because the population densities in the area are wildly varied, and so we're looking at hitting most of El Paso County over the course of 13 weeks.
Okay, so over 13 weeks, and you got about 700,000 people in the county or so. So pretty good reach.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, I do want to thank Marcus Hill. I want to thank Dawn. I want to thank Rhonda. Thanks everybody for coming in today. And Nick, you want to shoot us on out of here?
Yeah, let me shoot us out of here. And hang on. Hang on, we got to interrupt. Who's joining?
Special guest.
Tagged in. Ooh, we got Brian Aller, staff photographer.
Is that Price is Right? What is that?
Come on
down.
Yeah, Aller, did you want, or did you just want to sit in?
You just want to sit there?
I want to hang out.
They were wrapping up, so.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up.
Could I say that Brian took the most amazing Santa Claus photo that we ran on this week's cover? We're getting all kinds of compliments about it.
All right. You've been a good boy.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
everybody.
IndyFinity continues. We're going to come back at the top of the hour. Keep on the. Don't
Keep on
change that
keeping on.
dial. Yeah, absolutely. We'll be back.
This is Senator-elect Tony Exum Sr. I want to talk to you a little bit this afternoon about Colorado Springs, Indy, and the impact that it's had on the community. And also want to talk a little bit about Southeast Express, which is a part of the Colorado Springs, Indy, that the founder and owner started about 4 years ago. But a little bit about Colorado Springs, Indy. I appreciate the work that they do, that they're doing, that they have done in the community, because they do stories that maybe some of the other media outlets don't do. They recognize people from all walks of life in our community that are doing positive things, and they're also not afraid to do some investigative work on stories that impact the state and also impact the community. John Weiss is a good friend of mine, and I met him several years ago when I first ran for City Council in 2011. And each year that I've run for state representative for Senate or House District 17, I had the opportunity to be interviewed by Colorado Springs, Indy, not only about the upcoming election, but kind of in between those times, they would talk to me about things that I was doing in the community, things that are the policies that we're making that are going to impact the community that I serve, and especially the House District that I was serving at the time. And I want to transition a little bit into the impact that the Southeast Express has had on really the heart of the community that I represent. I appreciate them so much. They've given me an opportunity each session to kind of do an op-ed on what's coming up, and then at the end of the session kind of do a summary of some of the legislation that I had the opportunity to be a bill sponsor of. But they also, when they first started out, about 4 or 5 years ago, not very big, did a few stories about people in the community. Now they've transitioned into where they have editors that, not editors, but they do special editions from people in the community that you'll see each edition that comes out. And then they do other stories from not only the legislative, the political side, but they tell stories about people in the community, from education to the arts, to special projects that may be going on, people that are advocating for the homeless, people that are advocating for the schools in the district, people that are advocating for better roads and bridges and streets. And they've had an impact not only on my life, but they've had an impact on the constituents that I represent. And so I want to give a shout out to John Weiss for his foresight, and because I remember before the Southeast Express started, we had a couple of meetings, and he talked about what he wanted to do, and I wasn't sure how it was going to work. I know we had a lot of stories to tell that some of the major media outlets haven't been telling, and now the Southeast Express is telling a lot of stories about what's going on in Southeast Colorado Springs. So thank you, Colorado Springs, Indy. Thank you, Southeast Express, for what you're doing in our community, and keep up the good work.
All right.
That was Tony Exum Sr., State Senator-elect, and with some good, kind words about the work that we're doing. Welcome back. We're doing IndyFinity all day. We're live, and sometimes we're rough around the edges, but that's just the way we are. And joined in the studio by some cool people. Mary Lou, we're not going to be able to see you. Your microphone's in front of your face. You should push that down. There we go. You look much better that way. Mary Lou Makepeace, the first and only female mayor of Colorado Springs. That's just one of a long list of of things that she's notable about. Let's see if I can run down some of them. You were executive director of Inside Out Youth Services for a time.
An interim.
Interim?
They lost their executive director, and I filled in.
Good for
and
you.
Then
When was that?
Found Jessie, and she's a rock star. It was great.
How long ago was that?
Oh gosh, at least a year, maybe 2 years.
Yeah.
And then executive director of the Gay and Lesbian Fund for Colorado, 2003 to I'm not sure when.
They closed in, I don't know. It's all in the distant past.
Yeah, we're testing your memory.
Yeah.
And the banging you're hearing is because we're live and local and rough, and there's repairs going on outside our window. It's just life in the city.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. Let's see. Executive Director of Indy Give, Executive Director of Leadership Pikes Peak, Executive Director of Community Council of the Pikes Peak Region, City Council in 1985.
I came on 85, filling a vacant position, and they couldn't get rid of me. I was there for 18 years between council seat and vice mayor, and then when the unbelievable happened, when Bob Isaac stepped down, and there was actually an opening for the mayor, I ran, and it was great.
So you're an opportunist.
I am.
Okay. And that was Bill Murray, who just walked in, City Councilor at Large for the City of Colorado Springs, term limited, so soon to be enjoying the relaxed life again. I don't know what you're going to do without that big paycheck, Bill.
I think you should be able to get on that mic there, Bill. The one that's right.
Oh, you got to put me on the mic too.
Well, actually, I'm going to give up my seat and let you sit here after I introduce
Oh,
everybody,
perfect.
because you're more important than I am. Hey, Don.
I've got Yolanda if he lives here.
Yolanda.
Oh, good.
Yolanda.
Okay. Oh, and we've got Yolanda. So we might make you stay there, and we'll put Yolanda here, so everybody's coming at once. So that's great. Brian Grossman, you probably know by now, our editor-in-chief for 6035 and 6035 Media, and a host of other newspapers that are metamorphosing into 6035. And Mike Wallace.
I look like it.
No, you're still alive.
Too soon.
And definitely a lot, and nicer, but really one of the greatest reporters in the history of the city of Colorado Springs.
Pam Zubek, yeah.
So I'm Dave Gardner, just stepping out. Bill, why don't you sit here, and I'll go escort Yolanda in, and we'll put her in that seat. And what we're going to do, I hoped that we would just take some time to let our public servants share what they, the role that the Independent has played over the years in politics, and whether that's been a good thing or
not.
Or not.
Yeah.
Or good or bad.
Right.
If it wasn't bad sometimes, then we probably wouldn't have been doing our jobs.
Well, and I wanted Pam here as my left-hand woman because she is covering politics and has for a long time in the city, but I thought maybe we could start with Mary Lou. What sort of impression do you think the Indy has made on local politics in the past almost 30 years?
Well, I've been dying to say this to her face, but I remember when I was mayor and I'd get a phone call, Pam Zubek is on the line.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, what have we done now?
Yeah.
Because she didn't call unless she really had something. It was.
It wasn't to say hello.
No.
No.
Well, it wasn't nasty. Something we had done wrong. She was calling us to task, or at least checking on it.
Yeah.
And I went with my gut. If she had a concern about something, I wanted to know about it and check into it.
Yeah.
So I guess I went on council in 1985. So when did the Indy start? Refresh me.
93.
93?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I was there before the Indy. But I remember those early days and the skepticism of so many of the community leaders. And who is this John guy? I mean, he didn't look like anybody around here and didn't talk like anybody around here. And he had all these big ideas. But we have to look back before the Indy and know that for several years we had one newspaper, and that was the Gazette. And they had, as always, a very strong editorial component, which I think newspapers should have, but they didn't draw a very solid line between news and comments. And so it really they really influenced the community after they bought out the Sun.
Yeah.
And we had the one newspaper. So I welcomed the Independent, even though hi, Yolanda. I accused John and
Recognize Mary Lou Makepeace by voice, I imagine.
I can't remember who was
There, yep.
the first editor, the woman.
Of the Gazette?
No,
Oh,
of Independent.
Catherine Eastburn.
Before our
The Independent?
Yeah.
Catherine Eastburn.
Was she editor or was she just one of
John
them?
Weiss? Yeah.
Well, Cara DeGatt.
Okay.
Cara DeGatt.
There we
That's
go.
what I'm
Yep.
trying to think of. Thank you. I know they came in to my office one time and they were complaining about the city manager or someone who worked for the city manager. And I was so, I mean, I should have worked for the Independent because I got pretty bold about stuff I said, and I told them that they were acting more like a high school newspaper than a legitimate news outlet.
Mhm.
And John didn't take offense at it, but Kara did. And I don't know. I wouldn't say that to anybody now at the
Yeah.
Independent. I think it's grown and, you know, sometimes you get stupid stuff, but then.
That was my fault. I apologize.
But I can tell you, I read it cover to cover, and
Yeah.
if King Soopers doesn't have any copies left, I'm really upset.
Yeah. You even read the stupid stuff?
Sometimes.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey Pam, do you ever remember calling Mary Lou's office?
You know, I don't remember that. But I remember when Mary Lou served as mayor, it was
Sorry, Mary Lou's got to catch a train.
a stabilizing force is what I'd call it. And I also wanted to say that the day that Mayor Isaac announced in a council meeting that he was going to step down, I was the only reporter in the room. In fact, there was no public in the room. He waited till the afternoon, you know, everybody else was gone.
Yeah.
So, of course, I went racing back over to the office and
Get the story in.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was a pretty gloves off fight for that seat that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we had some interesting, I mean, there was the Pizzagate and.
A Pizzagate here in Colorado Springs?
Yeah. We had a.
What was the Pizzagate here? I'm not familiar.
Charles Wingate was a member of council, and he was allegedly using his city purchasing card, or was
Well,
it?
we didn't, council members at that point anyway, didn't have credit cards, but both he and I went to a conference someplace, and I don't know why he had a credit card because I didn't need one, but when he got back in town, he didn't turn it in, and so the story goes that he would order pizza for his family at home.
Gotcha.
And this is whoever the pizza purveyor was. I didn't ask to see the card, he just
Took the number.
took it. But I guess they got suspicious and they asked to see the card, and then he denied it. And I actually I wanted him to resign because I thought you steal $1, you'll steal anything.
Right.
And but I had people accost me on the street saying, "What are you doing picking on that guy?" I said, "Well, do you want to buy his pizza?" I don't think
'Cause you
most of
are.
them- Yeah. So that was the big scandal of my tenure. But there was a lot of changing going on, as you might expect, over 18 years. I
Sure.
saw a lot of changes in the city, and the Independent was a big player in the changes that were going on
Yeah.
here. And of course, that's when we had Focus on the Family and Amendment 2, and you know, a council never voted on that, whether they supported it or not, but Bob Isaac said in a closed session that he supported it, so that gave you kind of an idea about where the leadership of the community was.
Yeah.
But we fought those fights, and
Another conversation that you began really was when you appointed the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Commission to look at Memorial Hospital.
correct. That was kind of got the ball rolling because it was, oh, we can't do anything, and so the Blue Ribbon Commission, I would say, didn't accomplish a whole lot right then and there, but it did open up the conversation about what we can't afford to continue what we're doing. And I can't remember the name of the guy who was the head of the hospital. He was wonderful.
I can see his face. The CEO at the time?
Yes.
Young guy, yeah.
Youngish, yeah.
Mhm.
But he left because
Right.
he couldn't stand the politics of the place. I mean, he...
Yeah, what was his name? We'll have to go back and look.
Talking about McCoy?
Who?
The CEO of Memorial before it went through the transition.
Okay, I thought it was McCoy. I think it was.
That doesn't sound
No,
familiar.
that doesn't sound right.
Okay.
Yeah.
McVeigh, McCoy. Okay.
I don't know.
MacGyver.
MacGyver.
McDonald's.
You know, if I could unlock my memory, I could tell you so many tales. But
Yeah. I'm interested to hear from City Councilman Bill Murray if he ever got a phone call from Pam Zubek and decided he didn't want to call back right away.
Often,
yeah.
Often I got to sit down and actually an email, as far as that goes.
Yeah.
She may be your left hand, but she's my right hand.
Yeah.
Because that's what I raise and swear to God.
To
that
only
I
tell the
didn't,
truth.
Didn't give her anything from an executive session, even though she had all the information anyway.
she always had more information than I did.
And I was about to be blamed. What did you give her this time? I'm going, I'm sorry, she got it from another source. Like investigative reporting and things like this.
Yeah.
Well, my undergraduate degree was in journalism, so I understood the role of journalism. It didn't mean that I still like to get a call from Pam, but
Right.
you've got to have the media know what's going on. My daughter works for the city of Rockville, Maryland, and they don't have any local newspapers there. It's the Washington D.C. papers, and I don't know if they get away with murder, but they don't get any questioning on their decisions. They just roll along, and maybe some citizen might complain, but there's no media to inform citizens what's going on.
Yeah.
I think that much as you gave me heartburn, I think it was so healthy that we had the Independent present, because the Gazette had a clear perspective, and you weren't to have another one, or they were. I experienced them in those days as mean. I think they're kind of mellow now compared to what they were. What do you think, Pam?
Well, I was there for 16 years, so I.
Mean or mellow?
I was
Did it
never
become mellow because Pam left? Or?
I was just doing my job. They had different editorial writers then than they do now, but they were very cut and dried their positions without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was no surprise.
City Councilwoman Yolanda Avila is in the house, and I saw her shaking her head as soon as Mary Lou said that they're mellow now. Yolanda, please share.
I don't think they're mellow now.
No.
But before I want to comment on that, I want to congratulate the Indy for 30 years. I think it's amazing. I think the Indy has served as a watchdog to what's going on in the entire city. And more particular, I am so, so grateful for the Southeast Express. That has just done wonders for our community in Southeast and connecting each of us instead of telling just the,
If it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah,
right.
We actually get to see a lot of the great things that are happening in the community. I have a lot of people telling me they can't wait. They're waiting by their mailbox to read it cover to cover, which I do all the time.
Yeah.
But the Indy, I returned to College Springs in 2011, and to know that there was a paper that was strong and credible and with awesome writers, reporters, I think it saved us. It saved Colorado Springs.
Oh, wow.
I think without the Indy, who knows where we'd be.
Well, Yolanda, you played a role in that too, because prior to your tenure, I would say that after Leon died, there wasn't anybody paying attention to that portion of the city, and you came on board. And I recall, I wasn't on council then, but I recall people saying, all she cares about is her district. It's like, well, she is a district council person. I think that's appropriate. But
It's good to have on your resume, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bill, what were you going to say?
Well, two things. In good faith, I need to admit that I subscribed to the Indy. I actually pay per month to get a free publication. Please don't hold that against me. But I want you to try to understand what I've seen in the last 8 years. Okay, when I first arrived, and you talk about mellowing of the Gazette, okay, I watched them chew up and spit out the folks who were watching city council. I mean, they went after them if they wrote something that the opinion board or whoever was running the Gazette at the time didn't like. So I watched them turn around and leave. I talked to them before. I did exit surveys on some of them, and it wasn't good. It was a blatant attempt to not portray what I thought would be the honest and open information. And the only people doing it was the Indy. And I think the Indy itself, and Pam, I think, was one of the major forces involved in forcing people like the Gazette to come to grips with the fact that they need to report news and not whatever their opinion was throughout the rest of the paper.
Well, I didn't say I think they're great now, but, you know.
No.
Mellow was the word.
Mellow was the word.
20 years ago, they were brutal. And, you know, they used to have a section, and only people like me who've been around forever, called Tell It to the GT or Tell It to the Gazette or something. And anybody could call in, and they would print it, and there was no attribution. You didn't have to, they didn't print who called and said this or that or the other thing. And it would be a half a page of that column. You remember that? Were you here then? Yeah.
Yeah, just vaguely.
Yeah. So they got away with a heck of a lot. Who was to dispute? And certainly when it came to politics, I think they still wield an awful lot of influence, but their word, I mean, if the Gazette was opposed to it, you know it had no chance.
Yeah. We should probably introduce City Councilwoman Nancy Henjum has joined us. We're sort of going around the room. Apparently we're talking a lot about the Gazette, but any topic, and that hasn't been unusual to this conversation.
How things have changed.
Sure, yeah.
And the role that the Independent played.
Right.
And while I challenged John and Kara to be less like a high school newspaper, I think that the staff and the paper has really professionalized, if that's the right word, and is a legitimate, strong voice in the community. I don't think anybody foresaw that when it first started.
Yeah.
And I remember when the paper was taken out of King Soopers, and John had to go over there and say, you know, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You put my paper out there. And now, you know, it's proudly there. Then I don't know if anybody's not putting it in there. But I'll tell you something that bothers me right now, that people of my age in particular don't see the Independent as a legitimate news source. I think you still have to work on that. I think not because you're doing anything wrong. Yeah, not because you're doing anything wrong, but just people are carrying over that early days.
Well, I think being a weekly has something to do with that too, compared to a daily. I think people see dailies as maybe being a little more legitimate than something that comes out less frequently.
And I'm not proposing that you start charging, but I think the fact that it's free also makes people
changes
think,
perception. Yeah. Okay.
Well, social media too has dramatically changed everything.
Everything, sure. I mean, that's a big reason we're doing what we're doing with 6035. So, yeah. Nancy, you're, I think, the newest when it comes to politics in this room, and we were talking about how the Indy has influenced local politics since it came out about 30 years ago. What's your impression of the political scene here and how things have changed, and even during your time?
Yeah, so I definitely was not I'm a very new politician, and I still don't like to refer to myself as such.
Yeah.
So, you know, been a reader of the Indy since we, essentially since we moved here. So I've been informed by it and appreciated the history of it. It is changing. The whole journalistic world is changing, and I'm not sure that I fully know what the plans for the Indy are. So I'm actually learning in real time in this conversation.
Somebody get her a paper.
I was one right out there. But it does make me wonder about publication that comes out of Denver called the Colorado Sun.
Mhm.
Is this a similar model that you're going to, the Colorado Sun?
In that it's a nonprofit.
Okay.
Yeah, so we transitioned to a nonprofit in October.
Okay.
And this paper is to talk about how we are combining all of the publications that we have under Colorado Publishing House, which was the former umbrella company, which became 6035 Media. So under 6035 Media, the Business Journal, the Independent, the Southeast Express, the Pikes Peak Bulletin, they're all going to be under this one flag, 6035 magazine, starting in January. So, but the idea is nothing's going away. We're taking everything people sort of grew used to from all those publications and putting it in one place. So, yeah.
Well, I would say just like a really broad observation is that it's been a really interesting mix of everything from really good investigative reporting to where's the best burrito in town
Yeah.
to...
That is investigative reporting, by the way.
Yeah, well, I guess it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
As well as, being involved in politics and endorsing candidates, which,
Uh-huh.
I was not endorsed by the Indy. I had a lot of heartburn about that, actually.
Yeah.
But the Indy was wrong in this case. So,
Yeah.
that's all I'll say for now.
I'll just have to say in my case, they endorsed me twice, so thank you.
I don't like where this is going.
They endorsed me with caveats. I said I should read a book on how to
We do that
interface
sometimes.
with people. Yeah.
Well, there was I'm going to interject here. Some years ago, John told me that they had actually done polling to verify this, but that they had determined that an endorsement from the Indy would impact 5 percentage points in the race. So it potentially could make the difference in a race.
In close races, sure. Yeah.
So.
Sorry, Nancy. I'm interested to hear from, especially, people currently on city council, what you see in 2023 as being the biggest issues. What should 6035 be focused on when it comes to local politics? Bill, do you want to start with that one?
Oh, good grief! Where do we start? Well, first of all,
We got an election coming up for one thing, right?
Well, if we bypass the election, which is really big, we've got some kind of giant venue coming up in North Gate. 8,000 people, and
The
everybody's all
Sunset?
bent out of shape. We've got issues involving CSU water issues. Okay, and where to position ourselves as far as a percentage over and above. Of course, we kind of, the 800-pound gorilla is growth in the city.
Sure.
And as we attempt to control annexation, we don't attempt to control growth. And what that usually leads to is density. And all I'm hearing from folks is traffic, traffic, traffic. Look at all these houses. Look at all the apartments. 300 apartments, 300 houses, 3,000 houses, 9,000 apartments were built this last year. They pulled the permits on it. Think about that for a minute.
Some communities recognize that they're growing perhaps too fast, but they look into the future and they say, what do we want to be in the future? And I saw my personal grudge is all these, I call them Soviet-style apartments, just a row upon row upon row.
You have to visit Soviet Union and see them.
Yeah.
Or New York.
And not a tree in sight. And this, I forget what the community was that they had a picture, and it was like they still had rows of condos or apartments, but they had vegetation. And it changed everything, how it looked, and I'm sure it changed how it feels to live there. I don't get a sense, and it's maybe my fault, but I don't get a sense that there's thoughtful consideration to our growth. It's like, we need housing, we need housing. Well, yes, but we're not always going to need housing, and we're not always going to need a one-bedroom or efficiency apartment, because people who live there now are going to get married and have kids, and they want houses. So maybe the city is doing a lot of thinking, but I don't see it.
No, two things that you always have to remember, and some people have asked me to run.
Run
for
away?
me to talk to them, run away, yes. Christmas passed, and I've told them the same thing. I said, the key to helping us out is philosophy what is your philosophy about the city? And then, of course, the next piece is political will. Because we've had a number of council members who showed up, okay, and there was no political will. There's a great tendency here to let the strong mayor be strong, okay? He dictates to you what he wants, when he wants it. You can't do this, you can't do that. And you know, the entire staff, the city attorney, who is an at-will employee, chops it up and says, oh, yep. Now, when the strong mayor came in, we were supposed to have sat down and agreed on a power-sharing agreement. Well, once the mayor got in, and Bach was the one who started it, he said, hell no. You know, I don't have to share anything with you, and I'm not going to do it. And it fell by the wayside, and John didn't pick it up. So now we have this interesting imbalance. And it's hard to sell anything that you know, is very difficult to do at $6,200 a year.
Perhaps, but I want to interject something in here about the strong mayor council form of government, that I'm still waiting for an effective use of council authority over the city auditor's office. The council is in complete control of the auditor's office and could order the auditor's office to do this study, to do this, to look into that. I'm not seeing it. So I don't know whether I don't know. Why is the reason that we don't see use of the auditor in a more, what would you call it, in a more
effective?
Investigative.
Yeah, you know, to answer questions that the council has. I mean, you know, if the council had a
Do
question.
they have questions? I mean, my feeling is that they're very passive on things. And if the city staff recommends something, then it's rare that it's questioned. And
should we ask? We have 2 city council members right behind you.
And the developers still have way too much influence. And I read about other cities, and they say, well, they wrestled with the developers to get them to pay for this or pay for that. And it seems like they wrestled with us, and we're paying for it instead of the other way around, which could make the whole difference in how the city develops.
Yolanda,
if there's any land left to develop.
Is city council passive?
No. No, I don't think we're passive. As was stated earlier, I really concentrate on my district. But that being said, I think the key things that are coming up are water.
Yeah.
Our water. I mean, it's huge because people really don't know how water works, the percentages that the cities get and percentage that agriculture get. They don't know how it all comes together. So, and for my constituents, they're not even thinking of water. They're thinking of food on the table, of economic development, and looking at other things. So I think water is a big thing, and water meets housing. We are in a housing crisis, and I think we're going to continue to grow just because of millennials and just because of how beautiful this place is. And the outdoors, people come here for the outdoors. I've had so many new people that have come in and they just like, this is where I'm staying. I love it. And my mother did that in 1958. It was like, this place, I love it, and I'm going to stay here. And so, but I think it's the housing crisis, and how does that affect homelessness? If people experiencing homelessness are being unhoused, and it's the same issues. And I think a big one that's going to be coming up this in 2023 is going to be public safety.
Yeah.
Given that the budget is really geared toward public safety, but we're going to look at, there's going to be a lot of things coming out about public safety and how we engage and how we want that to look like. You know, is it going to be more community oriented, or is it, you know,
So,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, if I could join in here, Pam, to your question, I think about the auditor's office, but also the budget, right? So, what kind of a strong council do we really have, and how strong are we? Yes, I think individually we all have our voices and we use them, but collectively, do we use that power? I don't believe that we do. I think you have raised a great point. I think there's ways that we could. There's a lot of FTE over at the auditor's office that does report to us. Bill sits on the audit committee. He's probably a little closer to it. But that gets back to not being paid and not having staff and learning how to be a city councilor over all of these issues, not to mention being a board member for the utilities, which is significant, and water, and the tensions of growth and price of housing and water, and do you go up? If you go up, you gotta have good transit to get people around. But, you know, going up has its own issues. Going out is not as good for water. These are all very complex tensions. There's no right or wrong answers. And it requires a lot of intentional effort and dialogue and conversation, which I don't believe that we are having as a body. And I think when we are professionalized and when we are as strong a council as we have a strong mayor, then we will have a strong city.
Nancy, could you talk about your district specifically and things you see as being important in 2023? To include water, obviously.
Well, water, you know, I mean, I hear about that from everybody. Really specific issues, the senior center on Hancock at the Golf Acres is being redone. That's a city project that will impact. I think in a lot of ways very positively. In other ways, it's gonna be a negative impact for some of the folks who are gonna lose their space there. That's a very specific issue. Actually undergrounding our power in the old parts of the city, certainly on the west side, very much in the old North End and some of the older neighborhoods, is something that I hear a lot about. Those are the things that are kind of coming to, and actually transit, and oh gosh, I'm forgetting the big one.
Sure.
The really big one, which is traffic and safety on Nevada, Platte Avenue corridor, Constitution. Oh my gosh, you know, I'm losing sleep over that one. So how we move around and being very central and surrounded by, you know, we're really the only landlocked district. We don't really have metro districts or special districts with extra mills to do things in our neighborhoods. So we are, you know, in a period of decline infrastructure-wise, and how do we get sidewalks and those kinds of things is also an issue in my district.
Do you ever envision having some community conversations about these very impactful issues? I mean, what do citizens want? And they don't know what they want unless they have good information. And
well, one of the
a lot of
things
times they don't know what they think till they're engaged in some sort of dialogue and hear what other people think. And I don't think that's happening.
Well, actually, from the utilities perspective, this coming year, each district is going to have planned on the calendar. Mine is the first one. Well, District 6 happened in December. In January, District 5 will be having a meeting with CSU leadership. It will be open really to anybody in the public, but it'll be targeted to District 5, where we will have a public meeting. I think it's scheduled for the 17th of January, actually. We are finalizing the location, where we will have that opportunity to talk about specifically CSU-related items. We'll be having a public meeting on Constitution that's being set, I believe, for January 21st. And then, of course, other town halls. That's in large part incumbent on the individual counselor to do. Again, staffing, support to make that happen is a challenge. I know Yolanda's done quite a few town halls.
Yeah, I've been, I really am very close to my community.
Oh, I know you are, yeah.
And so, you know, one of the big things is parks. And, you know, our parks didn't have trees or bathrooms, and I made a big stink about that from the second I got on council. And now we have Panorama Park. But people just want access. They want to be able to walk down the sidewalk. They want to be able to get to the store. They want to be able to use transit. And so I'm still working on those. They really want that. And even though Hillside is in District 3, they're very connected to Hillside. And they want to beef up our community centers, such as Hillside and Deerfield Hills Community. And also is Park Meadows. I always get those Meadows Park?
Park Meadows.
And so it's really meat and potato stuff for District 4 and just getting along. And we're sick of the, you know, the how people look at us. But, you know, the city has really worked with us. Like, we did these Southeast Strong Plan, and they divided the city into 12 zones. And they started with Southeast, and they do an A and B zone, and they started in the B zone. How we want, and with the community there, how we want to develop, how we want to plan, how we, and so there's been a lot of community conversations in District 4, but I think Nancy's district and my district overlap a lot with a lot of the same concerns and issues.
At South Academy, through your district, Yolanda, is like a roller coaster and has been for 20 years, and that road needs improvement dramatically. Just, who wants to drive on a main road that is so, patched, and it's up and down, and it's a mess. South Academy is a mess. And they keep talking about they're going to do the big project. They're going to do the big project, but we haven't seen it. So,
it should start this year, 2023. So
okay, we've heard it before.
And you're right. Yeah, but also I have been working on that airport bridge over Spring Creek, and I've been calling council since 2012, and that was dangerous. It was a state bridge. The density grew around it, became a pedestrian bridge. It became a death trap. I had to walk out on the street. Wheelchairs would be on the street, and that's where the bus routes were and the little stores around that area. But that got completed in June of 22, and I'm going to tell you that was great. And it was a long time in coming, but it was a constant pounding and saying, I need this, we need this, we need this safety, we need this pedestrian. And now we're able, like I could not take the bus on the South Academy because there was no access there. It was just too dangerous. So I still won't do north because I won't cross Academy. And we have a lot of fatalities, right? Pedestrian fatalities in Southeast. In 2019, shouldered one third of the fatality. So yes, we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I think you have 3 counselors here that work incredibly hard. That don't put. I mean, the minimum of a week would probably be 40 hours.
By the way, is this a quorum?
Yes, it is.
Technically, yes.
Is it posted?
They can hear it.
No,
Did you do
no,
a public?
no.
Did you do a public notice?
No, we did not.
Oh.
We did not. This is
No voting on anything, people.
This is,
But it's all being aired, right?
Yeah, this is public, right?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
a-
you have to give 24-hour notice
This is
to this,
public meeting.
so let the public know that
We've
they
been
can hop
talking
in.
about this podcast for weeks.
well, they,
Leave
it
to
can
Pam-
all
leave it to Pam to
accidentally
bust
show
us.
up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pam, come
We
on.
have a reporter here.
What's the role of the independent on these kinds of things where the citizens and the council member are trying to get things activated? Is there a role for media, or is it only to report that Yolanda or Nancy is trying to do this?
I can answer at least part of that question. I would say that one of our goals is to facilitate these sorts of, not this kind of conversation, but, getting people who have influence in the city in the same room to have these conversations, not only with each other, but with the community. We do mayors panels, through this company where we have mayors from all over the region get together and discuss the biggest issues. We have superintendent panels where we have the same sort of thing, superintendents of school districts, and they all get in the same room and talk about the issues that are important to their districts and in front of the community, the people who have kids in those districts, the people who will be voting for, mayors in the future. So I think our job goes beyond just saying so-and-so said this and so-and-so said that. And we've even had conversations in the newsroom about sort of this new era of journalism and what the role of the journalist is. And so one example of that is I've told reporters, look, it's not enough to say that so-and-so said this and then the other side is this, when we know for a fact that the other side is not telling the truth. So we'll give you your say, but we're also going to say in print, we know for a fact this is not accurate information. Back in the day, it used to be so-and-so would say this, and then they would give the other side their equal say, and they would leave it at that. But
That's so yesterday.
But well, and not all news is approaching it that way, though. I think there's still a lot of media who they don't want to rock the boat. They want to give both sides their equal say. But there's so much being said now that 99% of the population knows for a fact is not accurate. And for the media to gloss over that, I think, is a disservice to the readers. And
Well, you know, there are lots of communities across the nation that are doing some very innovative things. How do you deal with housing, and how do you deal with gun control?
Sure.
Because that's being kicked back to the local communities, the laboratories for democracy.
Right.
And I, in my heart of hearts, I wish that we could be some of those, I won't use the word progressive, but some of those innovative communities who look to where people are having success and say, let's try that here.
Right.
Well, some
And
years
it's-
ago, it was the Indy that wrote a cover story, number one, but many stories about SunShare.
Oh, yeah.
David
solar power.
Amster Olszewski's company that basically was run out of town because the city changed the rules in midstream to where it made no sense to have solar gardens anymore. So, you know, this is a big company now that's based in Denver and works in multiple states. And we let him get away because of the policies. But we wrote about that multiple times. And so I think that is a good role for us to play to, you know.
And I would suggest, I'm sorry, that writing about it isn't enough. The written word is kind of like my generation. The generation now is much more action, I think.
Well, that's one reason we're doing
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
And go ahead, Nancy.
Well, I just had a question for you, Pam, because I actually invested in that and still have investment in solar
SunShare.
SunShare. But we now, I mean, with the work of Aram Benjamin and the CSU and Yolanda and Bill, we're both on the board much longer than I've been. There's been a significant turn in the use of alternative energy methods. Would you say your reporting and your work had any impact on, you know, as part of the bigger system that has been changing?
I think that's hard to say, but at the same time, utilities also has yanked the rug out from under these companies that were installing LEDs, doing change-outs on LEDs. They just cut it off. And so we reported that. The Gazette eventually also did, I think. We haven't seen any change result from that. So I don't know that we can affect a change. I mean, we can put out the information. There have been times that, you know, I've written very deeply researched things, and nothing happens.
Although I would say that nothing will ever happen if you don't know about it. So the very first step, whether or not, you know, the work that Pam does or any of the reporters do go beyond the page, you've already pushed over the first domino just by putting the story
Right.
on the page. So, I mean, if you never do that, and we've talked about this before, you know, communities with just one newspaper are not as strong as communities with more than one newspaper. Communities with no newspapers pay more in taxes. They pay more for governance. They tend to have higher crime. You know, it's just the lack of information has such a ripple effect in communities that, you know, if nothing ever happened after Pam did the story, and I don't think that the role of media is to necessarily push for an agenda.
Having a conversation. is
Having
not
a
an
conversation,
idea.
and we have an editorial board, and we have opinion pages, and you know we do put our opinion on those pages and say this is sort of what we think as a publication, but that's not the role of the news. It is to just get the information out there. I do think that we have to have these caveats now that say this is not true. We know it not to be true, but this is what this person said, so we'll go ahead and put it in there. I think we do have, are we really that close? 60
We're pretty
seconds?
close, but
Okay.
if you, we have some, a
little
little bit of
extra
flexibility.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead,
Real fast,
Bill.
the bread and butter for all our discussions is information flow.
Yes.
Okay. Ignorance is not blissful. Okay, and that's I've learned that in the military for years. I mean, the stuff you didn't hear was the stuff that's going to
Come back and bite you. Yeah.
Okay, and what I was trying to envision early on was a process where the Open Records Act actually worked. Pam and I know exactly where this is going. Okay, but what's happened here is that you know, all the council is not as transparent as they should be. Okay? What did you know? When did you know? What did you do about it? And to the public is, why did you make that decision? Okay, fine, I hear you made it. I know you made that, okay, that development and that development and that development and that development. Oh, by the way, did the payment to your account so that you could run for re-election have anything to do with that type of decision? And
Yeah.
why would you take money from a developer where you're making a decision on his or her development? Now, I consider that.
Explain those optics. Right?
Yeah, I said that doesn't look good, doesn't smell good. Okay, it's a duck kind of situation. But then it takes that transparency and it takes the active engagement from your end. You know, you guys should pull us in once a week, sit us down just like this and say, ladies and gentlemen, we have Councilman Murray. And
Yep.
Councilman Murray is about to explain why he supported, you know, a annexation of a large 5,300 acres that's not even close in reality to the city of Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Can you try to explain your concept, your ideas, your processes? You know,
You had a podcast for that.
Yeah, I hear you guys. Okay,
Gary, what do you think?
What was that?
I said, Gary, what do you think? That's usually what he would say.
no, Gary and I did a council matters thing, which nobody listened to. And as an aside, real fast, when I first started this 8 years ago, okay, I was gung ho as all get out. Man, every month I had a at-large town hall meeting.
Yeah.
And when the survivorship, I'll use that term loosely, got down to 3 people, we'd set up City Hall, and 3 people would show up, and they just wanted to make citizen comment.
Yeah.
I mean, that, and unless there was an issue, senior centers or some of these other things, I mean, people just didn't show up. And it really kind of frustrated me. And finally we stopped it because it really had made no sense, and we were trying to find a social mechanism, okay, to re-engage. Also, if you look every day, and I did it for a number of years, you stand up in front of the city council and you have 3 minutes to talk, there is absolutely, or I shouldn't say absolutely, I get in trouble with that, rarely feedback. You know, they keep on saying, well, you don't have to say anything, you don't have to go in here. If it wasn't for this council setting up Sam Friedman's to answer some of these questions and some of these comments, I mean, everybody left frustrated as far as this city. So this city really needs to be more transparent. And finally, I'm on the audit committee. We just finalized 2023. You know, I always say we could do more. Okay, but I'll say it. Tom and I got into interesting dynamics about investigative auditing and the whole purpose of investigative auditing. And we were actually talking about a position that's all they did. Okay, and I said, and my argument was, I don't think we need to do that. As people bring to us issues, and they bring to us issues, or we discover issues, okay, then we investigate them. But by and large, there's so much to audit, okay, it's really hard to compress it into a reasonable thing. But at any time, at any stage, and I'll speak only for myself for 4 months, okay, and you can talk to the rest of the council. I'm sure that if you find an issue that you believe deserves audit responsibilities or audit focus, you come in and say, listen, you need to have the auditors look at it. And I guarantee you, I've got a list that I'm still going to leave with the auditor's office to do it. So again, I take responsibility, and I think we have a really good auditor's office. Okay, again, it's the direction is the council, and I take responsibility for it.
All right, you heard it here first. Bill Murray's taking responsibility. We're going to wrap up with that. I want to thank City Councilors Bill Murray, Yolanda Avila, Nancy Henjum. I want to thank former Mayor Mary Lou Makepeace. I want to thank Senior Reporter Pam Zubek. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back on in just a little bit.
everybody. Welcome back to IndyFinity. This is block, oh my gosh, where are we at now? I did not use my marker to figure that out. We're in block 12 of our wonderful all-day live stream. I want to thank my guests in here today. Who do we got? We've got Angela Seals, who is the interim, I got it, executive director over at the cultural office of the Pikes Peak region.
That's right.
Which we know is Copper. It's much shorter to say. This was much easier to say there. And you are also the deputy director from 2013 to 2022 and the owner of Relevant Project Studio.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Of course. And then sitting next to you is Steve Wood, an award-winning artist, painter, muralist, sculptor, founder and director of Concrete Couch, a nonprofit connecting communities and teaching and engaging youth since 1990. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you for having me, Nick. This is great.
Yeah, isn't it? It's kind of a blast, actually.
There's an amazing energy in
I
this
know.
room. Yeah, it feels great.
Don't worry, the crash is going to come. All right. So first off, I want to have you guys kind of talk about the Indy and what role that's played in the arts as the culture beat, the arts and entertainment dude here now. It has been incredible to be able to sink my teeth into the local arts and culture scene and use Peak Radar and talk to people and go to the End Center and talk about the Springs Ensemble Theater. But I'm going to shut up for a minute. Angela, if you want to talk about the Indy and what that's meant in the community, or just whatever, talk about John Weiss. What do you want to do? All right.
I think that the Indy has been just an incredibly important platform for arts and culture to not only get the visibility here that it deserves, but also the kind of coverage, the kind of understanding the importance of provocative voices, of experimentation, of trying new things. The Indy has been so generous with giving visibility to new initiatives and groups that were new on the arts scene, particularly strong in local music coverage over the years, don't you think, Steve? I mean,
absolutely.
The Indy is where you go to see live music, local music, and that's been true just for so many years. And also culinary. I think the Indy has really had an incredible corner on the culinary world here, which is part of our creative life as a community. So those are the things that immediately came to my mind when I thought of the Independent, is their generosity toward new ideas, and then their incredible corner they have on those two art genres.
Yes. I like having a nice stranglehold on all of art.
Well, we want all the coverage. We need all of the coverage.
I'm fighting every week to get, can we talk about paintings this cover? Can we just do that, or sculpture?
Sure,
we'll just do that.
It all needs it. But and I think also coverage in the Indy has always not been generic. It's always like interviewing the folks and really has an angle and really gets down in. And that's part of what makes the arts come alive for people who are reading is getting into all of those interesting ideas and techniques that are part of the scene here. We have a really eclectic art scene, and the Indy's acknowledgement of that and voice in covering it is part of what really makes it come to life on the page.
Thank you. And obviously I've only been here for a few months, so I can't take claim to any of that other stuff.
Particularly in the past few months.
However, it's gotten really good. No, I'm kidding. Steve, what are your thoughts on the Independent? Because obviously you were right here, so.
Yes, and I wanted to build on everything Angela said.
Yeah.
In addition to great coverage and kind of opening our eyes to all kinds of neat things that were going on here, the Indy really incubated all these individual artists and artist collaboratives and non-art collaboratives and just people in the Springs that were trying to do something positive, something better for the community. So I don't think most people really know the level to which the Indy provided the kind of entry steps for folks. And that involved coverage, that involved space, inside out youth services. We're here for years, and they were incubated and allowed a place that was safe and free and wonderful to meet. Concrete Couch, they did that for us as well. For many years, we were in the little next door building, what's called the parsonage, and we were able to bring a lot of community and really kind of thrive as an arts organization until we could kind of get out on our own. And they've done that for lots and lots of groups, which I think is really, really amazing.
That's true. It's been a really broad definition of their role in the community that goes way beyond the paper. And I think that's part of what Steve's, bringing to life here is that sense of citizenship that the Indy has had as part of Colorado Springs has been a really evolving and wide-ranging role. And we're about to see a new vision of that soon, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Steve.
Yeah.
One of Concrete Couch's core values is community matters, and when some people think of Colorado Springs, it's kind of, it's neat that there's arts there, but it's kind of this artless desert in times. And so, yeah, I know, it's a bummer. How important
Untrue. Fake news.
Fake news. How important is art to the community, especially one like Colorado Springs?
It's important for every community, and for Concrete Couch, art is, we kind of take it creativity in the broad sense. So, we just had a cooking workshop while people were learning to repair bicycles while someone was doing a spray painting interactive demo. So we mix it all together. And if that's not kind of the template that the Indy had, as far as a lens to look at our community from all different creative sides, I don't know what is. And I think the Springs really does have a lot of really amazing people. And even when this was considered like, oh, it's not a great place to do art, back in the 80s, dang, there were a lot of amazing people doing art here then. A lot of them are still here, still making art, and there is justifiably a real art scene that is bigger and more robust than it was then. But there has been a through line of a lot of creative souls here from Broadmark Art Academy days,
of course.
Which is really neat.
Yeah. Angela, I want to ask you the same thing. How important is art to the community?
Well, I really see the arts and culture sector as the soul of the community, reflecting back to a fast-changing city, what it has been and what it is becoming and what it can be. And so I think we can't underestimate arts and culture here as part of our knowing ourselves. And also getting to know each other. It becomes another public forum where we're experiencing live music together out in Bancroft Park, and suddenly someone's swing dancing, and you meet them, or you're taking a painting class at Bemis, or your kids are in dance class up in Briargate, and you meet other people. I think the arts are intersectional, and they remind us that we all are too, and that we can connect with each other in creative ways.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really like that one. What I want to dovetail from there is, what do you hope to see from 6035 Media going forward in a way that maybe the Independent has and maybe hasn't done in the past, especially, we're sitting here on a live podcast,
Yes,
a
we are.
live stream and that. What do you want to see from here going forward regarding the arts?
You want to take it first, or would you like me to, Steve?
Well, I think the past and history is a great thing to learn from and build on.
Yeah.
And the Indy's done such a great job. So obviously things are going to change, and you're figuring it out and we're figuring it out. But I hope you just kind of continue the tradition of what you have been so great at, which is really getting out there and supporting and building and helping wonderful things come together.
Absolutely. I think I hope to see that same embrace of new initiatives with a spirit of sure, yes, like a spirit of yes. I remember when Arts Month was first starting, which is almost 10 years ago now, and the Independent started running Arts Month front covers. That was so important. Now it's a huge initiative across the two-county region, but when it first started, getting the front page of the Indy really helped, and became like a lightning rod. Oh, there's this new thing going. And so I think just understanding that things don't have to arrive in order to be worth coverage, that coverage can catapult important things into their arrival.
Right.
And being part of that launch and that spirit of launch. I hope to see that in the future too, because the arts community has a lot of new ideas, and those new ideas are part of what keep people curious. So
Yeah.
we need that curiosity to fuel engagement in the arts and to keep people coming back to folks that they trust and have enjoyed for many years.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys were pointing out, the embeddedness of the art community and how long it's been here, I, not to toot my own horn, but I went on a literal First Friday art walk, and the gallery owners were actually very happy to see an art reporter coming into their gallery and taking a look at the work. And going forward, it would be really cool to do more of that hands-on coverage, because there are so many galleries in here that people don't know about.
Yeah.
All the way up here, up into Manitou.
I'll tell you, Nick, there's a real need for review. And critical review, and
I've heard that.
There's a choice that's made when resources are low. There was a choice that was made to preview performances and to preview concerts because they support attendance, which supports the arts community more. But I think there is an opportunity there, particularly if we've got folks like you who are interested, to go out and attend and like kind of really digest and process the art that's being made here. Great critical review does deepen the arts here, and challenges it, and it keeps people really interested in the way the arts are strengthening and evolving instead of just promotion.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see a little bit of experimentation and review. I don't know what you think as a visual artist. You've certainly been on the walls at a lot of First Fridays.
Yeah.
Looks good, Steve.
Well, I just love
There, especially if it's review like that.
I love that, again, that kind of expansive view. So the galleries are great. Let's keep that rolling. And then there's all this stuff happening through community groups that are on the outside galleries, on the walls, mural program, the whole
Yes.
Of course, the
Nob
public
Hill
space.
program.
Downtown.
Yeah.
There's just been this explosion. I know we were doing a lot of murals in the 80s and 90s with community groups. Some of them are still out there, which is really cool. But I think there were very few people doing it.
Yes.
And now everywhere you look, there's a new wall that went up, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we had a little part to this. You know, we started things going, but it's happening. And the stuff that's going on with community groups, I think, in the art world, but also in just kind of making their community better, whatever it is, improving a park or helping their school. I think there's a lot of great stuff going on, and we got to highlight that and support it, because obviously there's a lot of divisions and things that want to separate us and keep us from really improving our world. So we got to get on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're about out of time here. I want to give you guys some final. I told you this would be quick. I really did. I warned you.
You did.
Angela, final thoughts before we head out. Any compliments to John Weiss for helping make this Catherine Eastburn and that. Or any other things that you've been thinking of?
Yeah, well, definitely thanks to John and everyone involved in the Indy, to Dave Gardner and to you, Nick, and to everyone who's spearheading this shift. I think it's a really powerful potential. We're excited to see what comes. The arts community is always on board with like the new and the evolution. So continue to see us as partners and friends as you go forward, and we hope we'll continue to see arts and culture in the pages and on the airwaves of 6035 Media.
Excellent. Steve?
All right, so I'm not alone in being a person that when we first heard Johnny's vision was like, this guy is crazy.
I love that. People like that, though.
Independent newspaper, alternative, you know, there's the Gazette, but we're going to provide another view. And it was like, I don't know, well, but look how amazing it has been.
Yes.
And so many of the goals that I think he and his original board and original, you know, founding group had, they were really able to really knock out of the park, like getting people from different walks of life, different religions, different economic backgrounds, getting them together and talking. You know, I don't think that role has really been highlighted enough, but go, Johnny, go Indy.
Absolutely, for holding up a new mirror to Colorado Springs to show itself.
And bringing us together.
Differently, absolutely.
Thank you guys so much. Steve Wood, Angela Seals, thank you for joining me. We're going to leave on a note by David Siegel, who was not able to come in today. Thank you for joining me in the studio. IndyFinity continues.
Hi, this is David Siegel from the Center for the Arts, calling with a message to share commemorating the transition from the Colorado Springs Independent to 6035 Media. The Colorado Springs Indy over the last 30 years has transformed the arts community in Colorado Springs, and we are so, so grateful from reviews to previews to profiles, the journalism of the Indy has had a profound impact on the arts community, exposing the good story of the arts and all that the arts bring to our community, to the broader community. And arts journalism is a rare thing, and the Colorado Springs Independent has carried the mantle of arts journalism in Colorado Springs for years, and we are so grateful and can't wait to see what comes next with 6035 Media.
All right, welcome back to IndyFinity. IndyFinity, Block 13. We're going to be talking about giving a voice to the marginalized here. Before we kick off, though, I'm going to introduce our guests. Dave, you had a comment from the chat.
I do, and I knew you were going to do that to me. I'm still scrolling back to get
That's
it, so not quite
That's
ready.
fantastic. Hey, in studio, I want to introduce here Mike Williams, Executive Director of the Citizens Project. Welcome into the studio today.
Glad to be here.
And Christy Milligan, CEO of Westside Cares. You ran the Gill Center for Public Media for Rocky Mountain PBS 2014 to 2017, and you're the Executive Director for the Citizens Project from 2007 to 2014. Welcome, Christy.
Thank you so much for having me.
Wow, that was a long time.
I know. And that was a long bio.
Yeah.
And you have a stray hair across your face, and I know you're going to hate us later if you see this. There you go.
Thank you. Good looking out.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're still.
I
You
got
got
it.
it. All right, Dave, go ahead.
Okay, so when we can, we want to share some of the comments that we're getting from the public. But this particular comment related to today and to the history that we're making here came from a staffer, Sean, who wrote, "The podcast is warming my heart so much already. It was long before my time in Colorado Springs, and we clearly still have so much work to do. But thank you from the gays for standing up for us and helping carve out our place in this community." And I think that was really kind of a response to a lot of the conversation from some of the early founders and staff. The first couple hours of the morning, there was a lot of talk about, how the Amendment 2 really kicked this whole thing off.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, I want to start with you. What do you think is important about the way we cover issues here with the Independent? Maybe in a way that maybe other outlets don't, or as Dave mentioned, this publication started in response to Amendment 2. So,
yeah, I think I wouldn't even say the way you cover it is accurate. The Indy covers is accurate, and that's something that's very crucial. And I think it's easy to get mixed up in partisanship a lot of places. But I think having a voice that is brave enough to cover issues that other people actively choose not to, that puts a light on the communities that don't have a voice, is humongous. And also the fact that you're covering it in a way that is accurate and lets people actually see what's going on and aren't afraid to call people out when they need to be called out has been absolutely amazing, I think.
absolutely. Christy, what do you think?
Well, this is a little known fact, but we too, I was listening on my way in, and we too used to have an office down here.
Yeah.
So Citizens Project was incubated here in this space. But for me, over the years in particular, I've just been really grateful for the coverage that underrepresented voices that have been elevated. I can't tell you in the last couple of years how often a photographer or a reporter has come out to meet someone that, for all intents and purposes, has been discarded by the community, and given them the place to tell their story, given them a voice, and it just means a lot for the movement, and it means a lot for justice and equity.
How do you feel about how the Indy's been supporting? I mean, obviously we're a nonprofit now, but how do you guys feel about us supporting the nonprofits over the years? I mean, we usually will do trade for ads and stuff like that, so you guys can get your messages out and stuff like that. Have you seen that really be beneficial to your work you're doing?
Immensely. Even before I was in Citizens Project, just the fact that what's been going on with school board elections, stuff like that here, having staffers that we know would come to school board meetings, which are not the most entertaining thing to sit at, and cover what's happening.
Oh, they're more entertaining now.
Well, they are. For all the I can't wait to have boring meetings again. But just being able to have people come out for stuff like that and really highlight what's going on, in addition to the work that we do. A lot of people in the community, Citizens Project's been around for a long time, obviously, as well, but a lot of people may or may not know a lot of the work that's been happening. So being able to bring that to communities, even being able to give our voter guide out this year, door-to-door canvassing, giving our voter guide out, right? And that would not have happened without the Independent, putting it in the Indy. So I just think that, it's awesome to have a place that covers things, that organizations that are doing good work, because there's a lot of organizations that do good work that don't have the resources to maybe put it other places, and you guys have been a huge partner for that.
We're really glad we could help. And I know I said it in the last segment too, but I've only been here for a little bit. But it's great to be able to inherit that legacy and be able to speak to it, especially through my beat, the arts and culture and stuff like that. Christy, how has the Indies being able to support nonprofits and that really benefit over there?
Well,
I care. Yeah.
Specifically, one of the things that I really love about the Indy is that its readership, its engaged audience is presumptively wanting to be a change agent. Other things that we read might incite ire, but I think that there is a presumption underlying all the coverage, all of the intersectionality with nonprofit movement in the community that knows and understands that the reader wants for things to be better in this community. And so I really appreciate the dovetailing with organizations that are doing good work that align with the values that are central to this community that sometimes get forgotten if you fail to read the Independent.
Yeah, and then we're consolidating all of our publications into one, which will make it so much easier.
Yeah, and I want to interject that, a lot of our conversations today, we've been talking about what the Indy has been doing. And we're really describing what 6035 Media is going to be doing. I mean, none of that is going to change.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be supercharged.
Yeah, it's gonna be consolidated. It's a new name, it's a new format, but Indy is not going away. It's 6035 now. Angela, I wanted, since you had the last one, I'll give you that one, this next one here. From this combined entity where we're covering, it's the Indy, it's the Business Journal, it's Southeast Express, stuff like that. What do you hope to see from 6035 Media going forward?
You want to take a swing at that?
Yeah, I don't mind Christy at all. It's
here's a bomb. Have fun.
Yeah, like I'd hope to see continued, and I'll just say this: like I'm definitely biased because I'm a lifelong Southeast House District 17 resident, right? So Southeast Express, seeing that brought something to the community where the community felt like there's stories that were exclusively covering the community. So I'd love to see like the continued amplification of the voices in the Southeast as an example. And again, the continued work that the Business Journal does highlighting young professionals, which is always a phenomenal thing, and then the Indy highlighting the equity work that's getting done and organizations are doing the work. I would just love to see that. And I know it's going to happen. Like the leadership here is phenomenal. The reporters here are absolutely exceptional. So I think I don't think it's going to be a tall task for you guys to continue to do it because it's such a mainstay of what you've been doing. And just continue to do that.
All right, Christy.
All right. Well, I mean, he's a tough act to follow.
I did.
I think more than anything else, my aspiration is to centralize, to bring in the voices that have been traditionally underrepresented. As a community, I think that there has been a real failure to embrace the Southeast Quadrant, frankly. And I think that the integration of that is going to be really essential if we're going to move forward together as a community. So I'm looking forward very much to that. I'm also looking forward to increased opportunities to engage in different ways. I really love what Dave is doing. I really love the synergy between the Business Journal and the Independent and the Southeast Express. And I can't wait to see how that fruitions into a streamlined engagement experience.
Hey, Nick, give me the mic and I'll take it. Can I add to that a little bit?
Of course, Dave.
A couple things. First of all, I do want to give a nod to Hiking Bob Falcone in the Peanut Gallery.
Hello.
Bob is coming up at 3:00, I believe it is. 3:00. So, you mentioned my work, and what I've been doing is, trying to mentor community podcasts. I mean, it's been my mission to give a voice to the voiceless, especially real estate developers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We don't hear nearly enough from them.
Yeah, they're underfunded and underrepresented. No.
Who's gonna protect the big builder, Dave?
Yeah, somebody has to stand up for them. But Citizens Project had a podcast that was podcasting out of this studio a few years ago. And Mike, now that you're here, I'm going to pitch you. You guys need to be cranking out those podcasts.
That's such an easy pitch for me. I love that.
You could do it in this very room too. It's pretty rad.
And we do. We want to give. So it's easy. If you're a real estate developer, we might not go too far out of our way because you can buy all the media you want. But if you are somebody who's not privileged and somebody who doesn't buy ink by the barrel, then we will give you the microphone. We want more people in here, more diverse voices here.
That is fantastic. And we have the operations manager we have now, Shay, is such a great balance to me and loves media. And I think this is going to be, we're going to have to talk about it more. I love it.
Absolutely. And of course, we're expanding into so many different ways going forward. I mean, even today, this is not the first time I mentioned it. We're doing a live broadcast. This is something that we're not familiar with, and I know it's something that's not really happening in town. And it was important to us to give you guys space to be able to talk about you guys and what you think about the Indy and what you've been thinking about 6035 going forward, because this is a huge change for all of us. And we're really happy that you guys are able to make
in here. Did you guys have any like final thoughts about John Weiss and what he's been able to do here, or things that I don't know, maybe just didn't quite get into the conversation here? About what you guys do and the passion that you have, especially we've got an election coming up here for mayor and city council, stuff like that, you know. Since I guess you're ready, Mike. Just go for it.
He looks ready.
I'm trying to not take up too much space.
No, you're good.
Y'all, this is like I was so grateful to be able to even be here, but like. John Weiss and just me learning early history of Citizens Project and kind of how the Indy came to be was like fantastic. And then getting to meet John was great. Coming to the office, popped up, and the first time he came, I wasn't there, right? Because I was out in the community, and then Lori was like, "Hey, John's here." I was like, "Who's John?" She's like, "John Weiss." I said, "Oh, like you just said John, right?" But then the fact that to have the vision and to be able to execute the vision the way, and to have the staff that you all have, thank you. And I definitely want to give a shout out to, obviously, Dave, Nick. I want to give a shout out to Helen, who's fantastic. Greta is one of my, no offense to everybody else, I love the staff of the Indy, but Greta is one of my favorite people at the Indy. So cool. I'm trying to be like her when I grow up. And Amy, right? Like seeing, it's always good to know no matter what we're going to in any event that's happening, any forum, any community healing thing that needs to happen, like after the Club Q murders, that we know we're going to have allies here at the Indy 6035 going forward that are going to be able to cover that and make more people aware and kind of bring people together. So I just thank y'all a ton for doing that, having the vision to do that, and to continue to do that work.
Thank you, Christy.
Yeah, well, I mean, so just about the founding of the Indy, I think about absence, and I think a lot about, I spent a lot of time trying to grow up to be something like Audre Lorde, who talks about how terrifying it can be to use your voice, but how it's terrifying anyway, right? It's terrifying to live in this world. But just imagining the courage that it took to say no, not in our community. And every time something has happened in our community, the Indy has been there saying, not in our community. I remember specifically in the wake of the Planned Parenthood shooting, that the next edition was a series of thoughts from community leaders and just individuals who were impacted by it. I know that this week I was reading my email digest, and that was where the story about the excessive force on the veteran homeless person broke.
Right.
You're not a daily, and you broke that story for me. And so, just the constant act of being there and stepping into the void and being a voice that's saying, no, not in our community, no vitriol, no violence, no more damages, not in our community. It just means a lot.
Thank you. We got in, I'm going to bring up her volume, Representative-elect Stephanie Vigil. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. We've been talking about, our coverage of, the marginalized and honestly not privileged, really. What's your hot take on, the marginalized in Colorado Springs and the Indy's coverage of it, especially as a weekly, as we're bringing up versus a daily?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I think, some of you might know this already. A lot of what motivated me to seek public service in the first place is that I came up in such a rough childhood myself. I'm a survivor of childhood abuse and neglect. I survived a suicide attempt. I've been disabled by mental illness in the past. And so when I started to get better, I felt like I want to go into some sort of healing work that fixes this for the next kid who comes along. I'm not content to just move on. And given my deep love for our city and my belief that Colorado Springs can do so much better for ourselves and deserves better representation, it seemed like a good thing to bring to the state capitol for Central Colorado Springs. So, that's all of the work that I do. I've been in a lot of meetings these last few weeks with fellow electeds, especially fellow incoming members of our state house, and so much of what we're talking about is bringing equity to everything that we do in the state of Colorado, right? Making sure that everyone has transportation, not just people in cars, and that everyone has housing, not just the very wealthy, and that everyone's job takes care of them. So, yeah, I mean, I'm up to my ears in it, and I love it. This is exactly the work that I want to be doing, and it's a little bittersweet for me to see Colorado Springs Independent going through this big shift. It's kind of the end of an era. And that's definitely a role that this publication has played in our city for so many years, is featuring people who are otherwise not being heard. It's so special to me.
It's a transformation here that we're doing. Like we've been talking all day, the Indy is not going away. Business Journal's not going away. We're all coming together under one umbrella, and we're going digital first, that we can address these things as they happen. Club Q was a huge tragedy that happened in our community, and we were right there, being able to cover it as best we can, not being a daily paper. Steph, before you got on, I did ask about what's important about Indy, especially since we have election coverage coming up here. What's important about the Indy covering the election and the issues that matter here at Colorado Springs? You mentioned mobility and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we talked about the Southeast here in the studio.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think if nothing else, and this is just, one of the lanes that you all know that this is just a lane that the Indy has filled for so many years, is just to make sure that there's more than one perspective being heard, without necessarily calling out anyone else. Not all news sources in our region are very comprehensive and inclusive. And so I worry sometimes that, democracy in this country is nothing more than a coalition of the willing. So if there isn't somebody who steps up and asks the questions that the people in power don't want to ask, and consults people who the people in power don't want to consult, then we can't be well informed about our elections. That's going to be really important this coming year. We've got obviously the mayor's office up for election, and city council seats, and
at large,
school boards. School boards are going to be hotly contested this coming year. And I'm just always so grateful that there's some balance in our region about how we cover things.
Absolutely. Dave, did you have any questions in here? And I want to say, I want to highlight, because I knew you before I got into the Indy. I knew you about doing Studio 809, your community voice. That signature stinger, that's Dave Gardner. And you just talked to Mike like, hey, let's talk afterward about a podcast. Let's amplify some.
This is what community sounds like.
Yes, yes.
Sir.
Studio 809.
But you've been really, I really do want to salute you and your work here, doing as the nonprofit Studio 809, and being able to provide that voice as well. And I don't know if you had any thoughts on that too.
Well, what I was thinking about, you caught me, I was completely distracted, and I was thinking, it's time that we give a nod to Nick, who's been directing all day. He's directing the video.
Oh my goodness.
With hardly a break. And
I got some cheese earlier. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I got a cookie.
Hopefully he's not going to file a complaint with the...
Well, we don't talk about that now, but...
I'm going to have to wash his car for a couple months or something.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you don't have a car.
It makes it easier.
Yeah. Good for
anyway,
you. Good for you.
Stop deflecting,
thank you.
Dave.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
And it's interesting that we, I think having the podcast will make it easier to have more voices, to hear more voices. And people today, most people won't read, they won't even read a 500-word essay or column.
Bob.
And but they will. But many of them will listen to even a 2-hour podcast while they're gardening, commuting, cooking, cleaning, that kind of thing. And so it's one of the last places where you can really have some in-depth conversations and thought. And I think conversations have a lot of value. So I'm looking forward to having a lot more conversations in this room. And our aspirations, Nick, are so much greater than our pocketbook. Way greater.
Hang on, I've got a site that people can go to. There we go, 6035membership.org. Go be a member. or read up all about it.
Yeah, we we belong to this community. John Weiss has donated this publishing empire to the city of Colorado Springs, so I'm hoping people will step up so that we have enough staff. One thing we'll do with some of that maybe is have enough staff here to have this studio busy all the time with all kinds of great voices.
Absolutely, and yours is never going away. Mike Williams, Christy Milligan, Stephanie Vigil, Dave Gardner, and Hiking Bob in the corner there. Thank you so much for joining us in this segment. IndyFinity is not going away ever. It's on the internet forever. However, we do have to go to break. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is IndyFinity. This is block 14. How are you guys doing? We've got special guests. I mean, we've been having special guests all day today. You can hear me okay, Linda?
I can. Thank you, Nick.
Linda Weiss, Executive Director of the Colorado Springs Community Cultural Collective and founder of the Colorado Springs Conservatory. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for including me on this most incredible moment. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to talk to your successor, Nathan Halverson.
Wonderful.
A couple months ago at
He's
the Conservatory. So obviously you've left behind an incredible legacy over there. I wanted to talk about the Indy, of course. How has the Indy supported nonprofits, the arts, especially in downtown Colorado Springs? How do you see that from your perspective?
Well, that's a great question, Nick. And I think from my perspective, downtown wouldn't be downtown without the Independent. And it's always been since I moved here, 30 some years ago. The Independent's always been part of the fabric, and especially of downtown. So it's synonymous, right?
Yeah.
With all things great and cool downtown. And I think I would be remiss to not say that I'm thrilled with the direction that you all are going at this moment. I think that on the heels of the work that I'm doing right now with this 100-year-old city auditorium and kind of looking at the past meets the present and embraces the future, and how brilliantly and gracefully Amy has led this effort with so much community engagement and perspective that is heard and imported into the greater conversation. Amy's done a stellar job, as has all the team. So I think this is a really important moment, and of course it's impactful to downtown, but I think what's exciting about the future is that this new journal and the way that you all are approaching this is enormously impactful given the rate at which our city is growing, the diversity of folks, all of the pillars of culture that are here, and really looking forward to how this journal will play a part in the future.
That's great. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. But you know what? Here, why don't we donate it? All right. No, because I think it's a really important moment, and it's hard. Change is hard.
Yeah.
Change is hard. I feel like part of the reason why I can say this with so much emotion is I'm part of a project that represents 100 years of our city's history.
Right.
And we have people that walk in there every day and talk about memories and where things used to be, and you want to honor that. But at the same time, you know that, the world as we know it is changing so vastly. So how do you walk that beautiful fine line of honoring the past and really listening and taking that past into the present so that it has relevance and it continues to be important to as many citizens as possible in the city. That's exactly what you all are doing. And I give you so much credit for the process, for the strength, and for the courage and for the vision.
Well, thank you. I haven't been here long. Dave's been here much longer than I have as well. We were talking earlier about covering the arts and how getting those to proliferate across the city builds community, and that's a really, really big deal. We're having our best of party down at this little place that you're, renovating on the corner there next to City Hall.
Very exciting.
Yeah, that's City Odd, and we're excited about that too. And for decades, now 6035, but the Indy before and nonprofits have been working together to cross promote and proliferate and stuff like that. And it's been great to see one of these things being this kind of collaboration.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a
Yeah,
big deal.
congratulations. Yeah, we're very excited about hosting the Best of party.
Let's see, what's the date for that, Nick or Linda? Do either of you remember?
I believe that's the 19th.
It's January 19th.
19th.
I believe.
Someone's going to Teams that to me
Yeah.
as soon as they can.
Grab those tickets now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
going to
it'll
be
be
a big
fun.
deal. Absolutely. What do you hope to see from this combined entity? Because, obviously the Indy's not going away, the Business Journal's not going away. We're all becoming one giant entity now. What do you hope to see from this combined entity going forward, especially when it comes to nonprofits?
What do I hope to see going forward, especially when it relates to nonprofits?
January 19th, Jessica tells me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank
Jessica
you.
knows everything.
I know.
Jessica, when's my birthday and where do I have to be next? I would say that I think the brilliance of combining all of these efforts is that we now have an even more intentional and deliberate opportunity to really hear each other, respect perspective, and bring even more human connectedness than we've ever seen. And I have no doubt that, when you think about perhaps the differences between the readers of the Business Journal and the readers perhaps of the Independent, the idea of everyone having a seat at the same table and having an opportunity to have conversation and broaden audience, broaden perspective. I think broadening perspective is probably my greatest wish. If that was
That's
a wish that I would whisper in Santa's ear, besides $100 million, would be that we would have that opportunity for shared perspective.
Absolutely, and as we expand in our multimedia ways too. Dave, we were talking in the last segment about how important Studio 809 has been to giving a voice to the voiceless. And I know you've had some podcasts with Linda here as well. Do you want to talk about that and how that's worked out for the community too?
Well, I think the last time Linda was in here was for Elevating Pikes Peak Women, wasn't it? With
Yes,
Mary Lou.
with Mary Lou, yeah.
Makepeace. And I'm so proud of that. That is really one of our coolest podcasts, and their mission is to introduce the community, if they don't already know, to the coolest women doing great things. And
So I'm cool, Dave?
Oh,
You
yeah.
think so?
Yeah, you knew
so
that.
nice.
I think
No,
you're
I
cool
don't
too.
know that.
Okay.
darn, now there's
No,
going to be
thank
no living with her now.
People, where's my car?
If it hasn't,
Driver, please.
if it hasn't gone to her head by now, then I think
No.
we're safe.
No.
And so that's just one example, and my hope would be that we help the community kind of plug in, because how else do you find out exactly what your vision is and what you're doing? You get some good print coverage, not bad, but a lot of people don't read the newspaper anymore, especially younger people, and sitting you down at the table for a conversation gives you a chance, I think, to communicate more deeply what you're trying to do. And so the podcasts are great for that. So I hope we have more. And we're still kind of figuring out how Studio 809 and 6035 podcasts are going to play together, because they've been separate entities, but we all play in this wonderful playground thanks to the Indy.
Well, and I think one of the opportunities that someone like you have, Dave, in this ecosystem is, and this is something that I feel like I can speak to over my 30 plus years of being in this community, working with young people, and the idea and the notion of honoring the past. I mean, we are at a point in the growth of our city that I think it's really important that young people are sitting down with the elders of our community, the people that have built it. All of these cool things did not happen in the last 5 years. I mean, these are things, I remember being at meetings literally 30 years ago with people like Chuck Miller and Nolan Schreiner and Chuck Murphy and Jeff Smith and David Jenkins, and envisioning what is now our downtown. And we've just begun, right? That was 30 years ago.
Wow.
And so for the opportunity that in this ecosystem, like you said, that those conversations of having young people really listening to the process and understanding how we get those things done. And it really doesn't happen without incredible hard work, long hours, incredible patience, and learning how to work together and exercising humility. I think that's a big key. And I think that the beauty of where you all stand right now, you have that opportunity like never before to bring all those worlds together in really the most beautiful and respectful way.
Linda Weiss, Dave Gardner, thank you so much for being able to join us in the studio.
Thank you.
Where IndyFinity continues. Stay tuned. We got this.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Thanks. Wow.
I'll be on soon. I know, honey. You gotta stop swearing though, because I'm gonna be live.
Woohoo! Our director is going to leave us unsupervised for a little while, so we can get
Don't break anything, Dave.
We can get into some mischief.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
We are back with IndyFinity, and our last guest, Linda Weiss. Any other time I would remember that. Sorry, Linda, dang it. She had a great idea.
What's that?
IndyFinity Jeopardy.
Oh boy.
So I'm gonna start it right now, and then we'll get this show on the road. If you're watching on YouTube or the CS Indy website or Facebook,
Hello.
sneeze coming. Pardon me.
This is live radio, people. This thing's happen.
Yeah. Write the answer down. You don't win anything, but we'd like to know if you have some good answers. So here's the Jeopardy question is, to 6035 Media, are you still a newspaper? So we'd like to see your answers to that. So sitting here in studio with Bob Falcone, who's been a longtime outdoors writer for the Indy. You're a great photographer. It's a long list. Board member for Friends of Cheyenne Mountain State Park. Are you still on that?
Still there.
board?
Yep.
You host our most popular podcast at Studio 809 Podcast, Outdoors with Hiking Bob.
Thanks.
It's a great podcast. Haven't missed a week, right? Or I
I've
think you missed one.
1 week
Yeah.
in the last 332 episodes.
Yeah, which is pretty darn impressive. And then joining us remotely, we have Susan Davies. So you two are among my favorite people because near and dear to your heart is parks and open space. And Bob, because we've got Susan on waiting to talk about, especially about open space, why don't we have that conversation, and then I'd like to circle back, and then she can leave if she doesn't want to stick around, and we can hopefully we have time to talk a little bit about your remembrances and thoughts about the Independent, separate from these issues.
Sure.
And remind me to tell everybody, or make you tell everybody, what other parks boards and because you have a lot of positions. Because you're a giver, a community giver, and Susan, you are too, and I appreciate that. So the main thing, I think everybody knows. Well, I'll let you say. I'll ask the question. In fact, instead of telling everybody. Did the Independent and or John Weiss play a significant role in this community's acquisition and preservation of trails, parks, and open space?
Undoubtedly. Just undoubtedly. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. Yes, absolutely. And I'll tell you why. I'm thinking back to the day.
Oh, crud.
And
Susan, you went black. Apparently you can't think and remote in at the same time. Because she was thinking back, darn it. Go ahead.
I'll kind of fill in here, and hopefully we get Susan
Hopefully
back
she'll
on.
come back.
One of the things that, he was instrumental in getting the TOPS issue on the ballot when it finally passed. It's been 25 years now that program's been in effect. And so he was
There
instrumental.
so much that went on.
In
Oh, she's back.
We're back.
Oh, good. Sorry about that.
And you know what? Before you speak, I don't think I told everybody who the heck you are. So just in case.
I'm sorry.
In case there's one or two people out there who don't know, you are the executive director at the Trails and Open Space Coalition, one of our
Silly me.
favorites.
And I could have told folks that, and I just sort of launched, as we're trying to
we
do.
wouldn't expect you to introduce yourself. So now you can continue your thought. But be careful, because apparently if you're thinking, it might throw you off the air.
Oh, okay. I'll try not to think so hard.
Okay.
Steam will not come out of my ears. So yes, we went through some tumultuous times in those early years, and truly, the Indy was such a good ally in just telling the story, telling it factually, telling all the pieces of it. But it was a story that mattered to the Colorado Springs Independent. So that as we were going through some of these difficult issues and wanted people to understand why the parks were deteriorating and what did it mean when we stopped watering trees and grass. I mean, that wasn't a story that everybody was interested in, but the Indy was interested in it. And then of course, at about the same time, John Weiss and his wisdom started the Indy Give program, which as a 501c3 organization, we were in the first year of it and have been in ever since. But especially those early years, it was truly a game changer. So in so many ways, the Indy was had a huge impact on the conservation community, on the conversations that were taking place, and on the health and welfare of organizations like mine.
Okay, Bob, back to you.
Well, that was, I was going to go in that direction that Susan did with the Give campaign, besides helping a variety of nonprofits in this region on all different levels. Their great outdoors section of the Give it really benefits a lot of the groups that are helping with our parks and open spaces in general. And a lot of those groups are also involved with properties that TOPS has bought or is involved with, things like that. Like over at the Friends of Cheyenne Mountain State Park, where I'm at, not necessarily a Give campaign place, but a lot of people don't understand it. Much of that state park was bought with TOPS funds. And it wouldn't have happened if John and other people in the community didn't realize that it needed to be something that we needed to have a way to fund purchasing more land in and around Colorado Springs.
Yeah, I like the fact that when John has seen an issue that needs somebody to get behind it, that he'll, he is always bought ink by the barrel and would put some muscle to it.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Think about the places we wouldn't have without that program. Red Rock Canyon Open Space was slated to become a place with hotels and golf courses, and not the grand. I was there just 2 days ago. Not the big, beautiful open space that it is now.
Yeah, and we should mention, so Give, Indy was originally called Indy Give. I think it was called Indy Give.
Yep.
Started by John Weiss and the Independent and run for a long time. They subsidized it and gave them office space. They've been spun off, and so they're not a part of this organization anymore, but we still love them and want to have a good collaboration with them and see them continue to do well.
Wouldn't exist if John didn't see the need for a community-wide fundraising effort, to be held once a year and really bring everybody in together.
We lost.
Do we lose Susan again?
We lost Susan again. I will keep track.
Okay.
Oh, bring her back to the light. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so, do you have other thoughts about the Indy's contributions and, in all the good causes? Let's make sure we milk that subject before we move on to something
Well,
else.
I think that, by focusing on, one of the themes have been all day about the voices that aren't typically heard, that the Indy gives those voices. And I remember when the Indy started that was going to be their thing. We had one newspaper in town. It very much leaned in one direction. And that's okay. That's their right to lean in whatever direction they want. But the Indy came in and said, we're going to lean a little bit in the other direction and at least, try to find that gives people 2 points of view on everything. They also took up the cause of the environment and open spaces and parks and how important that is to the community. So I think you can just say that in general, they've given me a voice and advocate for outdoor recreation by giving me a column, which I've been writing for more than 8 years now. And I'm not always necessarily a let's talk about the environment type, but I talk about the outdoors in my column, much like I do with my podcast, and why you should be out there. And think like this, my column that went up today is about the forthcoming TOPS ballot initiative.
And you're certainly not doing any episodes about how to go out and cut down legacy trees to get a better photo.
No, except how to report those people who do things
Yes.
like that. I'm all about, it's all about responsible use and explaining to people why there are certain rules out there, why your dog can't poop in the park and you can't just leave it there, things like that. So it's those type of things. And during the Give campaign, the podcast have been focusing on the nonprofits that are part of the great outdoors also.
Welcome back, Susan.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Hi.
Susan,
thank
you're not
you.
feeding the hamsters enough to generate your router there.
No, I'm expecting an important phone call because I'm going to get surgery on my knee next Tuesday, and we don't want to talk about that. But nonetheless, and I thought that's what that was, but it was
but it
not.
wasn't.
So here I am.
So we'll get you back. So, Bob was just talking about his column and his podcast, and he said, I don't know if you said you're not an environmentalist or not
My column is not an environmentalist column.
Yeah.
It is an outdoor recreation column. But of course, those things go together. You can't have outdoor recreation if you're not taking care of the environment. So I won't swear to be, much like you are, an environmental
hippie.
Okay, environmental hippie, environmental activist. I don't know all the ins and outs of that stuff, but I do understand that if we don't take care of the outdoors, then we also don't have a place for outdoor recreation. Those things do go together.
Yeah, and I brought that up because, Susan, little known fact about you, I don't know how many people remember, is you were an environmental reporter.
Oh, it was a great gig. Yes, I did this in Pittsburgh, then Cleveland, and then here, and I loved it. And so, the interesting thing was I got to interview fascinating people like Dan Cleveland, my predecessor. And when Dan said that he was retiring, that opened the door for me to eventually assume this position. But truly, my passion has always been, environmental issues, environmental activities, what people were doing to make the environment better, but then also kind of what Bob's talking about, the whole recreation side of it. I mean, and that's why most of us moved out here. The main reason that we moved to Colorado was I wanted to spend time in the mountains, and here we are.
Well, and let's see, when you were here, you were an environmental reporter for one of the television stations, I think.
I was,
right?
KOA.
But they didn't keep that position for terrible.
Who cares about the environment?
Hey. I would argue that Bill Folsom still does a lot of that. I mean, you have to fight for those stories because you have management that doesn't always believe that that's what people want to watch.
Uh-huh.
You remind them, that's what people are doing. They're out there hiking and biking and skiing. And so that stories that relate to those things they care about, they'll watch. They matter.
But I was going to say, we're just about out of time, but they can't get rid of me, or it's going to be hard for them to get rid of me, and I'm going to try to make sure that we kind of fill. I think there's a little bit of a void. I think we could have better environmental reporting, and so
I think people who go out and enjoy outdoor recreation become environmentalists by default because when they go out there and see these places and they see the places that aren't taken care of and get trashed, and they sit back and go, well, I don't like seeing that when I'm hiking. They become environmentalists by being lovers of the outdoor recreation.
Susan, I'm being told we have to wrap up, so you can go take your other call, or do you have a final word before you go?
just thank you to the Indy, and thank you to you, Dave. And we have to keep these conversations going. And we absolutely, I firmly believe in a free press and an abundant and accessible press. So thanks for all you're doing.
You too. Right back at you. Okay. And Bob, maybe we should do I don't know, another podcast episode if it's not yours, maybe Pigtown Square or something. I definitely, there have been a number of people who've been at the table today where I really want to circle back and have longer conversations.
Would love to.
But just in the next 30 or 60 seconds, do you have any interesting or important reflections about your time here?
Well, I started here because the Indy didn't have an outdoor recreation columnist, and I'm not a journalist. I was a firefighter for all my life, but they published an article. It was terrible. I let them know it was terrible. A couple weeks later, I get a thing coming back. Basically, said, "Well, you're such a smartass, you do it," and I did. And I figured they would let me go in a couple of weeks, and they figured I didn't know what I was doing. 8 years later, I'm still writing. I could be like the other paper down the street where they just regurgitate news releases, but I provide firsthand, solid information. I think that makes a difference here.
You do, yeah. And I think that you bring up an important point. We pay attention. The Indy has always paid attention to people. So thanks for coming in and sharing that perspective.
I'm happy to be here and just excited about the new direction we're going in.
Come back for longer conversations
Absolutely.
soon. All right, we got to go. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hey, we're back already, and this segment of IndyFinity, we were going to bring in more staff from the past, and we had hoped to have Laura Austin-Urich, one of the first staffers, at the table or remoting in, but her life, she had bad travel karma today, so she can't join us. But I was really thrilled when I heard back from Kirk. Now, I've always called it Woundy, is that right? Is that how you pronounce it? Okay. Kirk Woundy, always admired your work here. You served in a couple of editorial roles for about almost 10 years.
Yeah, started as a part-time copy editor in 2005 and stayed until 2015.
I was kind of bummed when you left, but...
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it was a really good run. We had a really good time here. Certainly grew up a lot. I think I was, 28 or something when I started, and by the time I left, I had a kid, and had established. I guess this is my home after not being sure that I ever would. So.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Well, glad that you didn't leave town. You're now Director of Strategy and Operations and Associate Executive Director at NAMI Colorado Springs, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So I imagine you're pretty busy these days.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of need. A big part of what I do there is to try to assist on the fundraising side, try to keep our programs going, keep them free, and then also try to expand them. And definitely there's a big call for that, especially post-COVID.
So, do you have, since we're kind of honoring the independence, the Indy's 30-year history, counting the founding, planning, and all that, do you have any fond memories or any stories of of brutal abuse that made you want to leave? You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've got some really good memories. I can tell you, I'm sure there's been a lot of conversation today about John and the unique individual that he is. When I was hired, John was actually on sabbatical. The first time I ever laid eyes on him, I think I was in the bathroom here, this guy walked in, this little man on a cell phone, just yammering away, very energetic, very impassioned in whatever he was talking about, very unaware of other people's space. I was just kind of like, who was that hurricane? And I went out and asked somebody and found out that was actually the founder, publisher.
Force of nature, yeah.
Yeah. It just kind of, I don't know, I started, like I said, it's kind of low man on the editorial totem pole, and then, things happened, positions evolved. I got to help put together a team that, that was here together for the most part for a good 5 years. We had a core group that was here for a good long time, especially considering how little folks were paid and how long they worked. But people really, I think, enjoyed being with each other and kind of being a part of what John had built here.
Well, everyone will be glad to know that now everybody works very little and gets paid a whole lot.
I'm glad you revealed that to everyone.
Yeah. And if you believe that, got some swampland in Arkansas to sell you. Who hired you?
So it was Fran and Kara DeGette. Fran had just started here, and he was really keen on getting somebody in here to do copy editing kind of on site. They had somebody working remotely for a while, and I think that was kind of petering out. And Fran and I had a connection in that I went to Syracuse University, and he was a Central New York guy, and so he, I think, had an affinity or maybe a bias, toward somebody with my background. So I kind of lucked out, and and Kara accepted me, and off we went.
Did you realize from the get-go that you were going to work someplace special? Do you think it is someplace special?
Yeah, for sure. I had studied journalism, and I had done a little bit of that out of college, and then I worked in publishing a little bit. I worked in nonprofits. Never really felt like I, in journalism, had found what I had sort of envisioned a journalism environment to be, a career to be. And when I came out here, to the Springs from the Boston area, I wasn't sure that I was ever going to do journalism again. And then I just kind of kept picking up this free paper and thinking, like, I really kind of like what they're doing. And so on a lark, I just sent in a letter, and then, a few months later, kind of got a call on my home answering machine, because those were the days of home answering machines. So yeah, I mean, it to me was sort of the realization of, like I said, what I hoped journalism would be. A lot of people kind of working hard, coming up with ideas, sharpening them together, trying things, failing, sometimes succeeding, but kind of always sort of being in it together, and with a real sort of belief in the power of long-form journalism.
How do you feel about the changes that are taking place here now?
I mean, I'm hopeful. Got to be hopeful. I think that, I know it's been a long time that people have seen that change was going to be necessary. I mean, we were wrestling a little bit with that even in the early to mid 2010s.
And what do you mean by that? For people who maybe aren't studying what is happening in the media landscape.
Oh, just we lucked out. We with kind of the way that the medical marijuana business grew here, in the late 2000s to early 2010s. And with the advertising platform that the Indy became, we got to expand our staff a little bit. But we could see that, the days of print were starting to wane. Everybody was starting to move toward consuming things digitally. And we could see that it would mean a whole new way of working. I mean, in my role, I was thinking mostly editorially, but certainly on the business side, there was a realization that, the days of having full-page ads on the back, of the Indy, and knowing that was going to help pay, somebody's salary, those days are probably, going to be coming to a close. So, I think the nonprofit model, hey, I work for a nonprofit now. Like, I certainly believe in it. I think, I hope that over 30 years, the Independent has shown its worth, its value, its uniqueness in the community, and that people will, step up and help support it, be they individuals or be they foundations.
Thanks. Good thoughts. Good thoughts. What haven't I given you a chance to say that you came in here hoping to say?
I had plenty of 10 years to say what I wanted to say in this place. No, I'm thankful to be sort of to have been a small part of, one of the teams or a few of the teams that kind of made the Indy what it is. Like I said, I hit a real sweet spot, I think, when I came in, just with the growth that we were able to do, and also knowing that a lot of the battles, the really tough battles, had been fought, by the people who came before me on the editorial side and even on the business side. So, just super thankful that things worked out as they did, that I've got the friendships that, I still have today from having worked here, 5 years ago. And like I said, I'm just really hopeful that people will have the same kinds of opportunities to create those relationships and those memories that I had, just, under a different name and a different format.
Great. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. That obviously means something for you to take a little bit of time from your heavy-duty roles down there to come in and share with us. I appreciate it.
I appreciate the invite.
All right. We'll be back very soon in just a few minutes with another segment. You're watching IndyFinity. we're back. We try not to be gone too long because we were packing a lot into this day of IndyFinity, celebrating 30 years of Indy history. And the biggest part of the preview of things to come, the exciting things that 6035 Media has in store for us all, are really packed into the last part of the afternoon, shortly after this segment. So don't go away. The best is yet to come. Sitting here with a couple of really cool people because they are the brains behind Bristol Brewing. Mike and Amanda Bristol, and we're going to talk more about your experience with Colorado Springs and as an advertiser of the on the Indy, and maybe involved in some other conversations about things that that the Indy maybe had a hand in. But first, I want to talk to Patience Kabwasa because Patience is so busy. We weren't even sure we were going to get her, but she finally had a slot for us. So, and I wanted to hear from her. I had hoped to have you into our segment about giving voices to the marginalized because you write you've been writing a great column for the Indy for 6 years. You clearly represent part of society that isn't fully represented, not as much as it should be. And you are working on really great, important nonprofit service to the community, which is Food to Power. Real quickly first, why don't you tell people who may not know, what the heck is Food to Power?
Sure. I'd love to talk about Food to Power, so thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. We are a nonprofit in the community, and our work is really focused on cultivating a more equitable food system here in the greater Colorado Springs community. And we do that in 3 ways. We do that in programs through that alleviate barriers to food access. We have food education or skill sharing programs. And this is our first year of urban farming. And so we are now growing food in the hillside community. And the last way that we work to do that is through food production and composting.
I'm hoping to attend one of your composting classes coming up.
Love to have you.
Yeah. So when you were you invited to become a columnist, or did you come in the door and knock on the door and make the suggestion?
You know, what's so interesting, I was invited to be a columnist, but I have to say years before that, when I was still a student at Pikes Peak Community College, I've lived in the city for 23 years now, and part of my experience, you can hear this, I write about it, but been a single mom trying to provide for their kids, and the work that I do, food in alleviating access barriers to food is interweaved with my own personal story. And so there was many of time that I was on the city bus riding from, home to Pikes Peak Community College. And I just remember wandering in the building one day and, at the time just wanted to see what the inside of the Indy looked like. And I thought, I'm gonna write for them one day. It was completely aspirational. But when I got the invite, I just felt like it was divine intervention.
Wow, very cool, very cool. Kind of like when Jim Carrey wrote that $1 million check to himself. I don't know if you remember that story. Not at all the same. So you clearly have a perspective on this. How do you feel about the independent's commitment to giving voices to the voiceless?
I think it's so important, particularly in our town, where I think often leadership is very homogenous, and so is the relative experience of what it looks like to live in the city. And I think that the Indy is the competing voice of one of the bigger publications, the Gazette, but it gives room for diverse voice and diverse experience, and how other people, I think, maybe if you're not a part of that homogenous community, experience the city. And so I think it's incredibly important to continue that legacy. I know that we're calling this IndyFinity, but I really feel like it's an evolution of something that's already been in the making for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And, just the diversification of the papers over even the last 5 years, adding Southeast Express, I think is a part of that legacy. And so I'm really excited to see what this evolution brings as the city continues to diversify and just makes room for diverse voice.
Great. Well, any last words that you want to give of congratulations or thanks to anybody here, anybody responsible for this?
Oh, I think that, there's so many great people at the Independent. Obviously, this was John Weiss's vision 30 plus years ago. And so incredibly thankful for him and, all of the editors that I've worked with, some that are not here with us anymore, but have helped shape the paper, Carrie and Simpson and Adrian and, Matthew Shipper and Alyssa Smith and, now Brian. There's so many incredible, Helen. There's just so many incredible folks here working at the Indy, really trying to, I think, pave the way for who Colorado Springs is coming. The city is changing, and I think we're really in an exciting time and get to live here and kind of be a part of developing that change. And so I appreciate that the Indy is here to kind of shepherd, if you will, that voice and lift it up.
Great. Well, if you need to leave to go make food available in a food desert or something like that, you can, but you're welcome to stick around. I want to turn the conversation to the experience of Mike and Amanda. Terry Homick tells me that you have been longtime advertisers. You came to town shortly after the Independent was launched.
Yeah.
What do you remember about that?
Well, I remember coming to town, and Mike is from Fort Collins, but we decided to start the brewery in Colorado Springs because, well, it's the second largest city in Colorado. We felt like there'd be a lot of beer drinkers around here, and
boy, were you right.
there is already a few breweries in Fort Collins, and Colorado Springs is beautiful, and we were like, yeah, let's put down roots here. And when we first came to town, we opened in June of '94, and the Indy had just started, and I just immediately I had worked for an advertising agency back in my hometown, and we had great luck with advertising with the weekly there. Ah. And so I was like, okay, where's the weekly, and there was the Indy, and so I just cold called and said, hey, can I talk to someone about advertising? Because I felt like it was the audience we wanted. Because craft brewing was pretty brand new then. I mean, not brand new, but it was on the early edge of the movement. And we had to educate a lot of people as to what craft beer was, and that we weren't brewing it in our basement. So anyway, I called the Indy, and I got put on the phone with Terry, and I was amazed. I mean, we did not know a soul here, and she said, now what are you doing? And, tell me about this. And so I told her what we were doing, and she said, well, yeah, of course you can advertise. And what are you going to do for a grand opening? And I was like, well, I guess we should have a grand opening. But we didn't know who to invite. We had no idea. We didn't know anyone. And she said, I got you. I've got a list of contacts. I know the people in town that you need to get a hold of. And there was not much in the way of email back then, so she mailed me a handwritten list of all of these contacts, just everyone in town, and phone numbers and addresses. And I just remember thinking, oh my gosh, that's above and beyond. I just wanted to put an ad in the paper, and she made it possible for us to do a great grand opening and get to know some people in town.
Pretty tough to do a mail merge with that list.
Exactly.
And it was a great party, too.
It was, and Terry was there, and we had
I think the whole Indy staff was there.
We had a good time.
Probably. Yeah, this was before there were more craft breweries in town than Starbucks. Now,
yeah, that's right. Yeah. Exactly.
I think you might have them outnumbered now.
Yeah, I think so.
Believe it or not.
What about you, Mike? What would you care to share?
Oh, I just, that was kind of the beginning of it for us, and then we got to know a lot of people that were working with the Indy, and there was there's just been a lot of change over the last 29 years that we've been in business, and I sort of look at the Indy kind of being there all along the way. I mean, they sort of brought people together, just like that experience. I mean, they put people together, they connect people, they communicate, and I think a lot of the great things that have happened in Colorado Springs are not necessarily directly related to something that John did, but there's a culture there that's really thrived with.
Quick note to Nick here, who's directing for us. Nick,
Yes.
do you think that are we going to have to pay all these people to use these amazing comments and the wonderful audio promos that we're going to be able to make out of this?
You know, we have some fantastic people. I am more than happy to get you in contact with them. You know,
Our lawyers will talk to your agent.
My people will talk to your people. We'll do lunch.
Yeah,
I love it.
You're just saying beautiful things, so thanks.
Well, it's just so true. I mean, and the Indy has been this constant, and just what I've always loved over the years is the Indy's always kind of been in the mix. You know, they've always been aware of what's going on and wanting to be involved and wanting to report about it and wanting to bring the community together and to be a voice. And we keep talking about voice and voices, but it's just so true. And to have a newspaper that is out there, you know, representing who Colorado Springs, not only who Colorado Springs is, but who Colorado Springs can be also.
Another great soundbite.
Yeah, I think it's more than just the stories too. I mean, the people are ingrained in the community, and so even when we were doing projects like Ivy Wild, I mean, it wasn't about sort of what they were writing about Ivy Wild. It was them seeing that vision and saying, "Oh, you need to talk to so and so," or this, you know, this is something else that's going on. You guys need to get together. And I think John has always been really good about that. I mean, everybody has, but I think it kind of comes from John. I mean, and everybody knows over this 30 years. I mean, just getting people to come together and talk about things has been an important legacy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most cities, I think, have a newspaper owner who's a multimillionaire and kind of and it's usually a him, and he wields his power in that community. And you know, John just sort of doesn't. I mean, he wielded his power, but for good. It's very different.
And it never felt that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and he's just an idea machine, you know. I mean, he's just always like, he's probably one of those people that doesn't sleep at night or whatever, because his mind is always going. Because I feel like he's always got a fresh new idea that he's putting out there that no one's ever thought of.
So we got to wrap up already. Time flies. Any last thoughts? Anything that you dead set to say while you have the microphone?
It's just been fun to be a part of the whole thing, and we look forward to the next phase.
Yeah, we really do appreciate everything that Terry, John, Carrie, throughout, you know, history, you know, Catherine Eastburn, those Christmas parties at her house, you know, those first few years. No, but just all of that, all that they have done for this community in so many ways, and all the hard work and ideas, like I said before. It's just been great to be a part of it. We feel lucky.
Well, I know community is in your soul. It's really important to you, and that seems like a really, you know, a tight match with this organization. We want to build community, and we've all done some good work, but we've got more places to go.
Lots of work still to do.
Always.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We'll take a break, and we'll be back.
right, welcome back. This is IndyFinity. This is the final hour. My goodness gracious golly. We're back here with some familiar favorites. I know you've been watching all day, and you're members of, hang on, let me bring it up. I've got it here. 6035membership.org. I know that you went out and you're like, I'm going to support local journalism. Speaking of supporting local journalism, we have Amy Gillentine, who is the publisher here at 6035 Media. Sorry. It's been a long
She's correcting the record.
She is correcting the record. Oh my goodness. We've got Tracy Woods in here. We've got Jessa Netka.
It's been a long day for you,
It's been
Nick.
a
We
long
understand.
day. Yeah, Jessa McMullen, her marketing and events director. Tracy Woods, membership director, I think.
Yeah, you got
Great.
it.
Good. And Ariana Platten, last but not least, Ariana Platten, board president of Citizen Powered Media. Welcome back, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So let's, you guys probably have some things to say about membership. We're going to start with Amy. What's going on with membership, and why should people get involved and support local journalism here in Colorado Springs?
So I do want to talk about membership, but I also really want to emphasize there are other ways to support local journalism. We also, now that we are a nonprofit, which was effective November 1st, we are the recipient of some grant funding as well as a matching grant, two matching grants from Colorado Media Project. We have a $5,000 matching grant that I am pleased to say we have hit that goal well before our deadline of December 31st. But you shouldn't let that stop you, because we have a much more challenging matching grant from founder John Weiss. John has generously given us a $250,000 matching grant. So your donations help us meet that match, and will help us continue to tell local stories created by local people about the local community. And if you are anywhere in the media landscape right now, you're aware that Gannett is having massive layoffs. Gatehouse is. That hedge fund papers are really struggling with their newsrooms. And that is why a community paper that belongs to the community and tells the community stories is so important now to support and donate to. Because without your help, we can't do the jobs that we love to do. Pam Zubek can't hold the powerful accountable. Nick can't write about arts and entertainment. So we need your support moving forward to really do our jobs and continue to create local journalism for Colorado Springs. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And Tracy being in charge of that, and not Jessica. What do you have to talk about as far as memberships and how that creates value, and that for the reader or the viewer or even the listener?
Excuse me. For me, the value that gets created is investment. It is a sense of ownership that the community can take and, like I had said before, engage on levels that maybe they had not considered being engaged before. I think we are in a unique position because what has always been can sometimes be taken for granted. And so protecting and preserving what we have going forward is the goal through membership and through sponsorships for our events that Jessica is so awesomely taking on, and through donations, just outright donations. So the value of the membership, first and foremost, is protecting and preserving local journalism, because there's another great big paper that says democracy dies in darkness. That light starts to dim locally. And so taking that light, carrying the torch, moving the direction that we're headed in is the goal.
And it's never been more important to have multiple voices. And Colorado Springs is so fortunate. There are so many communities that have zero newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
El Paso County the New Falcon Herald closed this year, shuttered its doors, and now people in Fountain don't have their own news voice. It's why John created the Southeast Express, to really give a community hub, a community engagement hub to people of Southeast Colorado Springs. And it's why we are going to continue doing that in the new year in a whole new way, despite rising costs and inflation and all the negative news. We believe that this is the way forward, and our digital first approach with a news print component will capture the imagination and the attention of our community.
Yeah, if to touch on your point, if you think of in a snapshot, if we could look back over the last 30 years, just the last 30 years in our community, and see the ecosystem that existed with smaller newspapers like the one you just mentioned, if you were to see what has changed over time and you think of it as an ecosystem, who's going to be left? Will they be predators? You know, it's a situation that I think it demands of us to do what we're doing now.
Absolutely. Ariana, I wanted to ask you, especially from your perspective as the head of the board of directors, how does 6035 belong to the community, and what does that mean?
Well, first of all, this company in its history has always been dedicated to Colorado Springs. This is really where we live. This is what we do. You're not seeing Denver news unless it impacts Colorado Springs. So, you know, this is where our heart is. Becoming funded by the city is an interesting thing after being funded by an individual for all these years. And I'm listening to Amy talk about this amazing $250,000 grant, which has the capacity to put $500,000 into this effort in its first year. And that's a big deal. That's a really big deal.
And we're funded by the citizens of the city, not the city of Colorado Springs.
Right. Is that what I said?
Being
Well,
funded
not
by
the-
the city, I just want to make sure people understand.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying. The point I want to make is that it is, when you hear $250,000, you think, oh, well, I can't even touch that. But $5 will touch that,
That's
and
right.
$10 will touch that,
Absolutely.
and $20 will touch that. And doing away with one pizza or one cup of coffee this week to help the paper, especially if you do it in a consistent way, which is what membership offers. It offers a chance for you to be a consistent supporter of what's going on here. That support, it ties the hearts of the people in the city and the heart of this newsroom together. And, you know, it doesn't change the news. I think the most important thing that we keep reiterating is the board doesn't impact what editorial does. Sales doesn't impact what editorial does. Editorial is editorial. We keep a clear, clean newsroom. And the people that we have here that do such a good job are able to be here because now the citizens of Colorado Springs have a voice in that. They step up and they support us, or they don't. And we are relying on you. We're really relying on you to help put the foundation underneath what we're doing.
Absolutely. And of course, we're doing this for them, and they're doing it for us, and it's this circuitous, virtuous cycle.
Synchronicity.
There we go. Absolutely. Jessica, I wanted to talk to you about the membership model. I want to talk about progress, the Jessica-specific things that you are amazing at doing.
Okay, well, the things that I can talk about is, so our membership program is really going to have so many amazing parts of it, and Tracy can really dig into those, but the places where I really have, I'm going to be playing a role is the events, is the places where we're bringing those members together and we're bringing them in. We've done some really amazing events for a very long time with the Indy and with the Business Journal that really served the community as a place to get together, or where we raised voices that might not be heard. Well, we're going to be doing that, but now we're going to be able to offer members a chance to say, you're supporting us, we'll support you, here's a discount. We're going to be doing members-only events where when our members give feedback and say, heck, we've got this major traffic issue in this part of town and nobody's paying attention to it, when we pull a members' roundtable together based on their feedback, that event's only going to be open to members. We want everyone to be able to participate, but those members are the ones who've said, we want to participate, we want to be a part of the story, we want to be a part of building the community and engaging. And since that's everything that 6035 is going to be about, is telling the truth, building community, and engaging citizens. We're elevating the news. We're making sure that what we give is what people need and want. So the whole membership thing is just so awesome because it's a great way for people to say, I want to engage, and it's $10 a month. It's don't give up your weekly coffee, don't give up your weekly pizza, but $10 a month. Join us, be a part, have a say, and there's just so many. I got to confess, I'm really excited about some of the member-only event opportunities, whether it's sitting down with business professors and getting the chance to really dig in on economic issues, or digging in on regional, local issues, or maybe even just brainstorming solutions. There'll be times where we're bringing people together for all of those reasons.
Yep.
So, does that answer what you wanted, Nick?
Yeah, sure. you did a great job. What I wanted to ask is, Amy, and what can we expect in January?
Wow, there's going to be a lot in January. We are going to be unveiling a brand new website, 6035media.org. If you want to be one of the first to see what that looks like, go there now and give us your email, and we'll send you all the information as soon as it's available. We're actually getting a preview of it this afternoon, and I'm very excited. It's a different kind of news site. It is created to engage and build community.
If you're already a subscriber, are you already a 6035 newsletter receiver?
You are. We will keep our individual newsletters. So if you subscribe to the business newsletter, you will get that. If you subscribe to Indy Now, we are rebranding it as 6035. You'll still get that information. We have an events newsletter that is awesome with our partners. We partner with Meadowgrass and a ton of other local events, as well as our events. And we are planning sometime, this might be news to you, Nick, an arts and entertainment e-newsletter as well. So,
oh my goodness.
So arts and culture right in your inbox. So that's all coming, as well as the new combined 6035 publication that will be news, the best of news from all of our publications in one. And we have some great stories that are already in the works. The first cover story will be is being worked on by our fabulous Pam Zubek, who is continuing to do a great job, really doing investigative work. And we have some exciting things planned. The design, I think you have.
You want me to bring that
design.
up? You're going to see
Yes.
that on the machine over here. If
we
you
have
look.
we have a prototype. This is what the cover kind of looks like. This is our prototype. This is actually a piece from the Indy that we did earlier this year, but you can see 6035 at the top.
Yeah.
Big shout out to our artists.
Amazing,
They do great
amazing design team.
Yeah.
And then inside, it'll have a more magazine kind of feel. And these sections will look a lot like that. The business, that's the front of the business section. That's the inside of another big piece. Each section break will be a full break, a full cover page. Instead of just a header, it will have a full cover page. So if you want arts and entertainment news, you can flip right there, and it's like digging into a whole new magazine. So it's a different sort of design, and I have to hand it to our team. They put this together while still putting out 6 newspapers every single week. They created this design, helped with the website, created all new collateral and marketing material and a million other things. And so
Pivoting
our team
during a community tragedy.
Yes, we had to pivot during horrible community tragedy. And we are really, I can't say enough about the people who work here and the very hard work covering this community that they do. So I am honored to be a part of the team and to work with such dedicated people.
Excellent. And Tracy, I wanted to pop back to you. Is there anything, or I'll just open it up to the floor here. Was there anything about membership or what's going on? Because this is beyond CSBJ, like this is relatively new to a lot of people, and in this modern economy of Patreons and crowdfunding and stuff like that.
I should probably say, if you are a CSBJ subscriber, you are automatically a member of 6035.
There you go.
You will be getting some subscriber-only benefits. And if you're a CSBJ subscriber, you know about our Book of Lists, which is a marketing lead generator, and you'll be getting that in digital form. Typically, that's a $150 value. We're sending that to our CSBJ subscribers. If you are a subscriber of the Pikes Peak Bulletin, you also are automatically a member of 6035 and will get the new publication in your mailboxes. So those two subscriber-based publications will be getting
and our Indy subscribers.
And our
I
Indy subscribers.
think the subscription model is sounding new to a lot of people, and they don't know. We have had Indy subscribers for years.
Yes, people who didn't want to risk missing it on the newsstand.
Right.
Particularly during the pandemic, those subscribers will also automatically get it. So and we have 10,000 copies out on the street, and so
And watch your
It's
mailbox.
going to be awesome. So watch your mailbox. If you aren't getting it on January 12th, give us a call. And you want it, give us a call. We'll make sure you get it.
Yep.
Awesome. Tracy, and did you want to add on to the subscription? You just talked about subscription, but just the value that you're getting, membership bonuses, extra stuff, the fun. Do they get cool party hats?
A confetti cannon brings joy to everyone's heart.
Confetti and T-shirt cannons too.
T-shirt cannons, all of those things.
So there will be some T-shirts and things like that. And I think we are working with Meadowgrass on a 60-35 day at Meadowgrass or hour, and they floated the idea of a 35-ounce beer, which seems like a lot to me, but we are working with partners on really bringing value to our members and to our partners who have worked with us for years.
I was going to say a 60-35 ounce beer would be really big, but that is a lot. Jessica, any parting notes in here? Was there anything that we have not touched on?
Well, I know Amy talked a little bit about, you asked her what's coming in January.
Yes,
And
yes.
very beginning of January, 6035media.org. Go there today and sign up for the newsletter. It'll tell you, did you know our website's not live yet? But then it tells you how to sign up for the newsletter, and you can not only sign up, but get entered to win gift cards by being the first to know. But then you're going to get the publication. You're going to be able to find us on print as well as online. And then we've got our giant best of party celebrating the 2022 businesses that were selected as best of on January 19th. And then on January 25th, we've got our COS CEO leadership lesson with J.W. Roth, which is just one more kickoff in January, really highlighting we're bringing people together. We're providing people information and leadership things. And there's some extra cool stuff coming from members when it comes to that COS CEO. That people who sign up will get a special email to members only.
Right.
So, and if you don't know who J.W. Roth is, he is the guy behind Boot Barn Hall and the new amphitheater that he's got that proposal that up north that is supposed to be the Red Rocks of southern Colorado. So you can come hear more from him. It's at Boot Barn Hall. And
it's at Notes.
I'm sorry. It's
Live
at Notes.
Notes.
It's at Notes, which is
right next door,
Right next door.
Yeah.
And there'll be food, there'll be drink, there will be live music after. So we are bringing leaders together, but we're also having fun while we do it. So Be sure
Have
to
we
join
said
us for
that the 6035 will hit the stands on January 11th?
January 11th.
January 11th.
January 11th is when it will be on the stands. It will be in your mailbox on the 12th. And
Online on the 10th.
Online, if you are a member, you
Yep.
will get it on the 10th. So that's the very exciting thing, is that we are delivering the news in various ways, and there will be bits and pieces that are on the web and not in the print, and in print and not on the web, and you'll want to see it all as a package. We know that print and digital work best when they work together, so that's what we're going to do.
Excellent. Do you guys want to break down tiers at all? What different levels in that?
Right now, we're at one tier.
Okay.
We are launching with one tier, and that'll be available on the website. But
And when you
can
go
also-
to that website, you can, the same 6035membership.org, if you're not sure about membership right now, you can donate on that page. There's a
Right.
donate button, whatever amount you want to donate. So, you can continue to learn about membership as long as you want, but you can jump in today and give us some support.
Right.
Please don't mortgage your house to support local journalism. You need a house, and we little bits will help.
Is this thing on?
Yes.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Chime in.
Yes.
I'm not going to cry either, but this is ours to lose or keep. This is kind of a make or break where the community. We need to prove that this membership model will work, so that what we've come to depend on for the last 30 years will thrive into the future. And I really believe that it will. But it's everybody needs to step up. I love that there's no paywall. I think that is really cool, really great.
Keep the paywall away. Become
Yeah.
a member.
And we didn't hound you all day for donations and memberships. Maybe we should have, but we're pretty light on the membership drive today. And I think you'll see that we have kind of a lighter touch than some fundraising things. And then lastly, what I'd like to ask is, will you still love us when we're 6035? I think you will. I hope you will.
That's going to be printed somewhere.
Yes. That has to get into the first
And
issue.
I want to add that this membership isn't something we invented. Papers around the world are doing this, and it is a big part of a lot of ways that media, particularly small local media, are funding themselves as the advertising and the business model have changed. And so we did a fair amount of research to come up with this idea and this level of engagement. So.
Amy, I want to piggyback on what you just said, because you just made it sound like this was not a big deal. This has been done all over the place. Not a big deal. This is a big deal. This has not been done the way we're doing it anywhere else.
Oh, that part
to
is
do
the nonprofit model has
there
been
are
standard,
nonprofit,
but
there are nonprofit media models out
Right.
there. But to go from being a for-profit business to a nonprofit business, to take the best of several publications and combine them so you can get your news source, you can get all of that news in one place, and to have a staff continue to provide all those publications while they're designing and creating together something brand new and exciting that holds the tradition and is also innovative. That I have been so honored to be part of this process and to see what this group of people has accomplished in 4 months. It's nothing short of miraculous that this team has done what it's done. And that, I really want to commend you, because as board president, I kind of sit on the outside of that. I really want to commend this team for everything that's been done here. It has not been an easy road. There have been lots of bumps, lots of days of tears, lots of frustration in the hallways as we figured out what would stay and what would go and how to do this well. And what I have learned in observing all of you and your hard work is that you have the stuff it takes to make this project, this new way of communicating, to give it the foundation to stick around for another 30 years. And when you think about where you're going to invest your money, where you want to put your money, you want to put your money in something. We all want to be on the winning team. We want to support something that has the potential to win. So I just want our community to hear that this is a winning team and something amazing is happening and you can be part of it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There's a reason people don't build planes as they're flying them. Why that's not literally a thing, but it certainly speaks to what we've been doing, Ariana. I think you're right. Yeah.
It's a good practice to not build it as it's in,
Right,
it's
right.
in motion. Absolutely. Final thoughts, anyone on memberships and what the importance is and reflecting that in the community? I know we've talked about so much, and we've done, and this is our reprise at the end of the day. But about memberships.
Now, I think, Nick, just having people keep top of mind that what we are doing here is preserving local journalism. That, first and foremost, is your biggest membership benefit. You get bragging rights to be able to say, this is what I do for my community. This is what I do for the people that are bringing this to the community.
Or the people who wouldn't be heard without this.
Exactly. Exactly. In taking the stories and the work that is being done on the southeast side of town, outside of the southeast side of town, and putting that in front of the people who would not hear it otherwise if they are only dialed in to the other media outlets in this town, is vital. The people who live in their villages, and that's part of our thing, I don't know if we've talked about that, 60-35 village. The people who live in their respective villages know what's going on, but that may not be reflected in other outlets around town. And so carrying that forward, knowing that as a member, you are a part of what is taking that torch and lighting the other areas outside that village is crucial. It's absolutely important. It's what we've always done, and it's what we're going to continue to do. So to me, that's the most important membership benefit. But we will be bringing you things that benefit you to say thank you, because we cannot say that enough. So
Absolutely. Amy, last words?
I just want to thank the people who have supported the individual papers for all of these years, and to ask for their continued support as we launch a product that will build on that foundation and take it into a new solid future. I also want to shout out to John Weiss, without whom none of this would be possible. I can't imagine what Colorado Springs would be without the Indy and without John's leadership, and I am so grateful to him for taking a chance not on me just to be the publisher of the newspaper group for the past few years, but also for all of us, taking a chance on all of us and continuing to support this brand new effort. So thank you. I can't say it enough, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for thanking. Amy Gillentine, Ariana Platten, Tracy Woods, Jessa McMullen. Thank you for joining us for our second to last segment. We've still got IndyFinity coming. Hang out. We're just a little bit closer to the end. Stay tuned. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
We are back.
We are back.
Did you miss us?
Yes. Hang on, let me make sure I got. I'm going to bring myself on here.
Good.
There's Nick.
There's Nick. Hello. All right, so hang on. We have a lot of people to thank. This has been an incredible effort here. And before we get into all that, I have to stand up and salute this man right here. The man, the myth, the legend, Dave Gardner, okay? He has been the producer of this podcast. He has been working on this for weeks and months, calling people, emailing, texting, reaching. Hang on.
Go for it.
Reaching out to so many, reaching out to so many people to make this production possible. He's been losing sleep. He has been working on this nonstop. He was here late, missing the Christmas party so that he could make this today. He was here early. He's going to stay late because we have so much food that needs to get packed up.
I thought I was working hard until I watched Nick direct the whole day.
Before we talk about me, because we still have 25 minutes, I want everyone here to give the loudest, thunderous applause for Dave Gardner. Come on.
Not worthy.
Whatever, Dave.
That's more our line, Dave.
Yeah.
We're not worthy.
We're all worthy. This is the most worthy bunch of people I've ever had the pleasure and honor to work with.
Excellent. Dave, do you want to kind of work down the list, or we just kind of, first, also thank you guys for showing up for our last hurrah here. You don't see Ariana. Actually, you do see Ariana. She's in the corner. Hello. All of you guys supporting us, sending us cheers through the entire production. John Weiss.
Yes.
Who is he again?
He started a little paper, an alt paper in Colorado Springs in 1993.
And made some good trouble, didn't he?
He sure did. That's our John Weiss right there.
And Catherine Eastburn.
Catherine Eastburn.
Who not only was instrumental in founding this organization, but she even joined us this morning to share her perspectives.
Yes.
So thank you, Catherine.
I'm so glad that worked. That was like the first segment of the day, and somehow that worked.
Yeah.
Somehow that
might have been our best
press
one.
the right buttons.
We weren't sure.
Well, the wrong button sends her out into space, and we don't know where she goes. And it's like, that's a little terrifying.
Oh, and then what about Terry Homick, man?
Terry Homick.
Terry made me cry this morning.
Pull that microphone up closer to you, Lenny.
I just said Terry made me cry this morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was fun hearing.
She took a little eyedropper and put some drops in her eye.
We paused that part of the stream.
That was CGI.
Yes.
Yes, that was a really special. And she's special because she was here at the beginning, and for some strange reason, she is still here. Boy. I think because she's got the goods on everybody.
Right,
Yes.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then moving on there, Ralph Routon. Well, early days. Richard Scorman, obviously. Richard Scorman, early support, gave us office space long before I was even here.
Yeah, and before he even knew whether there was going to be a newspaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Ralph Routon, Matthew Schnipper, Carrie Simonson, Jennifer, I hope I'm not butchering anyone's names.
So far, so good.
Great, absolutely. Susan Edmondson, Jan Martin, and Julie Ott, talking about civil engagement.
Thank you. Amy Gillentine.
Yes.
Amy Gillentine.
Again.
Our fearless leader, Brian Grossman, who is our editor-in-chief and really chief comedian here in the podcast studio. He's just so good and funny.
Go watch Indy 15.
Yeah. He's a natural. Take over, Nick.
Yeah, exactly. Lanny is here.
Brian's my fashion mentor, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
Should have noticed.
Ariana Platten, again, of course. Thank you so much for being here. Board of our directors here at 6035. What we got? Fran, we finally got him in.
Fran.
That was so great.
Yeah. It was worth waiting for.
His screen was muted, so I'm like, we can see you talk, but we can't hear you.
Yep,
So
Fran
we're here.
Zankowski, who was
Yep.
The story
CEO
was
here.
worth the wait.
Oh, 100%.
Good.
100% board director, former CEO.
Yeah.
Ralph, of course. Jessica McMullen, of course, in the corner here. Did I pronounce that right?
You did? All the syllables.
I've got all the syllables in there. I'm so happy.
And I want to say Tracy Woods.
Yes, Tracy Woods.
Let me say that again. Tracy
Tracy
Woods.
Tracy Woods.
Tracy is a model. You know, in the HR manual or whatever, the onboarding for this organization, we just need to follow her around with a video camera for a day.
Yeah.
This is what spirit and teamwork are all about. Thank you so
You
much.
may have to hit the mute button sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not always PG-13.
That makes it magical.
Yeah, Tracy Woods is the person in our HR manual who is holding the triangle.
Oh.
Yeah, and there's like a value or something in there.
Where did you work in the past? Oh yeah,
everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
I
great.
envisioned Vanna White when you said that.
Yes, absolutely. Deb Walker we got in here. It was kind of a last minute thing, but so glad she was able to make it in. Helen Lewis, our managing editor here, 6035. And then we got into some of the reporters, some of the people you don't usually get to see in here. But if you watch Indy 15, you've seen them pop up. Pam Zubek.
You know, and she's really good in here. And
Pam Zubek's a natural.
Yeah, but I think she was a little resistant to the idea at first. But
yeah, she is all hardcore work, no fun at all.
Oh, you guys made it fun enough. She'll be here for the 6035 podcasts for people to be following and seeing her.
Oh, you know
There
it.
you go. Okay.
Greta Anderson John, she is a regular on Indy 15. So glad to have her here. And then also Marcus Hill. Marcus Hill and Rhonda Van Pelt and Don Bouchard. This was your first time on this in this studio recording something for us. So glad to have introduced you to this.
It was terrifying.
Now,
I could sense you shaking. I had to bring down your mic a little.
Don actually came into the studio a while back to audition to be the voice of State of Plate. Because when we were thinking that we would have some advertisers before we put that out. We ended up not having advertisers yet, so we didn't need Don, but you were a top contender, Don.
We have put your voice in cryogenic storage.
We have enough of a sample now that we can make you say anything.
We have AI.
Now we can just plagiarize your voice.
We can rebuild you.
It would probably come out better.
Can we do 110%, Don?
Yeah, just take out all my ums and it'll be good to go.
Yeah. Dave, do you want to start that backside there?
Sure. Thanks to Mark Snyder for being a no-show. But he tried. He tried. He wanted to. He
Mark's a
really
great
tried.
guy.
And Pete Lee, too. But we had Bill Murray, Yolanda Avila, and Nancy Henjum, 3 Colorado Springs City councilors. That is what, that's how big and important we are. We make that much of a difference in this community. That
Tony Exum sent a video.
Yeah, we got Tony
Exum couldn't come, so he went to the trouble of
and Mary Lou
recording a video.
Makepeace, you got that?
Oh, and Mary Lou did a great.
Mary Lou, yeah, she was here early. She's like, I'm ready to stream with you guys all day.
Yep.
But too bad I have to leave after now.
And David Siegel, who is the head of the Ent Center for the Arts, and an amazing artist, musician in his own right, and long nonprofit experience, couldn't make it, so he went to the trouble of recording a little. He called and left me a voice message that we played, and that was a really nice message. So thank you, David.
Absolutely.
We have Stephanie Vigil too, didn't we? Yep.
She's coming up. She's coming up. We also had Angela Seals, who's the interim executive director over at Copper.
Yep.
And Steve Wood, Concrete Couch. Absolutely. Great to talk with them.
Great segment.
Mike Williams of the Citizens Project, Christy Milligan, Westside Cares, and then we did get Stephanie Vigil, presumably from Denver, because she's representative-elect from House District 16. So good. Thank you all for coming in there. Linda Weiss, she's busy working on a little building on a corner over here. It's going to be a really big deal. We're going to have a party there.
Yep.
Did you guys never clarify? I don't think she's related to John.
Nope.
She's not. It's there's no relation.
Different
there.
spelling.
You go back far enough, we're all
spelling,
related.
yeah.
That's just how that works.
6 degrees of separation.
Exactly.
Susan
Kevin
Davies
Davies.
of Tosk, Bob Falcone, who's an Indy columnist, and Hiking Bob, and a podcaster. And I'd hoped to get John Crandall of Old Town Bikes in, but we didn't manage to pull that off. Kirk Woundy, who was
Oh, nice.
editor
Been a
here
long
for
time
10
since
years.
seen him around here.
Yeah. And Laura Urich was trying. She was picking up her daughter in Denver, and you know how, that never goes the way you think it's going to go. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Amanda Bristol and Mike Bristol of a Bristol company. You might be familiar. And we got Patience Kabwasa in here at the last minute. We are so happy that she was able to come in. Food to Power over there. And then, of course, we wrapped up with Amy, Tracy, Jessica, and Ariana. And here we are today.
I want
Now-
to give a shout out to our stage managers, Kathy Riley and Chloe Brooks Kissler. And also thank Kathy and Amy for putting on a spread so that we could have a little bit of a party going on in the green room and conference room for staff.
Lanny helped.
Lanny did help.
Well, that just goes with Lanny helps on everything.
Lanny helped.
Talked about everybody except those two strangers.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott and Maddie.
Yeah,
finally.
Yes. Yes.
Well, we don't have, they never showed up until now, so you guys get the spotlight. So can you hand the microphone over to Scott and Maddie? Why the heck are you here?
Oh, well, I'm at the front desk. So if you come to the office, I'll answer the door for you. If you call, I'll probably be the one that answers. And I also put together the calendar portion. So if you ever look for an event in the Indy, that's what I do. So.
That's pretty important work.
Mm-hmm.
And you're working here just because couldn't find anything better to do.
Yeah, nobody wants to work.
Are you in love with the Indy like the rest of us?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Good.
It's not something that I ever thought I would really be interested in, but working here has definitely changed my mind. It's something I really have realized the importance of it now. So
It's a joy to have you around. Scott Prater, hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
What do you have to say for yourself?
This is my first couple of weeks actually in this building. I've worked for the Business Journal since 2008, but it's been at the military installation.
Yeah.
I have offices out there, so this is a little bit different for me coming into this building and working with all of these. I've got a new job, basically.
Yeah.
Was it hard to get top secret clearance to come in here?
Here, no.
Have we given you the code yet?
Yeah, all you need is
The cool thing is you get in here and then you may not make it out.
Well, I've got a fighting chance, I think.
So all day today, we didn't really have a chance to talk about our military coverage. Do you want to share any thoughts about that?
From my standpoint, I've been sort of internal because when I was at Schriever first and then at Carson, I basically worked for the military. They see me as one of them. So now I'm kind of on the I'm on the other side of it. Now I'm a person they have to deal with.
And maybe fear sometimes. I mean, they had to basically approve whatever you did, right? They could veto it.
Right. I mean, the military controls the content, or did control the
Did,
content
yeah,
for
not
those,
anymore.
for those newspapers. Not that way here. So.
Yeah. So that's going to be a little different and pretty cool.
Yeah, it'll be different. I mean, I worked for another newspaper in town, which I will not name, before I worked for the Business Journal. So I do have quite a bit of experience, as a real reporter.
Are you excited to bring on some of the veteran stuff?
I'm not sure. A lot of that, there's a lot of controversy there, I think, with veterans issues and concepts, and maybe we can shed some light and help people understand a little bit.
Yeah, you got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we appreciate having you in the studio. It's good to see, and it's been fun having you in the building finally.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's sometimes it's quiet in here.
It does.
A lot of people work remotely, and
It's because we're down here.
Or our doors are closed. Only to
yeah,
communicate here.
and of course
That's
we're hard at work, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Focusing
100%.
on content.
Nudge, nudge, say no
Yeah,
more.
say no more. I need to thank some of the people who are not here actually. Rowdy Tompkins was responsible for all of our graphics, IndyFinity, ad placement, social placement, stuff like that, all of our 2D elements. And then Dustin Glatz was responsible for the animated elements, or the animated loop that you've probably been saying all day. That was between the two of them. So thank you so much for our production peeps.
I second that.
Making all of this happen, providing all of the art pretty much immediately as we needed it.
Where'd the music come from?
We don't talk about that. Be a subscriber be a member of 6035 to find out more. Yeah,
if you want to come compose original music for us, send an email to podcasts@6030, or is it podcasts?
Podcasts. Yes, actually, yeah. If you liked what you saw, be sure to send emails, comments, questions. We can bring it up on the new podcast, the 6035, which is replacing the Indy 15. Indy 15 is not going away. It is being replaced. It has a new format. Probably not, but
grab that.
Yeah.
Hold that up. No, give it to me. I'll hold it in front of the camera.
Yeah, there we go. Hang on. Yeah. That's state of play. Hot takes and stream breaks there too. Remember to lower?
Those are the first 3.
Yeah, those are the first 3, and we're going to have more in time.
Yeah. And Indy 15, the old episodes, all 20 of them.
We had 20 episodes of the Indy 15. We've never done a weekly podcast before here at this little company.
They're not going away, but in the future you'll be looking for the 6035.
And we're looking to bring it all into one thing, so you don't have to resubscribe and all that fun stuff. Cool, Dave. Do you want to send us out?
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Does anybody feel inspired and want to take that job? You can.
All you, Dave.
All you,
Tracy,
Dave.
Jessica.
All right, hang on. Let me whoop.
Whoa.
I'll tell you this. I am on the board of Citizen Powered Media that absorbed all of these publications and that are now going to be 6035 Media, and it was an easy yes when John Weiss asked me if I would be interested in that. When I founded Citizen Powered Media back in 2006, our mission was to give voice to the voiceless, to communicate about issues that were not well communicated, that were underfunded and underrepresented, and that's a large part of what we do around here. So I am now so honored to not be an outsider here, not be a fan. I've been a fan for over 20 years. Now I get to come in and play with you guys, and I'm just amazed at the people. I love you guys, and thanks for having me. I hope you'll keep me.
Yeah.
Hooray! And like I said in the last segment, this is ours to keep or to lose. We've got to stand up and say we want this kind of solid, independent local journalism. And we don't have to pay a lot, but we need to pitch in a little bit to see that it continues. I can tell you this is a scrappy organization. We are not wasting money. Anybody here think we're wasting money?
No, Dave.
No, that ain't happening.
Throwing all the bucks around.
We are good. We will be good stewards of your membership money. So head back to 6035membership.org and say thanks. That'll be your applause for what we did today, which was a kind of a feat, a first-time effort to go out here and be live all day and see if we embarrass ourselves or not. I think we did pretty good.
And major thanks to everyone who listened, everyone who popped into the live stream at any point today.
You need a mic.
No.
Yeah, get up. Oh.
Okay, you may not have heard me online, but major props to everybody who joined us online today, everybody who popped in on the live stream. You guys are why we were doing this. We like listening to ourselves. We're all great and all. But you guys, thank you for popping into the live stream and being part of the IndyFinity.
So I think I have to say something really brilliant to be the very last sentence. So let us know. Will you still love us when we're 6035?
Yes.
All right, let's get out of here.